I was part of the pack, until the moment my destined mate rejected me, turning my world upside down. Chapter 1. Happy Birthday, Dee. Her white dress was flowing, resembling a calm, steady river, though her blue eyes held the irreplaceable excitement of a thrashing sea. His dark, handsome, brooding eyes could have made a lion cower away in fear. Yet his genuine, awe-filled smile could have lit up the whole world. It was a perfect moment. A small part of me inside melted when the bride and groom held onto each other as their lips met, and I silently cheered with the guests as they erupted in applause. I even saw a few people wiping away tears from their cheeks, while others couldn't stop smiling. Suddenly, a subtle knock at the door of my room instantly pulled me out of my trance. Turning my eyes away from the window, I met familiar grey ones that were paired with a mischievous smirk. Well, aren't you creepy as hell? Spying on some random human's wedding? Dominic laughed, leaning against the doorframe, his muscular build nearly taking up the entire thing. And what do you want? I sneered at the 16-year-old beta. Even though he was so young, he indeed was an ideal leader of our small populated pack. Can't start a game of wolf hunt without our tiniest member. You up for it? Runt. I didn't even blink as I darted past him and began rushing down the wooden stairs. I heard his raucous laughter behind me. I quickly sped past the young children playing in the narrow hallways, and carelessly dodged past some of the adults as well. I could hear them complaining about my reckless behavior as usual. Past the heavy chestnut-colored wooden doors, the fresh smell of wet grass greeted my nose. I was finally outside. I took a deep breath of the cool, refreshing air and admired the beauty of the primeval forest around the pack house. The thick, sturdy trees densely covered the area, preventing anyone from accidentally stumbling into our territory. Not only was it crucial that none of the enemies got in, but humans were worse. If they ever found a way in, they'd have to be killed instantly. Although it seemed harsh, it was important to keep our inner wolves a secret, or what the humans referred to as werewolves. A tingly feeling approached my feet, and as I looked down at them, I chuckled, realizing that I had forgotten to wear shoes over the excitement. Oh well. I don't even need them anyways. I made my way to a thick oak tree, wide enough to cover my small body. I ducked behind it, quickly stripping off my clothes. My inner wolf got more and more eager to shift into our beautiful animal form, and held happily as I heard the first snap of a bone. I quickly pulled off my thin wired circular glasses, securing them safely underneath the clothing as the snapping became more consistent. My typically horrible eyesight sharpened and my muscles stretched out in ease. One of the most satisfying feelings ever. Soon, a dark rust-colored patch of soft fur erupted and grew into a thick coat around my body. I stood on all fours, my paws enjoying the soft soil. I inhaled the empowering scent of the forest around me with my sharpened senses. It was all so surreal. I howled, letting my raspy wolf voice become clear. I sniffed out the pack, a crowd full of sweet summery scents, and followed it. I spotted a lean, golden wolf that was beautifully muscular. I crept up silently behind her, easily hidden through the larger wolves. Being a smaller wolf had its advantages. Like hiding, I couldn't run as fast as some of the other wolves or was as strong as them. But honestly, it didn't bother me. Being teased wasn't a big deal. The whole pack was like a huge family who always teased one another. I leapt on the golden wolf and she howled, but shoved me playfully when she realized it was just me. Silvery white wolf trotted towards us, her soft violet eyes bright, indicating that she was smiling at us. The golden wolf was about to leap on her too, but a large snarl caught our attention. The white wolf instantly stood up straighter. Just like the golden one, they were attentively facing a large black wolf, like all of the others. I trotted up to him casually and licked his cheek, almost as if he was laughing. Even though Dominic looked way more terrifying in his wolf form, I wasn't afraid of him. Since he was the beta, he normally got to choose which one of the wolves playing would be the hunter in the game. He nudged me, and with the wolves, I could hear them barking in amusement. I sighed and mentally counted to minutes. wondering why Dom would choose me. He knew very well that this was going to be unfair for me because of my limited crappy abilities as a small wolf. As the 2 minutes came to an end, I sprang onto a tree and swiftly climbed up, hopping silently from branch to branch. I guess I have to put my minor wolf's eyes to a good use. I quietly crouched at the top of a thick and stable tree, focusing my gaze on the obvious hiding spots, such as the bushes or behind big trees. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The silver-white wolf stood out like a sore thumb in the heaps of green and brown. I spotted a few more wolves, mentally noting where they were, leaping from tree to tree. I snuck up on some wolves and pounced on them. Arizona was easy, as my eyes couldn't miss the flashes of bright, white fur helplessly running around. I was completely out of breath by the time I'd caught half of the players, so I crept to a small stream and took a needed and long drink of refreshing water. I bent down for another drink when a rustle in the bushes next to me made my ears perk up. If I pretend not to notice, I can probably catch this sneaky wolf. I slowly turned around, trying to look nonchalant as I walked behind the bush. It was actually a really good hiding spot, covered in dark mud and looking untouched. Without another thought, I jumped right into it, ready to bark happily at the next catch. But then my nose caught whiff of a spicy scent, which consisted of cinnamon, a hint of fresh pine. It was so intoxicating that I almost forgot to look at the wolf in front of me. My eyes widened. I didn't think twice as I hopped onto the enormous dark wolf and let out a victorious cry make its way through my throat. This was the first time ever that I caught Dominic in a game of wolf hunt. Me, a runt, caught the beta. I had to let it sink in fully before nudging him in the shoulder. He barked and nudged me back, which almost made me fall over. He was about to bark again, but then his nose perked up, sniffing the air around him, which made him sprint away. Maybe the alpha was calling him. Now that I caught Dom, and had the satisfaction of it, the adrenaline pumping through my veins became so strong that I effortlessly caught 3 more wolves. When the time was up, I was breathless and my dark-colored fur was matted with sweat. I slowly trudged back to the clearing where we started the game, counting. Even though I only missed 2 wolves left to catch, it didn't stop me from smiling. This was the best I had ever done as a hunter. Whenever I was a hider, I was the pro, easily fitting into ridiculously small spaces. Many of the wolves barked happily at me and some of them even licked my face good-naturedly. Golden fur flashed in front of my eyes. It was my best friend. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She whistled sharply at Arizona, the white wolf, and she trotted over. Amber's blue eyes glistened with pride as the undefeated champion of wolf hunt, but still came over to embrace me. Arizona nuzzled against me. I smiled even more at my best friends. They let go of me when the sound of snapping bones became apparent. I groaned. It was time to shift back again. I spotted Dominic again. I walked over to him, my tongue sticking out, about to ask if I could stay in my wolf form for a bit longer. But I stopped, noticing that he inhaled sharply, like he did back at the bush, and motioned with his head for me to come meet him inside. He ran away so fast that I didn't even have a chance to argue. I walked back to the sturdy oak tree and shifted. Once again my vision loosened and I fumbled around for my thin crusty glasses underneath some leaves while slipping my clothes back on. After 5 more minutes of searching, I gave up. I wasn't going to find them. Time to go back to the drugstore and buy some tacky ones again. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Fortunately, I knew this forest like the back of my hand, so getting back to the pack house wasn't a challenge. At the edge of the woods, I inhaled the smell of wet grass for the last time that night, and entered the lively wooden pack house. As I turned the around the corridor, the strong scent of cinnamon and fresh pine once again greeted my nose. It oddly made me feel very tingly and alive, and my wolf elated. It was a weird feeling. The closer I got to my room door, the stronger the scent became, and I felt attracted to it. Once I arrived at the mahogany door, the scent hit me like a truck. I looked up to find dark grey eyes Dominic, and even though my glasses weren't present, I strangely noticed every little detail about the boy. The way his snug black shirt hugged his muscular abs, the way his dark crippling hair suddenly looked so touchable, and the way his eyes made me shiver in an unthinkable delight. How come I had never noticed any of this before? I stood there with my throat suddenly dry, unable to find any word to slip out of my mouth. I didn't even blink because I was too busy checking him out. He cleared his throat and handed me a rectangular package wrapped in a beautiful soft blue paper. My brows furrowed in confusion, but I opened it and quietly gasped. It was a brand new pair of glasses, and they looked expensive. "Not bad today," he murmured. I blinked, my heart rate increasing unnaturally by the second. "Happy birthday, D," he whispered. My wolf went crazy at the sound of my name on his tongue. I met his gorgeous eyes, trying to stammer out a "thank you," or just anything at all, but the only word that managed to escape was Chapter 2. Ugly little reined ear. It was indeed a very sleepless night. After Dominic had given me my present and all I replied was mate, he gave me a smile and told me to meet him tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, which was now 5 hours and 43 minutes away. As I was lying on the bed, I couldn't help but smile like a complete idiot. Dominic was my mate, the beta who lived next door to me in the pack house, the beta who always liked to call me Runt, the very beta which almost every unmated wolf swooned over was mine. All mine. I was beyond happy at the thought of someone finally loving me, and I couldn't have been happier at the fact that it was Dominic, the same person who held my hand all those years ago and led me through the front doors of this pack house. And as I was comfortably snuggled in my homemade quilt, I thought of all the future possibilities of our life together. I could imagine cuddling next to him, holding his hand during pack meetings, and a touch of his lips on mine. It was too perfect. I had never looked at my best friend this way. It was strange but nice. I mentally thanked the moon goddess for pairing me with the most perfect person. I flipped my pillow to the other side, embracing the cooler side of the pillow in the hot and thick air, and wondered how Amber and Arizona would react when I would tell them. When will I tell them? Snatching my phone from my bedside table and typing faster than the speed of light. I squinted as the bright light hit my eyes in the dead of the night. I wasn't even wearing my glasses but still managed to type out everything. I knew it would be better tell them face to face, but I could hardly contain my excitement. They also needed to help me choose my outfit for tomorrow morning. It was funny though, considering that Dom had seen me in just about everything, from embarrassing pajamas to hideous Christmas sweaters, but I think it would be nice if I at least tried to look presentable. This whole mate thing was a big deal. I suddenly grimaced, thinking of how Dom saw me last night. I imagined it perfectly, a tiny and skinny girl with dark auburn, brown hair sloppily tied into a ponytail which was matted in sweat, wearing a graphic T-shirt and shorts. She was just standing there with bad posture and her mouth probably hanging open, making the whole situation more awkward than necessary. Damn, I must have looked ugly as hell. I definitely needed to step up my outfit game and make this boy fall over when he sees me. I'm pretty sure there was a dress in my messy closet somewhere and that my legs were shaved. Right. I yawned. That was way too much excitement for one night. Probably the best present a girl could ever get. 5 hours and 17 minutes left. I tried to get my mind off of him and allowed myself to close my eyes and think about the current book I was reading. Shortly after, I fell asleep, not hearing the small alert from my phone of a text message reply. I didn't know whether it was the early rays of sunlight that flashed in my eyes or the rapid knocking at my door. But I was awake. I groggily caught a glimpse of the time, which read 6 a.m. Who the hell would be here so early in the morning? As the knocking became much more consistent and noticeably louder. "Come in," I called out, too lazy to get the door myself. Then, my heart rate became 1,000 times faster, and I found myself fully awake as a thought struck my mind right when the dew knock turned. What if it was Dominic? I knew that he was a morning person, but surely he didn't mean for me to meet him this early. He'd known me for 8 years now, and he knew not to barge into my room before 11 am, so what was he? A hoon. Stop overthinking whatever you're thinking right now. Instant relief flooded through me when I recognized the voice. A female voice. I'm not overthinking. Amber. I lied, throwing my warm quilt back over my head. Unfortunately, though, the covers were pulled back down again, exposing me in a baggy tee, shirt and a pair of tights with ugly little reindeer all over them. Amber stood over me, with one manicured eyebrow raised and her small nose scrunched in disgust. Her blue eyes trailed over me. Okay, first of all, she retorted, staring at my reindeer tights. And second of all, you really think you're going to meet your lover boy looking like a homeless person? I rolled my eyes. Shut up. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was planning to wear that grey dress from last Christmas. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Wondering if it would still fit. No need to. Arizona, and I got you this. Amber pulled out a velvet box she was holding behind her back. It's your 16th birthday present. Nothing. She tossed the box with perfect precision onto my lap. I sat up in my bed and carefully opened it to reveal a soft chiffon material. Upon further investigation, it turned out to be a short blue dress with elegant lace arms stopping around my elbows. It was beautiful. Wow, Amber. I thank you so much. I stammered, breaking into a grin. I leaned over to hug her, and she hugged me back for 2 seconds before abruptly letting go. Hush. Save that mushy stuff for Dominic. She winked. I blushed and playfully threw the box at her head. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I missed, and she caught it with one hand. It was probably because of her inhumane athletic reflexes that I've always questioned. I still couldn't understand how this girl woke up at 5 am every day to do her early morning run when I couldn't even wake up at 11 am on a normal day to walk down the hall. So, where's Arizona? I set the dress aside carefully and rolled out of my bed, stretching my limbs. Amber twirled a strand of her blonde hair between her fingers and thought, I actually don't know. Her parents had to talk to her for something urgent, she explained. I nodded, running a brush through my ferocious auburn hair, which currently resembled a bird's nest. I silently thought about how lucky Arizona was. She was a well-respected wolf in the pack, who was fortunate enough to have her whole family with her. Unlike many of us here, not only was she undeniably sweet, but she was also granted the gift of pure beauty. Her long locks of blonde hair were so light that looked silver, which complemented her doe-shaped violet eyes. Her smile was always radiant and her thick lashes were mesmerizing every time she'd blink. The best thing was, Arizona never used any of that for bad things. She was as nice as she was lucky. Anyways, I would help you straighten your hair, but I gotta run before the alpha, or the beta, catches me here, she exclaimed. Good luck, Dee. She gave me a smile and her turbulent blue eyes were full of mischief before she scurried out the door. The absence of her bubbly and airy presence made the room much more silent, which I didn't like. So, I let my thoughts drive it away, as I opened the door to my small bathroom and got ready for my shower. By 8:11 am, I was finally ready. Normally being the person I am, it would only take me 10 minutes to get ready, never 2 hours. But maybe that was just because I would always just throw on a comfortable tee, shirt and skinny jeans, skipping the entire process of putting on makeup or doing my hair. I'd always admired the girls with flawless makeup. They looked even more beautiful than they normally were, with their bad-ass sharp eyelid and bold lip colors. Me, on the other hand, I normally fumbled to properly put on mascara without stabbing myself in the eye for a couple of times. Today was an exception, though. It took me a while to master the basic but elegant makeup look, but it turned out looking decent enough. I slightly moved around my toes in a pair of black leather flats, still contemplating whether I should have just switched them from my comfortable and worn-out pair of Converse. But, as I stuck my new Ray-Bans on my face and finally got a clear view of myself in the mirror, happy with how I looked, I really hoped that this outfit would make up for my horrid look from last night. My heart fluttered at the thought of last night. I couldn't wait to see him again. Should I go right now? Or would it seem like I'm too desperate and eager? Once again overthinking. Maybe he was already runt. A masculine voice called out, on the other side of my door, which made my heart flip and nearly fly out of my chest. No one told me this would happen every time I'd hear his voice. Oh yeah, I'm coming, I croaked out. God, why was I embarrassing myself? This was the same guy who I teased for years and was never nervous around. What was wrong with me? Every step I took closer towards the door, my heart rate would speed up. My inner wolf kept yipping excitedly. Before I reached the door, I breathed in deeply, bracing myself. With my hand hovering above the doorknob, I was about to give myself a mental pep talk, but stopped when I could smell his scent. I found myself wanting more, which made me fling open the door. Chapter 3, Just My Luck. I stood there, hoping I wouldn't fall at the sight of him. He looked absolutely perfect. With his two-souled bedhead hair, he pushed his dark locks out of his face like he always did. I met his stormy grey eyes, which were oddly expressionless, but I couldn't help but smile as my eyes traced his sharp jawline all the way down to his V-neck tee which hugged his defined chest. I candy at your finest. Runt, you might want to take a picture. It'll last longer. Dominic smirked. I laughed, remembering how I thought that this morning would be awkward. It felt like everything was normal with our usual joking around, but it had a hint of dangerous attraction that definitely wasn't there before. I felt my cheeks heat up as his eyes trailed me up and down, checking me out. He raised his eyebrows and leaned against the wall. I couldn't tell what could possibly be going through his mind, as his eyes remained unfaltered. So, we're mates, he finally said, after what seemed like an eternity of being deep in thought. I guess. He studied my face carefully, and it was uncomfortable, but my inner wolf craved for more. Shut up. You ho. I mentally growled at myself. He let out a deep breath. I just can't do this. I blinked. I knew what was coming. I knew the feeling all too well. That feeling I'd been trying so hard to escape my whole life. Except now a wave of it had crashed back into my life. I didn't know it would be back so soon, especially from the one person who I'd always trusted so much. The one person who I was destined to be with. The one person who was my rock. The feeling made me sick. It's just hard to see myself living the rest of my life with you as my partner. He shuddered. I felt numb. No words came out of my mouth. There was no point in saying anything. A part of me already knew what was coming next, and I wanted to ignore that part so badly. I finally looked back at him and noticed he was about to continue, but words escaped my mouth before his own venomous ones could sink back into me again. I get it. You're rejecting me. My wolf went ferocious. Just get it over with. I whispered the last few words. My last traces of hope shriveled and died as I said them. He looked surprised, but still spoke. I Dominic F.A.L. Brooke. Reject my mate. Destiny Evans. And that was the very moment the pain sunk in. I could only muster up a nod, and quickly slipped into my room and collapsed against the door. It felt like fire had replaced every ounce of blood in my body, and it burned. It felt like I had shattered into a million pieces and all of those pieces drifted away into nothingness. And it killed. It felt like all of the hope, love, and emotions were brutally murdered, and it hurt. Even fate didn't want me. I never expected the pain of rejection would be so physical. I almost stopped breathing when I realized my inner wolf was suddenly silent. I couldn't lose my inner wolf. Not after everything I had lost over a stupid boy. A stupid boy who was designed to hold me, care for me, and to love me. The last thought sent a shocking pang of pain through my veins and I cried out, but it nearly sounded like a weak whimper. I felt so pathetic. It had only been half an hour ago. where I felt like I was on top of the world. And here I was now, literally on my knees. I still couldn't connect to my wolf though. Where was the other half of my soul? Being a wolf meant I was free, and I could always forget about everything when I got to transform. Even though it ruined the moment I found out I was one. It was the best thing that had ever happened to me. I guess it made up for the loss of my parents, my home, my normal life, and everything else fucked up. I couldn't lose it now. Luckily though, I felt a small smile inside of me. It was quiet, but it was there. The wolf side of me wasn't gone after all. Hours passed with the same excruciating pain, which fortunately lessened, but not by much. It stayed there, in a dark pit of my heart. I could feel it in every heartbeat. It would just be a reminder to me that Dominic Falbrook wasn't mine after all. It was just another stupid reminder that people you trust will always leave you. Or maybe it was just my luck. Taking a shivery breath, I slowly stood up, shrugged off the dress and hung it in the closet. As much as I wanted to toss it in a corner and never look at it again, I could only imagine how long it must have took Arizona to adjust it to my size. I slipped on a loose sweatshirt and threw the hideous tights back on. I scrubbed off the remains of the runny makeup off of my face. The new glasses rested on my bed, and I had to fight the urge to not throw them out. I couldn't afford Ray-Bans. It would be a waste to chuck them in the trash. I placed them back on my eyes and a stabbing pain pounded my chest. "Happy birthday, Dee," he murmured. The exact way he said my name was engraved in a crevice of my mind, Dee. Turning around. "Chill, girl. It's only me, Dee. What happened?" Amber's bubbly smile faltered instantly when she saw me. He's not a M, mine," I replied, in a throaty whisper, begging myself not to break down. I could already feel the tears ready to fall again. I felt so stupid, crying over a rejection. I didn't want to feel like this. Amber gently took a few steps closer, softly closing the door behind her. Her eyes were full of concern. "Really, Dee?" she asked. "Does it look like I'm lying?" I yelled, crumpling to the floor, the pain coming back even worse. I felt her sit beside me, and she wrapped her arms around me. "You don't deserve this," Amber sighed. "And I know you probably don't want to hear this right now, but Arizona, her family's leaving the country for important business. She wanted to say bye, but I guess now. I don't care. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Just leave. But Dee, I want to help you." I could hear the hurt in her voice, but the pain, the horrid pain, was just drowning out everything right now. I couldn't even think straight. "Please, go," I said. Silence. Enthusiasm. Cracking bones. Fierce howls. I felt a bit more at peace in my wolf form. I shook my fur out and allowed my feral animal emotions take control of me. I wanted to be anything but pathetic little Dee Evans. I leapt out of my window swiftly, landing on all fours from the jump. As the smell of grass and leaves hit me, the adrenaline kicked in. I looked back at my open window from the second story, and then hastily pushed my weak legs until I reached the middle of the forest. And I howled. I howled not because of my mate, but because of the past 16 years. Hours became days. Days became weeks. I lost weight. My eyes grew darker, and I rarely left my wolf form. Everything had changed. Everything except for the sickening and gruesome pain, which kept me up every night and made me howl in agony. The pain that I tried to block with endless tears. I was so consumed by this pain that I hadn't even realized when the alpha of the pack died. I should have been grieving like the rest, but I had been grieving for a while now. Soon, Amber and Arizona both gave up on me. They used to come to my room to check up on me every day, but those days shifted into weeks. We were distant, and it was yet another thing that kept me feeling sad. But most of all, I was mad. This mate rejection had taken full control over my once decent life. It always had Mia in a discourteous mood, made me lose my appetite. and also made me want to cry all the time. I didn't choose to be like this. I didn't ask for my best friend to hurt me like this. I didn't ask to be constantly unwanted. I rarely asked for anything. Chapter 4, we won the bet. My eyes snapped open. What time was it? What day was it? I took a couple of deep breaths. It wasn't like time even mattered anymore. I blinked, allowing myself to capture the intricate details of the forest around me through my wolf eyes. I almost smiled when I saw how beautifully the droplets of rain glistened on bright green leaves. Yawning, I stretched out my long and shaggy legs and then stood up, wondering what breakfast would be today. Maybe a rabbit, or a fresh fish. My stomach grumbled happily in response to the thought of fish. The last time I consumed proper food must have been over a day ago. But who cared? It's not like the forest had too many options anyways. Maybe it was time to go back to the pack house. The thought triggered a round of pain to rattle through my frail body. I ruled against it and dashed out of the forest. A big part of me told me to stop and go back to my safe haven. The place where no one could judge me, or stare at me, or assume anything. But the other part of me, the small measly one, told me to stop being selfish and check up on Amber and Arizona, the only people who actually mattered here. As soon as their names appear in my mind, and I think of their concerned faces for me, I run faster. I run even faster, reminding myself that I'm not the only one with problems. Once I reached the pack house, the burst of different summery scents greeted my nose, but the one that made me helplessly whimper was his scent, cinnamon and fresh pine. It had been a few months since I returned to the pack house. I'd needed time to myself, and isolation from everyone else had given me a sense of peace. But now that I was back and smelling his scent again, I couldn't help but think, I love his scent, yet do I love him? The wolf inside of me said yes, though my brain said no. Where was my heart when I needed it? I was just so confused. I thought that a couple of months in the woods would give me time to stop thinking about him, but here I was again wondering about my love for him. I was only 16. Was it even normal for wanting to scream or cry every time I thought about him? No. God damn it. I wish I was normal. Tag you, Riot. My ears perked up and I turned around to see a young, small wolf. He had short brown fur and his hazel eyes were full of youth and freedom. They turned to a dangerously dark shade the moment they my own eyes. Realization dawned on the pup and he yelped and ran off. Shit. Did people talk about me that often while I was away? I gulped, and swiftly trotted to the back of the pack house towards my room. What a stupid pack. My window was still open, after all these months, exactly how I'd left it. But the thing that struck me weird was the abrupt scent change. His room was right next to mine, and I had been mentally preparing myself for his scent. Yet I couldn't find trace of it near my room at all. He must have moved rooms because my own scent was lingering and he couldn't stand it. I had to remember that I wasn't the only one affected by this rejection. However, was it as painful for him as it was for me? I highly doubted it. In front of my bedroom window on the second story stood a large oak tree, the same I'd been playing on since I was 8 years old. After all these years of climbing it, whether I was in wolf or human form, it was easy for me to leap up it and jump through my window and into my room. When I leapt through, I blinked. My room was spotless, clean, and perfect, nothing like the mess I had left it in. So why was the window open? Unless someone had been waiting every day. Welcome back. Dee chimed an old familiar voice. It's about time. I howled happily. Before I could think twice, I shifted open my closet door with one paw and trotted into it, quickly transforming back and throwing on whatever I could find. Running out, I stumbled but crushed Amber into a hug. Dee, I was so freaking worried about you, she cried, holding on to me. I held on to her, because I had missed her too. But after being in my human form after months, it took a few steps to adjust to my clumsier self and needed some support to hold on to. As I hugged her, a sour thought entered my mind. How did I just abandon my best friend? What kind of a person did that make me? A selfish one. Amber, I'm sorry, I choked out, pulling away and looking her in those beautiful blue eyes of hers. Her lips formed into an amazing smile and she shook her head. But I continued. No, I really am sorry. I've just been so selfish and only thinking about myself. I didn't even care that you and Arizona were so concerned about me, and all I did was push you guys away. I feel like a horrible person. So I'm sorry about the past few months. Stop apologizing. I can hardly imagine what you must have gone through. Amber muttered. Anyways, you're probably starving. Girl. I nodded vigorously, and my stomach grumbled to back that up. It sounded like a wail. Amber giggled, and we were about to walk out of my room, but I caught sight of myself in the mirror and shrieked. There were small twigs and leaves in my unbrushed hair. I wasn't even wearing my glasses, and I was wearing an old t-shirt and a crusty pair of shorts. Amber saw and laughed even more. I'm going to go take a shower, I announced, picking up a cleaner shirt from my closet and black sweatpants. Once I made it into the shower, I sighed in bliss as the hot water streamed over my body, and I scrubbed myself clean with my favorite lavender body wash. The forest was truly an amazing place, but I'd almost forgotten about the luxuries that I took for granted, like hot showers and coconut shampoo. I cringed at the memories of me taking freezing baths in the local streams in my wolf form. I finished showering and then dried myself with a fluffy white towel. After changing into my clothes, I quickly ran a comb through my tangled hair and managed to put it up in a floppy, messy bun. I pulled my glasses on and thanked the goddess that I could see much clearer now. I slipped out of my bathroom to see Amber perched on the edge of my bed, her forehead creased with worry. I wanted to punch myself. I was probably causing her so much trouble with her looking after me and even bothering to worry about me. I wanted to make her happy too, though I honestly had no clue what to do. I knew tall glasses of iced tea normally cheered her up, but this was the type of situation that couldn't be fixed with iced tea. I cleared my throat, and she instantly stood up, replacing her frown with an all too cheery and fake smile. You look much better. Gee, thanks, I replied, steering her towards the door. I tugged on the door handle and mentally reassured myself that if I saw his face, I would act normal, perfectly normal. But what the hell was normal anymore? I was about to push the door open when Amber's warm hand suddenly gripped my own cold one. She suddenly whimpered, pushing up my sleeve to reveal scratches and cuts. I had got those from sleeping in trees and rough bushes as a wolf. They must have transformed onto my human skin. So what was wrong? Have you really been cutting why or? Oh, so people do talk about me, I retorted, trying to keep the hurt out of my voice. So that's what she thought the cuts were. She'd believed the lies everyone else probably whispered about me day and night through the halls. My own best friend, who'd known me so well. I didn't believe them. I was just, Dee, please. You're my best friend. I was really worried, and just seeing your arms I thought for half a second that maybe. Amber, I would never do that. I shot back, a little too sharply. I swiftly opened the door and walked out, not even caring for a few seconds whether anyone saw me or not. Did my own best friend actually think that I would hurt myself because of a boy? I shook the negativity away from my mind and told myself that she was only looking out for me. I heard footsteps behind me and slowed down so she could walk next to me. Amber strolled beside me, and in an awkward silence that seemed to go on for an eternity, we reached the kitchen downstairs. Chills instantly ran down my spine even though it was humid and hot. Multiple sets of eyes landed on me and the whispers began. I wanted to glare at them and tell them I had ears, but I didn't have the courage to. Some of the people who whispered had been my friends who used to talk to me often. Now they stared at me as if I was a walking lamp or something and not a member of their own pack. I kept my eyes locked to the floor and shuffled silently to the fridge, grabbing the first drink my hand could grasp. I took one glance at the half-empty bottle of vitamin water before chugging it. Yet as soon as I did that, I opened the bottle and spat the liquid back in it. It was his vitamin water. My throat burned at the feeling of cinnamon and I slammed the drink down on the countertop next to me. The people who stared at me earlier continued to stare at me even more, probably wondering what the hell was wrong with the drink. Embarrassed, I sat down on a chair by the kitchen table, already wanting to run back to my room. KD. I turned around to see a pair of hauntingly gorgeous violet eyes. It was Arizona, smiling. I didn't say anything as I pulled her into a hug and inhaled her sweet scent of roses and honey. I had missed her. Welcome back, Dee, she said softly. This is what I loved about her, even after I had left for months and made no effort to contact her. She welcomed me back with open arms and no questions. Thanks, I whispered, almost smiling. I forced myself to smile for her, and I did, although it faded rapidly when she began to speak. I think Amber told you a while ago. I'm moving away in 2 days, she began, but the rest just sounded like I was underwater. It struck me that I may not ever see her again. I had wasted my time in the forest when I could have spent it with my friends. Why was I so stupid? After all these months, I still didn't know. I'm really sorry. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Letting go of her. Her eyes were calm and happy and she shook her head. It's all right. Just promise me that you'll make the most out of these next 2 days with me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was the least I could do, and I felt even worse of how Arizona was so nice about it. As Amber, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And I were about to leave the kitchen. A trail of male voices stopped me. I'll be right upstairs, guys. Just give me a second, I whispered to them. As they made their way upstairs, I peered back into the kitchen at a few of my other friends who I hadn't seen since I'd left. At the table where I had just been sat a bunch of guys who I'd always play wolf hunt with. Zach, Jared, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And Dylan had huddled a vitamin water. Pay up. Man, we won the bet. Zach laughed, staring at Jared and Ricky. Dylan, who sat beside Zach, smirked. Fine, but I didn't really think Dom would do that to his own best friend. Ricky sighed, counting a wad of cash in his hands. They're talking about Dominic. But what bet? I thought curiously, stepping in a little bit more to hear better. These were the guys in Dom's main crew, so what were they doing? He's a beta pro. Why would he want someone like her to be his mate? Dylan snorted, eyeing the cash in Ricky's hands. I became still in an instant, as I realized what the bet was about. They were talking about me. Those idiots had bet D that Dominic would reject me, and it made me furious. They had no right to laugh and bet money on something so serious and painful. Those jerks had been my friends nearly months ago. Friends who I had trusted for many years. Was I really that pathetic and so much of a loser that they already assumed Dom was going to reject me? I was angry and hurt, and I wasn't going to let the tears in my eyes fall. I wasn't going to let those guys see my weakness, and show them that I was just going to cry all the time. So, without thinking twice, I stomped into the kitchen with icy cold eyes at the guys. Oh my gosh, I was surprised when he rejected me, I exclaimed, placing a sarcastic smile on my face, stopping at the table. One by one, their eyes landed on me. Dylan's face went pale, Jared's mouth hung open, and Ricky and Zach's eyes went wide. We weren't actually serious. Ricky stumbled, trying to hide the money behind him. How about I take that? I told him, snatching the cash out of hands and storming off. I didn't dare cast another glance behind me as I ran up the stairs, a wall of tears ready to crumble from my eyes. Why were people so cruel? Chapter 5. I got kicked out. In hot, humid air, I stared out the window wishing I was a player in the game of wolf hunt outside. I imagined the fresh air flying against my face in the vast forest. Yet instead I was trapped in my room, sweating in the thick heat. I was wearing baggy shorts, a tank top, and my hair was pulled up with my glasses resting against my nose. And I was still burning. It's not like anyone stopped me from playing. It was the way everyone acted around me. Every situation became 1 times more awkward when I was in it. No one would really talk to me or even try to attempt a conversation, making me feel like I was always invisible. The couple of times I had tried to play Wolf Hunt, Dominic would somehow find an excuse to not play, which really hurt. It was bad enough that he rejected me, and now he didn't even want to be near me. Eventually, I stopped playing. No one noticed, but it was okay. I was fine here comfortably reading. The heat, though, got to me today, and it's like my body involuntarily led me to the window at my room to watch a shirtless 17-year-old Dominic content lie running around. Was his smile even real? Did he not feel the mate pull that tugged helplessly at my own heart every day? I shook the thought from my mind and pulled away from the window, returning to feast on my endless stash of candy, courtesy of Amber. I knew I should have cut down on the candy and mini chocolate bars, judging by the breakouts on my face. But lately, food was the only thing that never let me down. Besides, Amber had always told me to put my fast metabolism to good use. On top of that, Luna Roberta was constantly lashing out on me for nowadays. 1 year had not only changed me, but Luna Roberta as well. Ever since our alpha passed away, she went from a kind and caring woman to a cranky and sassy one. I knew it was probably really hard on her to lead the pack without a mate and raise a young son on top of all of that. But it was funny how she'd take out her anger on me of all people when she downright knew that I had my own suffering to deal with. I guess life wasn't fair. All of a sudden, the pack of Smarties in my hand dropped when the abundant scent of pine and cinnamon bursted through my nose. Why was he in my room? His stormy grey eyes met mine. That second where we made eye contact for the first time in a year seemed to go on for an eternity. I couldn't take my eyes away as I numbly realized how much I had missed his. I wanted to break contact, but my inner wolf was in full control. He cleared his throat. Sorry. He turned around and my eyes trailed down to his back muscles. Ever since the alpha was gone, he had trained harder as a beta since he attained more power and strength. It killed me how it made him look 50 times better. Still not processing what exactly just happened in the last few moments. I slowly got off my bed to close my door, but he instantly turned around and grabbed my hand, sending a shitload of sparks to shake through my veins. My heart began beating rapidly as I held onto his hand for no reason. We simply stood there, thick tension dancing in the air. Had it really been a year? I felt the need to hold on to him forever and never let him go. But I knew that it was all the mate pull which was essentially stronger now. By the way his grey eyes darkened, I knew his own inner wolf was uncontrollable as well. You feel the mate pull too, right? His deep voice pierced the heavy silence. I was at an utter loss for words. He was actually speaking to me. I nodded stiffly, glancing at his hand gripped on my wrist, sparks still trembling inside of me. It needs to stop. I can't handle it anymore, he murmured. I blinked. My heart involuntarily fluttered. Hope, a feeling I hadn't felt in quite a while, planted the tiniest seed in my fragmented heart. All of that waiting, all of that pain, it would finally leave me alone. He finally wanted me. It seemed so impossible yet so real at the same time. But when I made the mistake of looking at his earnest face, I felt like I was falling in love all over again. We could finally be together. Unless, I need to find another mate, he muttered, fast like fire. I tore my hand away from his. The words another mate echoed in my mind, killing me softly. I wanted to beg, plead, just straight out ask him why I wasn't good enough, why I was so good and unwanted. He still continued to speak, every word would like a fierce dagger puncturing me. My rank is higher now and I need a mate. It looks bad on me, especially when rival packs come to visit since I'm a beta. I just wanted to let you understand. All of that collective anger, sadness, and mix of emotions that I'd been holding and were finally ready to explode. That was the last straw. You want me to understand? I whispered, my voice shaking. You want me to understand that I mean nothing to you, that I'm worthless, Is this all about your reputation? Or was I too blind to see how much of a jerk you've become? You've changed, and you're nothing like that boy I met all of those years ago who became my closest friend, who held me when I had those nightmares. Who even are you anymore? Definitely not him. I can't believe you came to tell me this of all of the things. Like you need my permission or something. FYI, you're the one who rejected me. Well, good luck Dominic F.A.L. Brooke in finding a mate. 'Cause an imbecile like you will need all of the fucking luck you can get. And without thinking, with anger coursing through my blood, I slapped him hard across his face, tears streaming down my face. And that felt good. He was stunned. But before he could muster up anything, another voice interrupted. How dare you disrespect the beta like that? Luna Roberta looked furious. Her hazel eyes were on fire as she looked at me with disgust. Get the hell out of my pack. Destined as a wolf. I could do nothing but obey. The word that I got kicked out spread faster than a forest fire. At only 17, I was the youngest ever wolf to be kicked out of the pack. I didn't even feel angry. I didn't feel sad. Life itself had drained away my emotions, leaving nothing but a corpse with a beating heart. You're only 17. You can't be a rogue. Amber cried for the 100th time. Yes, I can. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'll be able to survive out there on my own. Yeah, survive for a day. I rolled my eyes. Amber, why are you freaking out more than me? Flopping down on my bed. The very bed that I'd get to sleep on for the last night. I'm only concerned because you're not concerned at all. You know how dangerous it is for lone wolves to be by themselves. They're constantly getting hunted. You can't just expect to live out on your own and miraculously be found by a hot alpha who'll be your mate. This isn't like those stories, Dee. This is real life. Amber exclaimed. Her normally bright blue eyes were dark. Flecks of navy blue scattered across of them signifying that she really was concerned. Wait, I have an idea. I blurted. Amber immediately shot up from her slouch position against my pillow, her attention all on me. How about? I began. You go to sleep and forget about me like everyone else. She looked genuinely annoyed. Alpha Hunter's funeral is tomorrow. Right after that you have to hear. Amber reminded me. Tell me again why his funeral is tomorrow. Didn't he die all those months ago back when I was in the forest? How do you not know? And beside, someone horrible person drowned him in that huge river by the west side of the forest, and they recently just found his body, which confirmed that he is actually dead. It's only fitting to have his funeral when we know that he's really dead and not just missing. Now can you stop being so negative and just be yourself again? Oh, how bad I wanted to tell her that every single night I'd wished to the moon goddess to be myself again. To be happy. To have a life. But a year can change a person, whether they liked it or not. So if I felt like being pessimistic, then there was nothing I could do about it. It just sucked for me. I don't think I have a black dress for his funeral. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Trying to change the subject, Amber leapt up, her golden ponytail swinging behind her. She stood in front of my almost empty closet, rummaging through heaps of random articles. Why aren't you bringing half of these clothes? Dee, she asked, flinging them onto the bed. I loosely picked one up and flung it back in her direction. I don't even know where I'll end up. I'm not going to lug around my wardrobe everywhere if I'm living up in a tree. Amber stiffened angrily. Honestly, the next time you... Wait, I found something. She pulled out a lacy black dress. It was one I had gotten for my birthday last year from some of the guys. It looked similar to the one Amber as owner had gotten me, but it was rarely worn. Only that one time on my birthday. Do you think it'll still fit? She murmured, tossing it to me. I examined the flimsy thing and nodded. Come on. I'm practically a runt. When do I ever gain weight? I remarked, placing it on top of my bag, which was packed with essentials. You're not a runt, Dee, but you do have a fast metabolism. Amber agreed. But really, I can still try to talk to Lula Roberta one more time if you want. Leave it. I protested. We both know I'm done for. You should have seen her face yesterday. Let's just accept the facts and get some freaking sleep. Chapter 6. Do I look like a serial killer to you? As usual, it was a sleepless night. I had tossed and turned, flipped over my pillow an innumerable amount of times, and had thought about what would happen to me. In front of Amber, I pretended like I didn't really care, but in reality, I was freaking out. I knew there was no way in hell someone as young as me would be able to survive out there on my own as a rogue. I had always heard chilling stories of rogues being brutally hunted or captured by opposing packs. Would I be the next wolf they tell stories about like that? The thought terrified me, but Amber didn't need to know that. After a few measly hours of sleep, when dawn finally decided to arrive, I got up and stretched. I noticed that after Amber left last night, she took the time to organize my closet. She was always thinking ahead. After taking a shower, I slipped on the dress. I tried hard to not think about last year, about how hopeful and happy I was in this dress. Now I was everything but that. I didn't bother with my hair, and just settled with a messy side braid. I perched my glasses on my nose and slipped on a pair of Converse. I walked out of the bathroom, ready to leave my life behind here. Looking back at my room for one last time, memories of my late childhood ripped through my mind. I remembered the first time I came here 9 years ago. Totally clueless, lost, but wondrous. My eyes flitted to the one floorboard that would always creak loudly if anyone stepped on it, and I remembered how Dominic would sneak into my room when I had nightmares, and was always careful to tiptoe over it. I looked in my small closet, and thought about that one time when Dominic was 12. He had hidden in it to scare me, but I had pushed him so hard that he fell and had broken his arm. I silently snickered at that memory. I looked at my bed, and remembered all of the times Amber, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And I would watch horror movies in the dead of the night and try hard to not scream and wake up the pack. Every sport had a memory tied with it, and there would be no more to make. I guess it really was goodbye. Swinging my bag over my shoulder, I walked out of room 210 and took a deep breath, heading downstairs. I could feel multiple sets of eyes on me, ranging from innocent naive ones to wise and harsh ones. Normally, I hid any sign of emotion on my face, but today, I awkwardly gave a side smile, silently thanking everyone for the memories at this pack. Before reaching the front doors, I waited for a fraction of a second. My inner wolf didn't want to leave. It belonged to this place, and was loyal to it. But me, I didn't belong here anymore. I yanked the door open and gasped at how many people were here for our late Alpha's funeral. I noticed that there were quite a few neighboring packs and surprisingly picked out some humans as well. Normally, us wolves didn't really interact with humans and were always cautious to make sure that they never found out about us. Alpha Hunter, though, had been a kind and warm-hearted man. Everyone had admired him. Maybe that was why he had let me in all of those years ago, because he welcomed everyone with open arms. Move out of the way. Kid spat a voice. I squinted up to see Finley, a guy who used to be my good friend. Ever since I got rejected and the rumors had spread, he made sure that I felt like an outcast even more. But since this was my last day here, I wouldn't go silent. So you're calling me a kid, when you have the brain of an 8-year-old? I shot back, my heart hammering in anxiety. If this was only last year, we would have laughed and continued to fire back insults at each other. But by the way his silver eyes gleamed with anger, and his fangs bared, I knew this wasn't us just joking around anymore. Shut the hell up. You freaking look like a goddamn 8-year-old. No wonder Dom rejected you, he retorted. I couldn't manage to say anything back. I just stood there, absolutely dumbfounded. I couldn't believe that Finn would ever say that to me. He stalked off, roaring in laughter with the other guys. Need some aloe vera for that burn. Someone hollered out behind me. I ignored it and quickly spotted out Amber and walked towards her embarrassment. I tapped her on the shoulder, and when she turned around, my mouth hung open. Aside from her long tufts of golden blonde hair and her perfectly done makeup, she was practically glowing. Her ocean-colored eyes were crystal clear, almost shimmering, and the happy aura surrounding her seemed to radiate off of her. Hey, Amber. Confused as to why my normally cool best friend was looking bubblier than a chipmunk with rabies. She began, smiling. This is my mate, Connor, and as she said his name, she blushed, and I couldn't help but smile back. She looked so happy. The boy who stood behind her had light blonde hair, killer golden eyes, and a well-structured face. I could tell he was powerful, and by his unfamiliar scent, he was from one of our allied packs. Hey, he said coolly, placing his arm around Amber as if they'd been together for years instead of 5 minutes. I awkwardly waved back a hello. Nice to meet you. I'm Dee, I replied, glancing away from the couple. My heart lurched when I remembered the exact feeling of when I had found my mate. I remembered the excitement, the hopefulness, and generally how blessed I felt. I knew I couldn't ruin this moment for Amber, just because my own life wasn't exactly a fairy tale. Maybe I should have left the couple alone. Yeah. So, I gotta go. Amber snapped out of a hazy trance and grabbed my arm, quicker than the speed of light. I'll be back in a sec. She smiled shyly at Connor and dragged me away from the crowd. It was so weird seeing my confident and badass best friend acting this way. But the minute she faced me, I knew her boldness was back. Dee, what are we actually going to do about you? I'm going to have to move to Connor's pack, because he's an alpha and all. But maybe I could ask if you could come too. She chirped. It's not possible. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. First of all, I don't think the neighboring pack would want someone who's been kicked out. And second of all, I'm not your pet that you can simply bring around everywhere. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Amber's eyes began to water, and I started shaking my head. Oh no. No, 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 no. I yelped. Amber, you're not going to cry. You are the baddest bitch and, no. Tears began to spill hopelessly down her hurt face. You can't be out there alone. Hell, I don't want to say goodbye. She whimpered. I'll be fine, I stated firmly, knowing damn well that nothing was going to be okay. Destiny, please, she cried. My eyes widened in surprise. I had only told her my full name once, and that had been 7 years ago. I had always been known as Dee to everyone, so how did she even remember such a small detail about me? Destiny, you can't be a rogue. You're going to die out there, and I can't imagine. I was about to reassure her when a voice suddenly interrupted us. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. I suggest you come with me and join my pack. I turned around ready to knock out the idiot who drudly eavesdropped on our emotional moment, but was utterly shocked to see that the guy looked nowhere near like he lived here. He was outrageously tall, with 2 or less of dark brown hair, an ever so slightly crooked nose, and captivating mature green eyes that seemed to balance out his boyishness. Who in the name of flying fucks are you? I whispered, my eyebrows furrowing. The guy only chuckled casually, as if I told him a joke. His towering frame stood well over me, and he raised his eyebrows. That's not important. I think you should be making a decision right now. Almost demanding me, right now. My eyes popping. I think it is pretty important to know who you are. For all I know, you could be a serial killer. The guy rolled his eyes. Do I look like a serial killer to you? To be honest, he actually didn't. He wore jeans, a t-shirt, and a light brown coat slouched over his arm. He looked harmless, but of course I wouldn't admit that and give him the satisfaction being the stubborn person I was. So I shrugged. Fine. Good luck being a rogue. Turning around ready to stroll off now, I yelled. Okay, what pack are you even from? Arctic Lights. It's around 70 hours up north. Turning around to face me again. The Arctic lights. No way. Those were the crazy white wolves who lived in 20ft deep snow. But the thing that stuck out to me was that the Arctic lights were one of our enemy packs. And I couldn't just trust a random stranger. Look, girl. I'm trying to help you. Either come with me, or die out there. Glancing at his watch. Well, he was straight up. But what he was saying was true. I was going to die out there. And this was probably the most irresponsible, reckless, and spontaneous thing I had ever done in my life, but I said, "Yes, I'm coming." I nodded firmly. I immediately regretted it though. What had I just agreed to? What if this guy really was a serial killer? Why would he want to kill me though? He didn't even know me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Maybe he was a psycho rapist on the loose feasting on random. So you might want to stop overthinking and change into something warmer. Because we have a train to catch. He muttered nonchalantly. I blushed in embarrassment. Was I that easy to read? Yeah. I'll be right back. I scurried off, grabbing Amber's arm behind me, who was still silent. The moment I was away from the guy's presence, she broke out into a huge grin. I'm so relieved. She gushed, embracing me into a giant hug which I returned. I smiled as we made our way to her room on the first floor. Amber, I think that was the stupidest thing I have ever done. I admitted, but I had no other options. Anyways, you're great. You know that. Now go with your mate. I'll say bye to you before I leave. She beamed, hugging me again before running back to her new sweetheart. Little did I know that that would be my final goodbye to my beloved best friend. The minute I stepped out in a pair of black jeans and an olive green sweatshirt with my bag over my shoulder, the guy had dragged me away because we had a train to catch. I'm sitting outside the Alpha's room, waiting for unknown fate, while inside, I'm mourning a home I never really had. Is this what they call a sense of belonging? Chapter 7, I'm not a stalker. Yeah? The soft rhythmic hum of the moving train was enough to keep me away from my thoughts. For a while at least. It wasn't long before they began pelting down ferociously on my mind once again. I didn't even know who this guy was. Yet here I was sitting next to him in a train that could lead me to anywhere. The fact that he'd let some random stranger into his pack, which was hundreds of miles away, seemed a little too nice. And what was he doing at my dead Alpha's funeral in the first place? Just the thought of this mysterious creep made head hurt. It had been quite a while since I had thought about another guy besides Dom. I didn't like it, and neither did the wolf inside of me. I yawned. What time was it? I began digging around in my bag, which rested near my shoes, for my phone. My heart began hammering when I realized that I had forgotten my phone. Of all the damn things. I groaned and peered over at the guy's leather watch, which read 330. I shook my head. I guess I was stuck on this train for 7 more hours, without my books or my phone. Of course I had packed all of my books. I would never forget those. But they were resting in my other bag, which was on the storage shelf above our seat, since I was sitting in the window aisle. That meant that I would have to get up, move past the guy and then wake him up so he could get my bag since I couldn't reach it. That would be too much hassle and I didn't want to sleep anyways. But man, I was bored as hell. The same green trees had been blowing past my window endlessly, leaving me with nothing to do. Even the other passengers seemed to be occupied with something. One man was tapping away ferociously on his iPhone, probably busy with a game. A couple were snuggled together and whispering sweetly. One woman was engrossed in a novel, and I really wanted to reach out of my seat and capture the book for myself, hungry to dive into another world. My eyes quickly darted to the guy's bag on the floor. My brain told me to stay put and not touch someone else's personal belongings. But my curiosity blocked out the logical side in me, carefully leaning down from the plush seat. I glanced at the guy, making sure he was still fast asleep, and then swiftly captured the bag and gently put it down on the right side of my seat. Out of his vision, I zipped open the brown suede bag to see a wallet, a water bottle, a cell phone which looked unused, and a clipboard with a bunch of papers on it. The thing that caught my eye, though, was a thick book that looked well loved, gingerly pulling the red, worn-out paperback out of the bag. My eyes gleefully widened at the title, Dracula by Bram Stoker. I always loved a good classic. I gently zipped the bag back closed and placed it back down to its original position where it had rested a few minutes ago. I eagerly flipped open the book to see a North Star, written on the inside cover, with impeccably neat handwriting that meant his name could have been Aaron or Andrew or anything with the letter A. I turned the crisp pages of the book to the first one and happily nestled into the corner of my seat, sinking into it. The good thing about books was that they'd never change, whether you were in your bedroom or on a train to your new life. I didn't know how long I'd read for, how much time had passed, but on around page 135, my eyes fluttered and I set the book down on my chest. Perhaps I would close my eyes for a minute, but before that minute turned into a long restful sleep, I smiled at a few snowflakes which stood outside through my window. Spetsy tea, I groaned. Who was trying to wake me up while I was so comfortable and warm? Spetsy tea. They were at my ear now. Shut up, Dom. But when my eyes opened, it wasn't Dom, and as I saw the guy look at me with confusion, I remembered everything. My face turned red. I would probably never stop embarrassing myself. The guy smiled in response, to dimples becoming apparent. Don't know who that is, but we've arrived, he announced. I sat up straight up and glimpsed out the window. I gasped at the massive pine trees covered in thick folds of white snow. It was snowing like crazy and I couldn't help but stare in awe. Back at my old pack. This scene was rare. You look like a 5-year-old. Now come on. He snickered behind me. He stood up with his bag and I followed after him, swinging my own over my shoulder. I stretched out my limbs. I was ready to get off this claustrophobic train. It's cold out there. I don't think so. The guy turned around and said firmly, stopping me from getting off the train. He pulled out a gray-knitted hat from his bag and pulled it on my head. I don't want to wear this, I complained, as we stepped off the train, adjusting the hat. The sharp cold air hit my face and I shivered. Wow, you really are a 5-year-old, the guy muttered, walking away from the commotion and passengers. By the way, my grandmother made that for me. Well, tell her to step up her knitting game, I replied, my boots scrunching on the ground, which was covered in a blanket of crisp snow. Fine, I will tell her that, he said brightly. If she weren't dead. I stopped in my tracks and my mouth formed an oh my god. I'm so sorry. It's all right, he chuckled. Come on, let's go get something hot to drink. He began walking away from the pack station and I followed him. You don't need to get me anything. I'm fine. To my agent extraordinaire, Maylin Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I mean, you've already. He turned around, his tufts of light brown hair already covered in snowflakes. I didn't say it was for you. I just haven't had my dose of coffee today. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. So there we were, two strangers sitting in a toasty coffee shop sipping on hot drinks. The guy drank a black coffee while I drank a peppermint hot chocolate, which was delicious. On the way here, we had passed a Starbucks, and the guy snorted and muttered something about being ridiculously expensive. I had agreed, but when we had stopped in front of a crusty little coffee shop, I'd regretted not stopping there. My mind instantly changed as soon as we'd walked in. The delectable and inviting smells of rich coffee and dark chocolate carelessly through my nose, removing all former thoughts of Starbucks. I'd noticed that the guy seemed to be familiar with a lot of people here. Not only customers but employees too. He seemed so comfortable sitting there in silence, sipping his black coffee and gazing wordlessly out the window. All throughout my life, I had always been surrounded by alive and talkative people, like Amber and Dominic. But this guy reminded me so much of quiet and mature Arizona. I didn't mind though. I was such an awkward person, it's not like I would be able to make conversation anyways. What would I say? Hey stranger, I'm sorry you had to deal with me and bring me all the way over here. Also sorry about Pashi stealing your book. I don't think so. So we just sat there. After a few minutes, he cleared his throat. Ahem. I met his serious green eyes. What is it? Tearing my eyes away from the snow outside, I realized, he began, slightly laughing, that I forgot to introduce myself properly. I'm Alexander North, but everyone calls me Alex. I'm assuming you're Destiny. I blinked. How the hell did he know my real name? I never told him my full name, let alone my nickname. I'm not a stalker. You've easy as a love. I heard your friend call you that. He quickly mentioned. I was about to correct him and tell him to call me D, but if this was going to be my fresh start, then it wouldn't hurt to be called Destiny once again. Yeah, I'm Destiny. Destiny Evans. He furrowed his brows and rested his chin in his hands. Evans. He trailed off. I instantly looked away, a feeling of sadness washing through me. It wasn't my fault that my father was a human. A poor helpless human, fighting to stay alive every day. It made me glad that I was just one more weight lifted from his shoulders. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We should get going now. Alpha Jace won't be too happy if I come any later, he declared, standing up. He drained his mug and then set it down. I stood up as well, fumbling through my pockets for some change. No need, he said calmly, walking towards the exit. My eyes grew wide. You're just going to leave? I furiously whispered. On his tracks. He opened the door and the harsh wind whipped me in the face. Ah, so I was a serial killer, and now I've been downgraded to a thief. Quite an imagination you've got there. Destiny. He smirked all too casually. I work there part-time. He walked towards a thick pine forest across the street. It was huge and looked like it was an endless sea of snow-capped trees. We're going to change forms, he said when we made it into the forest. I stopped him. Out here in the cold. What? To where agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I questioned. Was this Alex guy crazy or something? Calm down. There's an outhouse on your far left. Hurry. I was frazzled, but I ran into it and stripped off my clothing and took off my glasses as fast as I could and transformed. I piled my clothes into my bag. My teeth chattered as my bones expanded and my limbs grew shaggier and longer. When my thick coat of fur finally covered me, I grabbed my bag in my mouth and dashed out. I spotted a light brown wolf. So light it was almost golden and seemed to have a white gleam to its fur. When I saw its familiar green eyes, I hopped to the wolf. Alex tilted his head, indicating for me to follow. I rustled my fur and followed his steady footprints in the quiet evergreen forest. It wasn't hard to keep up behind him, as not only did I have his snowy footprints to follow, but I was fast. After I had agreed to go with Alex all of those hours ago, I had wished for a social companion. Although now I was glad he didn't talk much, it gave me time to gaze at the wondrous beauty around me. After a couple more minutes of dodging pine trees and trudging through snow, Alex turned around and nodded his head, telling me that we were here. Various scents drifted around me, and they were so different than what I was used to. Back home, everyone had a breezy, summery type of tropical scent, whereas everything that I smelled right now consisted of peppermint, vanilla, cocoa, and more. As soon as Alex and I finally got out of the forest, I gaped at a giant white marble mansion that was definitely much larger than my old pack house. It looked intimidating. I then noticed the other wolves around me and blinked at their beautiful white fur, and they stared back at me. A few of the bigger wolves growled at me while others barked to each other in confusion. I kept my head low and trotted a bit closer to Alex, just to be on the safe side. Alex seemed to be ignoring everyone and simply walked past them without a second glance, although it didn't seem to be an authoritative way. I even realized after a few seconds that the wolves were growling more at him than me. He nudged open the large white doors, walked in. I hesitated for a second, not fully ready to walk into another pack house. After a couple of moments I made my way in. I didn't have time to look around at my surroundings as Alex began running down a hallway. I dashed after him and stopped when we reached a large black door. I could feel the aura of power. I looked up and saw the engraved golden letters which read Alpha. Crap. I hadn't been prepared to talk to an alpha. Nonetheless, Alex began barking at the door and wolves passing by glared at him. I was about to shoo them off, but then the door creaked open. A massive black wolf with golden eyes like a king's growled. My eyes darted to Alex's wolf, which was leaner than the alpha. The alpha didn't even take one look at me before he walked back into his room. Alex pointed his head to a bathroom and then walked in after his leader. The door shut in my face and I let out a breath that I hadn't known I'd been holding. I guess it was time for me to transform back and out of my auburn wolf. Now I'd be in an unfamiliar pack without my impeccable wolf senses and just a crusty pair of glasses. So this is where my new life would start. Chapter 8. Shakespeare was secretly gay. After what had felt like hours upon hours of sitting against the wall in front of the large menacing door to the alpha's room, Alex walked out. Even though he was still in his wolf form, he looked bewildered but somewhat accomplished. He ran to the bathroom and a few minutes later he came out, fully clothed and brown hair tousled. To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Since you don't have your own room yet, you'll be staying in mine, he declared, standing in front of me. I instantly stood up, my inner wolf growling with cautiousness. I don't think that's a good idea. I mean, he laughed, cutting me off. Calm down. Destiny. I'll be staying in Lucy's room. I sighed in relief. He had a mate and I had nothing to worry about. Well, I never got to thank you properly. So unthanks. It really means a lot to me and I just want you to know that I appreciate it that you brought me here. I mentioned. Yeah. To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He replied, smiling at me warmly. I'll go pack up a few things from my room and then you can make yourself right home. Be right back. Home. Was this really home now? It felt so weird. The memory of my mother when she dropped me off at my old pack house and told me that I'd be safe there and she'd come back one day drifted into my mind. As an 8-year-old, it had been hard to adjust to living in such a new environment, but it had been even harder to process the realization that she wasn't going to come back. I was never really a big fan of change, but last year had taught me that life changes whether you'd like it or not. I let the memory slip back into the folds of my mind and thought about what was taking Alex so long. I had grown pretty restless, being in the same spot for a while now. I scooped up my bag and adjusted my messy ponytail. I almost forgot that I was still right outside of the alpha's door. I thanked the moon goddess that I was hidden away from anyone else's view right now. I knew for sure that people would judge me the way a couple of them had outside. It made sense though. Considering I was a new and small wolf from the enemy's pack, they had every right to not include me. Sorry I took a while. I would take you upstairs but I have somewhere to be at the moment. Alex appeared in front of me, wearing a long beige coat and his warm smile. Just go to the 3rd floor and turn to the right. When you see a light turquoise door, use this key. He tossed me a small silver key which I surprisingly caught. Thanks. To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I grinned. Don't mention it. Anyways, I have to get going. I'll catch you later. Love? He waved and ran off. I examined the silver key in my hand and smiled at it. Time to find that turquoise door. After running through 3 flights of wide marble stairs with my petite legs, I was out of breath. The turquoise door wasn't hard to find, and I stood before it and clicked the silver key into it. I opened the door and smiled at the large room in front of me. It had a massive bed with many grey pillows and looked so inviting. The bed was so neatly arranged that I didn't even jump on it, even though the thought came to mind. I slipped off my boots on a mat to the right and then walked over to the bed and sunk in it. I sighted content lying stretched onto it, inhaling the fresh smell of mint and soap and just the freshness of it all. I almost fell asleep right then, but I realized that I was still in the sweatshirt and jeans I was a while ago. I furrowed my eyebrows at the thought of hours ago. It already felt like I'd been here forever. I got off the bed and rummaged through my bag, flinging out some worn sweatpants and a graphic sweatshirt. I also grabbed a clean towel from my bag and headed for a white door which I assumed led to the bathroom. I gaped at the level of organization. The bottles of shampoo and body wash lined up neatly, everything in the drawers uncluttered and orderly. The mirror was shiny. Enthusiasm and the sink and shower was spotless. Alex must have been a neat freak. After my long shower, I splayed across the bed again and observed his room. Everything was super tidy and clean. I eyed a row of crisp books atop his white desk and grinned. I guess I would be borrowing some of his books. My eyes flitted over to a picture frame on his desk, proudly displayed in a clean white frame. The picture showed a gorgeous blonde-haired girl with sparkling green eyes and a beautiful smile. So this must have been Alex's mate, Lucy. My heart melted at how sweet it was that he had a picture of her on his desk. It kind of made me happy knowing that even nerds like this guy had good mates. I slipped off my ruddy glasses and placed them on the nightstand beside the bed and let my hair out his ponytail. I nestled into the bed comfortably, tucked in its soft blankets and warmth, swaying away into a dreamless sleep. The sudden creak of a door woke me up, causing me to sit up abruptly. I squinted my eyes to see a wide-eyed Alex slipping on a familiar dark apron and a name tag. I tried to stifle my laugh, but I couldn't help it. He looked like such a dork in his barista outfit. Sorry, I forgot my uniform. Grabbing a pair of keys off the desk. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I mumbled sleepily, laying back down in the massive bed. He said something I couldn't quite make out and then shut the door. As I was about to fall back into my sleep, my stomach grumbled loudly. Now that I was hungry, sleep was definitely beyond my reach. I weighed the options in my head. I could either go out and explore the mansion, pack house, and grab a few bites, or I could stay here in the comfort of all of these pillows and warm blankets. The latter seemed so much more appealing to me, but I'd have to come out of the room sooner or later. Right. And now that I was calling myself Destiny again, I could be a new person, instead of being lazy. Maybe now I could be a morning person. But even the thought of being a morning person was tiring. Yet the thought of food was so much more welcoming. I managed to crawl out of the bed and made my hair look somewhat acceptable. I straightened out my sweatshirt and debated whether I should have changed out of my sweatpants. Should I really make a good first impression? Whatever. People would judge me either way. I opened the door and stepped outside into the strangely empty hallway. Vastly different from my old pack house, which was always bustling with noise and people. I found the massive marble staircase and took some time coming down the stairs. I passed by some wolves who all saw me coming and moved to the other side of the staircase. They'd probably noticed my unfamiliar scent. Wait, what did I even smell like? I felt very uncomfortable, not only from the fact that I was clearly an outsider and that this would never be my real home, but I felt more left out than I did at my old pack house. I stopped in the middle of the stairs, deep in thought. I dealt with being invisible for a good year, and it had terrified me of how fast people could leave you. People I'd known my whole life. People who'd seen me laugh, cry and smile. They left me in a matter of days. I hadn't even known people were capable of that. Hey new girl, you lost. I jumped slightly at the voice that fractured my thoughts and turned around. I came face to face with the pretty girl's tall, bronze, and almost identical. No, I stuttered, thinking of what to say. Oh no, I'm not lost. Sometimes I like to block the stairway and think about my demented life. How about you? Shut up. Ro, I'm sorry about her. She's just joking. The girl on the right piped up. What's your name? Destiny. I tried to smile, but my very few social skills decided to disappear. How convenient. That's a pretty name. I'm Rory, the girl on the left said. And this is obviously my twin sister. Rosalind. She gestured to the girl on the right. I raised my eyebrows at the name, Rosalind. Rosalind from As You Like It. Shakespeare. I blurted out. Rosalind smiled brightly. Wow, Destiny. You're one of the few people who actually know that. I'm impressed. Rosalind exclaimed. Yeah. My mom was a big fan of Shakespeare, so that's why she named me this. Theft. Thank God I got the normal name. Personally, I think Shakespeare was secretly gay and was drunk whilst writing those plays. Rory laughed. I laughed as well as Rosalind elbowed her. These twins were funny and super nice. Destiny, he thinks it's nice. Rosalind growled at her sister. I nodded. In agreement. So old are ya? Destiny? Questioned Rory. I'm 17. I replied, ignoring the popping eyes at my answer. Oh, you're so cute and small though. I smiled weakly in response. Did Dominic just see me as a small and cute little girl and nothing evermore? I shook my head slightly. I had to stop thinking about him. Stupid Maple. Hey, she didn't mean it. Rosalind scolded. Rory's 19, but she acts like she's 5. Don't take anything she says seriously. Aha, I'll keep that in mind. Anyways, it was so nice meeting you guys. But I'm going to go grab something to eat if you don't mind. They nodded together, and for a second, I couldn't tell them apart. I then remembered that Rory was the one with small scar by her chin and Rosalind had a beauty mark near her eye. If you want to hang out, our room is on the 1st floor. Hollered Rory as they walked up the stairs and waved. I nodded and continued down the stairs. I couldn't process the fact that I had actually made some friends who acknowledged me as a normal person. It was a great feeling. Once I finally made it downstairs, the smell of freshly baked cookies hit my nose, and my stomach let out a low grumble in response. The smell led to a white marble kitchen, and I found a young girl and boy with cookie batter smeared on their white aprons. They looked at me and stopped whatever they were doing and began whispering, as if I wasn't there. Maybe I should come back at another time. I could immediately sense the authority and moved to the side, letting the woman enter. The woman had long red hair, ferocious golden eyes, and cheekbones sharper than a knife. She was a beautiful Luna. Molly, Kevin, those cookies look wonderful. Although it would be nice if you offered some to our newest member of the pack, she said gently but sternly. The kids didn't think twice before holding up the plate to me. I snagged one off the plate and smiled at them in response, even though I knew I could probably devour all of the cookies. I opened my mouth to say something to them, but my eyes caught the Luna's and I faced her. Thank you. Luna Arcadia. She answered with a warm smile. Luna Arcadia. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Destiny Evans, I replied, trying to ignore her raised eyebrows at my last name. At this point, I wasn't even surprised anymore. Well, feel free to grab some breakfast. Destiny. I don't think Alpha Jace gave you a job yet. Job like a cashier or what? The Luna chuckled at my confused expression. All right. After breakfast, please meet me in my office, which is just down the hall. The white door on the left. She nodded at me, smiled at Molly and Kevin, and gracefully strolled off. Wow, this pack did not like to waste time at all. As I bit into the cookie at last, I almost died right there. It was amazing. So, you like the cookies? Molly shyly asked, her round doe-like eyes peering at me. I nodded enthusiastically. She offered me a plate with some more on them, and I gratefully accepted. Man, how old are you guys? Taking a seat on one of the stools by the countertop. We're 12, Kevin answered, taking off his apron and beginning on the dishes. Wow, when I was 12, I couldn't even make toast without burning it. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I could hear them both snicker, and it made my day knowing that I just made the kids, I'd barely known, laugh. I watched Molly and Kevin whisper together and nudge each other, like best friends, and I couldn't help but be reminded of Dominic and I as kids. Chapter 9, She'd Killed a Smurf. After briefly meeting with Luna Arcadia, who was way nicer than I'd expected, together we'd determine what job would be good for someone my size. After failing to pick up heavy boxes or run fast from room to room, the Luna found a job for me. She told me that I'd be working in one of the offices in the pack house and would help to maintain the pack's deliveries. She explained how the Arctic Lights pack held the largest supply of frozen water, which helped to make our wool strong and healthy as it was really fresh and carried lots of minerals. It was a precious resource that was traded and sold to our neighboring packs. My job was to reply to emails from the other packs and create lists and schedules revolving around what was being traded, sold, and bought. These lists would be given to the driver of the deliveries. After all of that explaining, Luna Arcadia told me that I'd be starting my job tomorrow and would get paid every month. It really surprised me of how organized this pack was. After we'd said our goodbyes, I'd ran to the 3rd floor and arrived there panting. I hadn't really been active for a whole year like I used to be. Maybe I'd go for more runs now, since there were no stupid shirtless jerks who made your heart rate multiply by 1,000 around here. I pushed the turquoise door open and thought about what I'd do for the rest of the day. Staring out of the massive glass window, I watched the snowflakes falling beautifully without a care. Who could ever get sick of a sight like this? Past the snowflakes, the 3rd floor had a view beyond the evergreen forest. I could make out some buildings in an old little downtown area. If I was going to really stay in this pack, it wouldn't be such a bad idea to start getting familiar with the area. I decided to change out of my sweats and into a more appropriate outfit composed of dark skinny jeans and a comfortable oversized baby pink sweater which smelled fondly of my mom's perfume, no matter how many times it had been washed. I adjusted my glasses and quickly tied my hair into a somewhat presentable side fist-8 braid. As I pulled on a pair of short boots, I realized that I didn't have a coat. Back in Meadowville, where my old pack was situated, it was always sunny and warm with mild winters that only required sweaters. It rarely snowed there, which meant that I hadn't needed a coat. But I did now. Oh shit. I then remembered Alex mentioning his mate, Lucy, since the twins were out at the moment. Maybe she could help me. But where could she even be? And what would I say? That I'm staying in a mate's room and needed to steal a jacket? No. I couldn't just walk up to a random girl and ask for a coat. Maybe I'd just sit here and wait till Alex would come back. Although that probably made me come off as an idiot who couldn't do anything by herself. So I should probably leave him alone. So where would I get a jacket? I need to stop freaking overthinking. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If Amber were here, she would have snapped at me and told me to get my ass to business. Unfortunately, I was awkward and Amber wasn't. She didn't know that I dreaded meeting new people. My eyes trailed over to Alex's closet, and as bad as I felt snooping around in his personal belongings, maybe there was a coat I could borrow. Next month when I would get my paycheck, I'd buy myself a coat, right after a few new books. I strode over to the closet and cautiously opened it and gasped when I saw what was inside. It was like a dream come true. No, there wasn't a bunch of nice shoes, makeup, or stacks of money, but a large bookshelf filled with books. Wow, I breathed, flabbergasted at the wondrous sight. I dragged my fingers along the worn-out spines of the books and felt a familiar sense of home rush through me. I pulled out one and smiled. Pride and Prejudice. It seemed like Alex was into classics. I gently flipped it open to the inner title page and saw Loopy at elegant handwriting that read, "You must allow me to tell you how ardently I admire and love you." I smiled at the famous quote by the ever-so-charming character, Mr. Darcy. At the end of the quote it said, "From Lucy." I closed the book and stuck it back where I found it. That was the cutest thing I'd ever seen. Suddenly, there was a startling knock at the door that made me close the closet swiftly. I scrambled to the door and opened it, peering out of it. I blinked in awe at the girl in front of me. She had electric blue hair, cherry red lips, and defined cheekbones, but her sparkling green eyes gave her identity away. She was Lucy. She looked like she killed a Smurf and used it to dye her hair. I felt plain compared to her. Enthusiasm in my sweater and jeans while she looked alive and daring. I noticed that her brows were knitted and she curiously looked at me up and down. "Are you in the wrong room or?" she questioned. I could already tell by her expression that she was assuming things of why I was in her mate's room. "What?" No. "I will." I fumbled. "My name's Destiny God." I was completely embarrassing myself as usual. I don't think there would ever be a day where I would make out a proper sentence without the awkwardness. She grinned and nodded. "Oh, I understand now." "My bad," she replied kindly, her green eyes looking past my shoulder and examining the room. I stepped aside, opening the door wider. "You can come in." "Lucy, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Oops, I'd forgotten that she hadn't even told me her name yet. Did that make me look like a stalker? So Alex has already introduced me without me being there. Again, she commented, rolling her eyes with a smile. I noticed that at the mention of his name, her bold eyes softened. She was going through his desk and then pulled out a piece of paper. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "I thought I'd never find this," she said to me. "Anyways, sorry if I disturbed you. Destiny, I heard you're only 17 and pretty new to the pack. So if you need anything, I'm on the second floor. Room 204. She was about to walk out of the room before I quickly managed to yell out something. "Wait," I yelped. She turned around and raised an eyebrow at me expectantly. "I kind of need a coat and I was just wondering if you had one that I could borrow." Lucy nodded animatedly. "No problem. Follow me." I closed the door behind me and took after her. "Geez, everyone is so nice around here." I mumbled. "Are we?" Lucy laughed. My eyes widened. Oh God, did I just say that out loud? "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Lucy's laughter echoed through the corridor. We leapt down the marble stairs. And surprisingly, I didn't even fall. I continued to follow her to the second floor, which I noticed was a bit more lively than the quiet third floor. People moved past me and a few of them still glanced at me. "The newcomer. You said we're all so nice here," Lucy said, turning a key in a brown door. "Why, what was it like at your old pack?" "It was pretty much straight up, I guess," I quietly replied, fingering the edges of my sweater. There were a million other things I could have said about my old pack, the way they stopped including me, how they isolated me, how my old friends turned on me so fast, but I didn't. I just wanted to forget about all of those things. Besides, no one here had to know how weak and intimidated I'd been. It would just embarrass me even more. "Ah, I see. Anyhow, I bought this coat the other day and after I washed it. Holy crap. It didn't fit me anymore. I didn't know what to do with it, but now I can see that it'll probably fit you." Lucy chortled, stepping into her bedroom. Her room was as big as Alex's upstairs, but she didn't have a humongous bed. The walls were painted pale yellow, and she had an overall bright room. I noted that in the corner of her room laid a bunch of sports equipment ranging from soccer balls to snowboards. As I observed her room, Lucy pulled out a long beige coat with chestnut-colored buttons. I gaped at it. It looked so expensive. Are you sure that's the one?" She beamed and handed it to me. I clutched the soft suede coat in my hand and silently marveled at the thickness and luxurious quality of it. "This would definitely keep me warm in the endless snow out there. It'll look great on you." Lucy smiled. She then glanced at her silver watch and yelped. "Shit, I have to get going." she murmured. "I have a snowboarding tournament very soon." I thanked her and then left her room. Enthusiasm. I shrugged on the coat. To my surprise, it fit snugly and felt comfortable. The material was light, soft, and opulent. Lucy probably wore these type of clothes all of the time. But whatever, clothes didn't define a person. Tell that to Dominic. A voice in my head sneered. That whole other part of me that wouldn't let him go. It would always find a way to connect everything back to him. Such as if I were brushing my teeth. My mind would suddenly remember Dom's all-time favorite brand of toothpaste. Or I could even be thinking about socks and remember how he would always get me a new pair of fuzzy ones for Christmas. It got tedious that I thought about him so often when he probably forgot about me the day he rejected me. It wasn't just the fact that a part of my mind couldn't let him go. It was that every time I'd think about him, a sliver of pain would arrive. Maybe if we hadn't been best friends, then the maple right now wouldn't have been so strong. Why did a rejection have to mentally scar me this way? Yet I didn't regret being his best friend. Hell, even though it had caused me so much pain in the end, I would do it all over again for those breathtaking childhood memories he'd given me. Dom had always been that one goody, cool friend that was always down for adventures. I snickered, remembering that one time when he was 10 and got stuck at the very top of a towering oak tree. I had to call the alpha to get him out and he'd been angry. "Don't stand in the middle of the hallway," demanded a gruff voice, dragging me back to reality. I was about to glare at him, but didn't when I saw a huge guy covered in tattoos in interesting places. "Sorry," I mumbled, moving to the side, letting the enormous man walk past. God, there were so many different types of people in this pack. I thought of graceful Rosalind, Hyperori, athletic Lucy, and of course mature Alex. Would an awkward book nerd like me really fit into this pack? Well, only time would tell. The thought of being an awkward book nerd reminded me that I needed to find some new reading material. I guess it was time to find out whether this town had a library now that I'd successfully acquired a coat. Chapter 10, Fallen in Love with a Library. After making it through the front doors of the pack and stumbling across a variety of different pack members, it was much easier for me to be able to breathe again and not be awkward. I was finally out in the open, inhaling the crisp and cold air, which was so unlike the humid and warm atmosphere back home. I had decided to not change into my wolf form so I could be familiar with this territory with my normal human senses. And after a peaceful and quiet walk through the snow-filled forest, I found my way out easily. In no time, I was strolling through downtown and passed by a small convenience store, a bank, a few restaurants, and the coffee shop where Alex worked at. The most important building, though, was the library. The small town had a nice, rustic charm to it, with beautiful brick buildings, antique lampposts, and polished wood benches. It was like a place I'd always read in books, and with the careless snowflakes drifting around, it was even prettier in real life. I felt as though I was walking around in a giant picturesque snow globe. It was incredible that of all of the places I could have ended up, I ended up here. Even though it was a huge change, I couldn't have been happier. I think a small and quiet town, wintry town, would do me some good. The streets weren't too empty, but they weren't too crowded either. I saw old couples strolling on the sidewalks as if it were a warm day. I saw young couples coming out of the coffee shop, looking content, hand in hand. I spotted wolves mischievously goofing around. I saw people going on with their day. Whenever I passed by a wolf, they'd look me and instantly realize that I was someone new. Obviously from a way different pack, nowhere close to here. Aside from the fact that I was mesmerized by everything around me, they could tell by the color of my eyes that I was new. I'd realized that majority of the Arctic wolves around here had cool eyes, in the brisk colors of blue, green, and teal, while my own eyes were a plain honey brown. But the other wolves just nodded at me and I felt strangely accepted. That feeling of acceptance felt like a nice warm hug. I hadn't felt like this in a long time, and I embraced it. I'd learned that it was something to not take for granted. When I made it to the library, I clutched the cold metal railing and cautiously pattered up the icy stone steps, being careful to not slip and fall on my face and shatter my glasses. Since it was a Tuesday, the library sign read that it would be closing at 8 p.m. It was plenty of time to read and get back to the pack house. I heaved open the grand russet doors and stepped in. I smiled as I was washed in warmth and the smell of ink greeted my nose. It felt like home. I observed the tremendously high ceilings, the plush grey carpet, and obviously the tall bookshelves. The walls were painted the most beautiful shade of olive green, and there were massive glass windows everywhere displaying the scenic streets and carrying in rays of sunlight. I had quite possibly fallen in love with the library. I can tell it's your first time here. Laughter kind. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I swiveled around to see an elderly lady with fluffy grey hair and thin black circular glasses, almost similar to mine. Her large front desk proudly displayed a place card reading her name, Mrs. Winchester. Head librarian. I smiled at her. This library. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I couldn't quite find a good enough word to describe it despite my massive vocabulary. Just well. She laughed again, her hazel eyes filling with joy. It makes me happy to see a young person so intrigued. Many of those youngsters are so caught up in their technological devices nowadays, sighed Mrs. Winchester, nodding her head. I'm assuming you would like a library card. I nodded a little too eagerly, and then stopped my bobbing head quickly, remembering that I was 17, and not a 6-year-old. Oh goody, she beamed. You'll just need to fill out this small form. I accepted the sheet and pen from her and filled out some information. When I handed her back the form, her hazel eyes got even brighter if it was even possible. Destiny. What a lovely name, she exclaimed, beginning to type out the information very slowly on a chunky keyboard. Thank you, I replied, as she handed me a shiny library card. I elegantly signed my name at the back, grinning at the fresh card that would give me access to an innumerable amount of other worlds. You remind me of this one gentleman. He is so eager whenever he comes to pick up books. Such a sweetheart, she mumbled, returning back to her work. I wonder who this sweetheart was, because he was definitely appealing to me. I could definitely use a book-loving boyfriend in my life any day, though I don't think anyone would want to have a clumsy. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and small geek as a girlfriend. I was about to ask for his name when a lurching feeling arrived in my stomach. The name, Dominic, entered my head slyly, whispering it over and over again. I suddenly didn't feel like asking for the name anymore. I bet Dominic's already found a girl by now. I couldn't help but wonder as I searched for a book. It wasn't an unrealistic statement. Girls were always swooning over him. It kind of killed my mood to think about Dom laughing with another girl, going on adventures with her, giving her his signature smirk. I bet all of that was happening right now. Whatever, I thought crudely. I finally picked up a book that seemed interesting and discovered a comfy armchair by the back of the shelves. It faced one of the big windows which showed the falling snowflakes that I couldn't get enough of. I comfortably sunk into the armchair and allowed myself to escape into the crisp pages full of inked words that would take me away from my thoughts. I hadn't even noticed that the sun had set when I finished the 12th chapter of the novel. I closed the book, noting the page I was on, and walked to the front entrance of the library. Cool, Mrs. Winchester looked baffled to see me. Oh, I forgot you were here. Destiny, she chortles. I chuckle sheepishly. Why did I always lose track of time when I read? As she checked out the book for me, I wondered if I'd be able to get to the pack house on my own. It was getting pretty dark, and I still wasn't completely familiar with my surroundings yet. I knew for a fact that Mrs. Winchester wasn't a wolf, so asking her for a ride home definitely wasn't an option. Here you go. Now get home safe. You wouldn't want your parents to worry about you. I smiled in return, trying not to roll my eyes. I left the building pondering why everyone just assumed we were all lucky enough to have parents. The frigid air hugged me, and I squinted through the cold wind, my glasses not shielding my eyes fully. I really needed to get back to the pack house. I looked down the street and saw the coffee shop where Alex worked at. Maybe I'd find a wolf there to help me get home. I walked against the rapid wind, thinking of how stupid I was. I was already lost. Luckily, though, the smell of dark roast coffee had wafted into my nose pleasantly and gave me some comfort. As I trudged open the door, I was enveloped in the calming scent. I sauntered in looking around for any wolves that I might recognize from the pack. I noticed wolves, but not any that seemed familiar to me. I slipped into an empty booth by the side and almost laughed when I saw who was at the counter, serving people. Alex was there, in a dark-colored apron giving customers his dimpled smile. I watched him for a few minutes joking around with the other baristas, chatting with customers, and sometimes completely zoning out. I shook my head. Staring at Alex's work wouldn't get me home, and I probably looked like a major creep. A large figure walked past my booth, and I recognized his scent and shot up from my seat, tapping him bluntly. I had smelled it somewhere in the pack mansion. He whipped around to face me. What the? Qui my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Meeting my eyes but not recognizing me. You're from the Arctic Lights pack. My voice quiet. He ran a hand through his light blonde hair and knitted his eyebrows together. He studied my murky brown eyes, which didn't fit in here, and probably noticed my summery scent as well. He clearly didn't trust me. I cleared my throat. I'm actually new to the pack. I'm Destiny, I assured him, trailing off. He suddenly smiled. Oh, in that case, you must be lost. He snickered. I could feel my face turning about pink. Was I that easy to read? Don't worry about it, Destiny. It happens to all of the new ones. He gestured for me to follow him as he opened the door and stepped outside. I followed after him, watching my boots make tracks in the new layer of snow. It was satisfying. You'll get used to this pesky snow after a while. He exhaled. So where do ya come from? I don't even know your name and you're asking me that. I snorted, then shut up. I couldn't go around sussing people like it was my old pack anymore. I needed to be nice. Because losing friends was the last thing I needed right now. To my surprise, though, he laughed, stopping beside me in the middle of the forest and laughed. His dark blue eyes glimmered. The name's Fox. I'm 18. I could feel my eyes almost popping out of their sockets. There was no way in hell that there was only 18. But you're so huge, I said slowly, observing his athletic and muscular frame. He looked as surprised as me. Well, I think you're the first person who has unasked about my name, he declared with a grin. Oh yeah, that too, I added with a smile as we continued walking. Well, my scary size comes from the fact that I'm the gamma of Arctic Lights. Oh God, I should have been respectful, but instead I had us ask the gamma. And I get the name Fox from my mum. But why Fox? I mean, this may come off as a surprise, but I'm pretty sure you're a wolf. I joked. Well, my mum had gorgeous fiery red hair and my dad would always joke about how instead of a werewolf, I'd be a fox. He laughed. So, when I was born, they were completely shocked that I had acquired my dad's looks. I had blonde hair, dark blue eyes. I looked nothing like a goddamned fox. My real name's Charlie, but my parents would jokingly call me Fox, and I guess that name stuck. I don't really care though. I find it quite amusing. I smiled to myself as I listened to Fox ramble on about his childhood. It was nice to hear stories of his parents and his memories as child. He seemed like such a happy guy. And the fact that he'd told this all to someone he literally met 10 minutes ago was entertaining. So where does a pretty name like yours come from? Sunshine. Oh well, geez. What do I say? I didn't have any funny childhood stories to tell about my mom or dad. If this was a fresh start, then I decided that I wouldn't bring them up at all. Yeah, I think it was my dad or something who gave me this name. which resulted in all of the puns that people use when they meet me. I explained. It was true. My dad had given me this name, but I had totally skipped the part of how he'd named me Destiny because he thought I would help him. What a joke. I was nothing but a useless child who turned out to be an unwanted little wolf pup. After a few more minutes of walking and talking, Fox and I made it to the pack house. I was happy that I'd made another friend, who might I say was attractive and humorous. Anyways, it was nice meeting you. I got a bunch of important gamma stuff to do tomorrow. But I need to tell ya one thing, he said while I stood at the foot of the staircase. I really enjoyed talking to you two. Fox, and yeah. What is it? I think it was destiny that we met. He dashed off, leaving me there to shake my head. Fox was quite a guy. Chapter 11. I don't think I want a sugar daddy. You know, Destiny, you're doing quite well at this job so far. You're working very efficiently. So today you'll be working on the emails and lists. Luna Arcadia beamed, her golden eyes bright. I'm actually not surprised though. I've seen you run off to the library multiple times this week. That's when I knew you were perfectly capable of doing this job. I grinned. Not only was I doing well in my packed job, but the Luna actually noticed what a huge book nerd I was. Our delivery man is actually a very avid reader himself. He's constantly reading in between his breaks. She added. I was about to ask about the delivery man when a voice yelled out, startling the both of us. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Kate meets you. The authoritative voice lovingly called the Luna by her first name. Although Alpha Jace came across as a scary man, he was a softie at heart. Luna Arcadia rolled her eyes and then waved apologetically at me, dashing off to tend to husband and daughter. They were such a cute family. I stood there at my desk, not knowing what to do. I still had a ton of work left, but the Luna had forgotten to give me the password for the pack email. I sat down in my spinning chair and spun around, letting my mind drift away. I thought about the delivery man who loved to read. Did he have any good book recommendations? I suddenly snickered, imagining a plump man with a thick mustache and a semi-bald head, sitting in his car reading a book while. Why are you spinning around in your chair looking lost? I espied around to see Alexander looming over me. His golden brown hair was rumpled and his green eyes were filled to the brim with amusement. Because I am adjusting my glasses. It was time to bring the sassy part of the oldie back. I was definitely way more comfortable in this pack now. Aren't you always lost? He rolled his eyes. So are you going to help me or are you going to continue being useless and stare at my small height? Not everyone in this pack is a giant. 5-year-old. He mumbled under his breath. I elbowed him. Help me, you old man. I demanded. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm coming, fetus. He replied, logging into the desktop computer and opening up the email. I found it funny how only 3 weeks ago, we'd been merely strangers to one another, and now we were practically brother and sister. Alex showed me the email and password and explained a few things. I thanked him but still had one question. So, who's this famous delivery man I gotta give this to? I questioned. He raised an eyebrow. I'm famous. I almost fell off my chair in a burst of laughter. Alex was the freaking delivery guy. The image of the bald mustache man popped into my head, which made me laugh even harder. What? I kept laughing, unable to stop. Destiny. Holy shit. I don't know when you're going to stop laughing at whatever, but leave the finished lists on the desk in my room every Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. I made myself calm down and I apologized. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My room. Your desk. Got it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Or should I say, delivery man? I smothered a laugh, giving me an annoyed smile. Get to work, Dest. It's Wednesday. I'll catch you later. I said bye and began sorting through emails in my spinning chair, which I grew to love quickly. Every once in a while, the image of the chubby delivery man would come into my head, and I'd need to pretend to cough to suppress my laughter. The other people in the room at their desks gave me weird looks. Oh well. When I finished the list and cleared all of the emails, the others gave me even weirder looks than before. I ignored them and stretched, tired from sitting in the chair for over 2 hours. Eager to get out of the office room, I snatched the completed list and wandered out of the room. Going through the kitchen, I smiled at Molly and Kevin, who beamed back at me. I think they liked me better now, as the past few weeks I'd been chatting with them over breakfast, listening to their humorous stories. I even told them a bunch of stories about Dom and I. Of course I never mentioned his name, but with 2 kids that resembled him and I so closely, I couldn't miss the opportunity of telling them stories of our own. I winked at Kevin, and he tossed me a cookie from afar. I jumped and caught it with my mouth and almost moaned. It was a red velvet cookie, my favorite flavor, baked to warm perfection, almost too perfect for this world. I could hear them snicker as I snagged a few more cookies and dashed to the 3rd floor. When I made it to the front of the turquoise door, I was about to open the door when I noticed it was locked. I even heard voices inside of the room and I realized it was Lucy. And Alex. I don't understand. She cried with clear frustration in her voice. Come on, Lucy. Alex sighed. Christmas is less than 2 months away. You can't just do that. I could tell that he was frustrated as well, which was surprising since he was always so calm. But even so, his voice was gentle as usual. Yes, I can, Lucy replied fiercely. What the hell were they even fighting about? Lucy. His voice even softer than before, getting me goosebumps. Hey, don't cry. Please. And that was all it took for me to back away slowly away from the quarrel that was clearly none of my business. My mind couldn't even process what possibly could have been happening. Did mates normally fight like this? I could tell by Alex's voice that there was so much love in it. He was so delicate with her. Lucy, on the other hand, was full of fire and ice at the same time. Their personalities were so wildly different yet somehow contrasted. Still backing away slowly, a wave of sadness rolled through me out of nowhere. It really sucked how much people took each other for granted. You never knew how much someone meant to you until you lost them. Whoa. You okay? You almost ran into me there. A pair of steady hands were on my shoulders. I spun around to see a startled Fox. When he saw my face, his smile faded. What's wrong? Sunshine. Concern taking over his voice. I swallowed the lump in my throat and forced myself to stand straight. Nothing. I lied, releasing the fierce grip I had on the list. He just stood there, dazed. He ran a hand through his light blonde hair. Well, okay, he replied awkwardly, not quite believing me. I was about to apologize when I heard a loud door slam. Fox's blue eyes wide, and as a flustered Lucy stormed past us, an angry aura surrounding her. I turned around to see Alex, lost in thought as he went back into his room and closed the door. I could see those green eyes filled with despair. Fox, I think I'm going to go check up on him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He nodded and trotted off. I walked up to the door and took a deep breath before knocking on it. Maybe Alex needed space. But sometimes when someone you loved hurt you, you drown in your thoughts. I knew the feeling all too well. It hurt even more to be alone, and no one should go through that, especially not Alex. When I finally came around to knocking on the door, Alex opened the door almost immediately, his green eyes hopeful, but the look faltered when he noticed it was just me. My stomach involuntarily lurched. I had always gotten that look from people in my old pack. The look people gave you when you're just the second choice, and not the first. What the hell would I say? Here's the list. I handed it to him and without saying a word he scanned it over and knitted his eyebrows. What? To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Standing on my tiptoes trying to peer over his shoulders. How did you manage to get this all done so fast? As far as I can tell, there aren't any mistakes on here. Nice job. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Clearly impressed. Whatever sadness was in him a few seconds ago had been masked. He hid it from me, and I didn't want that. I just wanted him to confide in me and trust me. But if I asked him about it, then he'd find out that I'd been eavesdropping. Thanks. I grinned. I stepped into the room and dived onto the bed. I undid my messy side braid and sunk into the bed, closing my eyes in bliss. I lifted one eye open a moment later to catch Alex staring at me from afar. Spest. What's up? I whispered. He blinked then smiled, his crooked smile. Sorry. It's just weird to see someone else in my bed, he replied, placing the list on his desk. So now what? I just have the rest of the day off. I closed my eyes again. That sounded nice, just me and the bed. For the rest of the day. Surrounded by the many grey pillows and the soft blue blanket. Yeah, that sounded absolutely amazing for a loner like me. Well, since you finished so fast. Then yeah, I still can't believe you're actually good at something. I shot up from my position and sat up straight. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? I glared. I'm good at a lot of other things. Like walking and reading effortlessly. Alex laughed and it made me feel 1,000 times better knowing that it was a real one. It wasn't nice to him so upset. I assume you're just going to sleep, read, or eat when you're not working. Perching on the edge of the bed. You know me so well. Old guy. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Content lie flopping back into the pillows. I've been watching you for 3 weeks now. You're pretty easy to read. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. He commented, flopping back on the foot of his bed. He yawned and looked like he could stay in that position forever. Well, you're such a creep. Why have you been watching me? I get it. I'm super pretty, but I don't think I want a sugar daddy. He laughed even more this time, which soon got me laughing along as well. Me, a sugar daddy. Dest. First of all, I'm not that old. I'm only 20. And second of all, I work 2 freaking jobs. I don't think I'm even rich enough to be one. So I'll pass. He grinned. I didn't say anything this time, but just watched Alex at the foot of his bed looking exhausted. I could tell he was a hard worker, and it seemed like he hadn't gotten any proper sleep in a while. He seemed tired in general, not only physically but mentally. Whatever was going on between him and Lucy clearly was draining him even more, and I wished that there was something I could do to help. Eventually, his breathing became steady and shallow, so I slipped off of the bed as stealthily as I could, which was easy since I was on the other side of the bed. I swiftly grabbed the plush blue blanket and lightly draped it over him. He needed his alone time and questionably some real sleep. I grabbed my coat, my boots, and of course, I guess I would read somewhere else, and outside on the massive marble porch sounded nice. Although there was a crazy amount of snow for late October, I liked it for some reason. It had its elegant charm. As I silently made it outside, I found an unoccupied cozy chair at the side of the big porch. I sat down and rested my book on my lap, giving myself time to think. Christmas was coming soon, and it gave me an uneasy feeling. Even though I really loved my new pack so far, I don't think that I'd survive the holidays without my closest friends. I remembered how Amber and I would always go shopping together last minute to get everyone presents. On some nights, Arizona and I would sneak into Amber's room in the dead of the night to watch tacky holiday movies. I remembered how I'd be running around the small wooden pack house helping around with small odd jobs and frequently getting scolded by old people. But the memory that I loved the most was on every Christmas Eve. Dawn would come into my room and we'd stay up until midnight to give each other our presents first. I couldn't just let go of these things. Yet we were all split up now. Arizona moved away to God knows where. Amber was living in a whole new pack with her mate. And Dawn and I were on the other sides of the country with a jeopardized friendship. Who knew things were going to turn out like this? My eyes became misty. No, I told myself. You're not weak anymore. Not everyone receives a second chance to practically restart their life. I took a reassuring breath and shivered when the icy cool air filled my lungs. I shook my head and finally opened my book and began reading. I never thought that a simple ice skating date would become the beginning of my heartbreak. On that Christmas night, I thought I was his choice, until her appearance changed everything. Chapter 12. You remind me of a chipmunk with rabies. The last 2 months flew past me. I had gotten really good at my job, got to know more people, and was slowly letting go of the past. I had even managed to save up enough money to buy myself a new dress for Christmas, which I was trying on at the moment. It wasn't anything too special, but it felt great that I had something brand new that I'd worked hard for. Standing in front of the mirror, I tried not to smile at the dark teal dress that ended near my knees, with its sleeves ending elegantly at my elbows. For the first time in a while, I actually felt good about myself. It was a nice feeling. I was about to adjust the neck a bit when someone knocked on the door. Crap, no one can see me in this yet. Panicking slightly. Dest. Open up. Oh, it was just Alex. Thank God. I scurried to the door and opened it, watching him stroll, and a few seconds later, he placed some papers inside of his white desk and then flopped down on the bed. Sinking into the cushions, he sat up with his light brown locks of hair tousled and his eyebrows raised. Why are you dressed up, nerd? I placed a hand on my hip and gave him a look. Why is it a crime to look this good? I shot back. I heard him chuckle softly as I grabbed a random shirt and a pair of tights from my closet, quickly changing the bathroom. With the dress in my hand, I walked out of the bathroom to see Alex rummaging around through the closet. What are you looking for? Leaning against the wall, watching him tear apart my closet, which I'd finally got around to cleaning yesterday, he grinned like a cat, pulling a pair of worn-out skates that made his green eyes light up. I promised Lucy I'd take her out skating today. We always used to go as kids too, he explained, smiling at the skates like they were old friends. I smiled to myself. I didn't know much about Alex's childhood, except for the fact that most of it was spent with Lucy. I never really bothered to ask more though, because if I got to ask him about his childhood, then he'd obviously want to know more about mine, which was something I wasn't ready to talk about yet. He began wiping off the skates with a damp paper towel from the bathroom as I folded my dress. It took all of my strength to not ask him if I could tag along too. Truthfully, I'd always wanted to learn how to skate, and I knew that Alex would never say no if I asked him. Yet that meant that I'd just ruin his time with Lynn's time with Lucy. They were already on rocky waters, and they needed some time together. Being a constant third wheel sucked, but I felt like that one 5-year-old everyone had to take care of. It would only be a matter of time before they got sick of me as well. So when Alex did come around to asking me if I wanted to come with, I pretended to be really concentrated on fixing the bedsheets. I lied straight through my teeth, claiming that I didn't like skating. Although Alex was one of my really good friends by now, I really didn't have the heart to tell him about me being the third wheel. That would just make everything more awkward, and I had enough awkward inside of me to last a lifetime. When he left, I looked out the window, watching Lucy and Alex walk outside with their skates dangling in their hands. I wished so bad that I was beside them, happily laughing. A sickening pain shot through my chest and I gripped onto the windowsill for support. Loneliness was painful, but my mate Paul made that feeling physical. I staggered over to the bed and crawled into it. I wouldn't let the wave of sadness wash over me. I missed my mom. I missed my best friend. And maybe, just maybe, I missed him. I missed not being alone. Fuck. Someone really just needed to erase my memories already. Spensty. I woke up immediately to the whispered sound in my ear. What time was it? Where was I? It all came back to me when I saw Alex, smiling a crooked grin. He flicked my cheek. Go away. I groaned. You can't just barge into this room whenever you like. I folded myself into a warm blanket cocoon, hoping he would leave me alone. Yes I can. It's my room. Dumbass. Unraveling the blanket. Come get your coat on if you want to make extra money and spend some quality time with your best friend. At the mention of best friend, I idiotically thought of Amber. I then remembered that Amber I hadn't spoken in months. Who's my best friend again? Closing my eyes and shrugging the blanket back on. Wow, I'm hurt. Alex sighed. I would have rolled my eyes if they weren't closed. Why do you always have to bother me? Go pester someone else. You fucktard. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I like to bother you because you act and look like a 12-year-old. It's hilarious. Alex replied. Wow, now I'm definitely not coming. I declared. Destiny. I'm joking. Now seriously. Get up. I dramatically took my blanket off and as slow as I possibly could. I put my glasses on. Alex stood there, looking at me with his eyebrows raised. I smiled innocently and took my sweet time to find a warm sweater and skinny jeans. Looks like I was right about the acting like a 12-year-old part. He murmured, fixing the bed. That comment made me throw the next thing that came into my hand at his head. He picked it up, his eyes wide, and he threw my bra back at me. You should probably wear that. It's not like I need it. I was 17 but flat as a pancake. Alex shook his head and rolled his eyes. Tell me you're joking. Moving around some papers on his desk. I'm not. But don't worry. I'm wearing a huge-ass sweater. I'll be fine. I called out, slipping into the bathroom to freshen up. I came back out with a messy bun, skinny jeans, and yes, indeed, my huge-ass sweater. Alex handed me my coat and boots and I slipped them on. Lit the way. Broccoli. I demanded why he held the door open for me. Walking beside me down the hallway, he furrowed his brows. Did you seriously just call me broccoli back there? He asked. Yep. What does that even have to do with anything? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Running a hand through his unbrushed hair. Well, your eyes are as green as broccoli. And that was the first thing that came to mind. I admitted. So you just like to stare into my eyes then? I get it, they're beautiful. Dest. But stop being such a creep. I elbowed him. Why don't you freaking brush your hair before calling me a creep? I retorted, leaping down the stairs. But of course, he was fast and caught up to me. I swear. You told me just yesterday how nice my natural hair color was. Dodging past me, I said color, not style. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I yelled back, racing after him. I knocked him to the side as we reached the ground and he barely even tumbled. How the hell are you so hyper? You were literally dead in your blanket 10 minutes ago. Right now though, you remind me of a chipmunk with rabies. Alex sighed, with his hands tucked in his long black coat. We pushed through the back doors. Remember how I'm a 12-year-old? I joked. To dimples appearing on either side of his cheeks. Follow me, he said as we made our way outside and onto the frosty ground. My mouth hung open when I saw a mesmerizing pickup truck. Shiny, without a single scratch. But the thing that I loved the most about it was its bright yellow color that stood out against the white scenery. Back off. She's mine, Alex remarked, dusting snow off the window. I snickered. What a geek. Does she have a dorky name like Daphne or something? EW, laughed Alex, pulling out a pair of keys from his pocket. He jingled them around and I leapt for them. That idiot raised them higher so I couldn't reach. I was either too short or this guy was unnaturally tall. I decided it was the latter. You're such an elf. Walking to the driver's side, I quickly formed a snowball with the hard snow on the ground and chucked it at him. He abruptly stopped walking when it hit his shoulder. Oh shit. Thank God I'm a mature 20-year-old and not a 12-year-old. He called out, hopping into his seat, starting the engine of the truck. I opened the door and sat in shotgun. The inside was no surprise, super clean and smelled subtly like Alex himself, fresh mint, soap, and a hint of vanilla. It was just like his room and I instantly felt more comfortable, allowing myself to sink into the plush leather seat. I swear to God, Dest, if you fall asleep in my car and drool all over it, I will not hesitate to leave you out in the snow, Alex warned, flipping through pages on a clipboard. Hey, I protested, sitting up straighter. I don't drool. Putting the clipboard between us, he turned to face me, his green eyes dead serious. You sure about that? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. He began. You drooled when you fell asleep in the train when I first met you. You drool when I pick up my stuff from my room in the morning. All over my pillow. Okay. Shut up. That's only because you stalk me. Weirdo. Feeling my face burning. I'm a weirdo for offering you a place to stay when you got kicked out of your old pack. Theft tea. Whatever you say, Elf. I became stiff. I didn't like to think about the day I got kicked out of my pack. The day that I finally decided to fight back to Dom, which only ended up causing me so much trouble. Alex didn't even fully know the reason of why I got kicked out of my pack. What if he got curious and wanted to know more? Would he ever look at me the same way again? I'd finally started to feel accepted by everyone in this place. I was about to say something quickly to change the subject, but Alex noticed my mouth about to open and placed a hand on my head. Whatever you're about to say, save it for later. 'Cause we really need to get to work before the alpha kills me. I nodded, eager to talk about something else. I did pay attention though, when he explained the whole delivery system and how we'd be driving around to other packs and delivering resources. The truck was full with huge containers full of our fresh water, which would be traded off-sun. It seemed like a pretty chill job, and definitely way more appealing than sitting in a cramped-up office for 6 hours a day. The first few minutes of driving, I was silent even though Alex was 20 years old. I didn't know if he'd be concentrated enough to drive on icy roads. But I noticed how well he drove and realized he was probably used to the harsh weather conditions. So, not that I don't want to be here or anything, but why do you need my help? You're literally just driving around and delivering water. I questioned. His moss-colored eyes were focused on the road ahead as he spoke. Aside from the fact that I'm a very considerate fellow and noticed you could use some more money, I rolled my eyes as he continued. It's so much easier for me to deliver these while you go through the paperwork, since you're surprisingly good at it. Also, this job gets quite boring, so it would be nice to have some company. I nodded, but thought about whether Alex really had any other friends. He was a humorous, friendly, helpful, and not to mention sarcastic person. It was strange that he never really hung out with too many people. Maybe he doesn't stick with huge crowds like you. Snapped a voice in my mind. It was right. I couldn't judge him, similar to how he didn't judge me. I decided that I liked this job. Just driving around, talking with Alex, filling out paperwork. Even though it was early in the morning, I'd hopefully get used to it. At the next red light, he pulled out his iPhone and no cord, shuffling through his playlist. Oh no, what if he liked country music? I hated country music with a passion. I was mentally preparing my ears for the worst type of music but instantly opened my eyes in surprise when I heard Jacob Hogwart's voice. You listen to Hedley? I yelped, staring at him wide-eyed. Yeah, and I don't care if you don't like them because this is my car and my own cord. Are you kidding? I love them, I exclaimed. Good. A minute later, we were both yelling the lyrics to Mankillo at the top of our lungs, ignoring the people in the cars next to us. giving us weird looks. I was shocked and sort of jealous of how melodic and nice Alex's voice was, even when yelling wildly. When we reached the first stop, we were grinning like Cheshire cats. This was going to be a fun job. Chapter 13. High-five her face with a stapler. My eyes fluttered open as the silver clock read 747 and I yawned. Ever since I began working with Alex for deliveries a couple weeks ago, I began waking up earlier, even when I didn't have work. Like today. Besides, the water was much hotter in the morning. I was about to snuggle back into my thick blanket to give myself a bit more time to sleep, but I remembered the twins and I were going to go Christmas shopping at 9:30. That left me plenty of time to shower, get ready, and have a nice big breakfast. After making the bed and putting on my glasses, I took a warm shower and struggled to get out of it. Living in this cold weather was one thing that I'd probably never get used to. I found a graphic sweatshirt with a retro Mickey Mouse on it, and a pair of black jeans. I quickly braided my auburn hair and applied some nice red lipstick and a coat of mascara. Makeup normally wasn't an everyday thing for me, but hell, I'd wear red lipstick for the sake of the holidays. Slipping on my coat and boots and grabbing my small grey wallet, I locked the turquoise door. But right when I stepped into the hallway, I bumped into Fox. Destiny. Hey, he beamed. One thing I loved about Fox was his ability to make anyone smile with his contagious energy. I smiled back as we walked to the massive stairwell. Cha-cha up to. Well, I have to mail these Christmas cards to my family, he replied, showing me the huge stack in his hand. How about you? Since I'm the biggest procrastinator ever and Christmas is like 5 days away, I'm going to the mall to buy some gifts. I answered. Will you be getting me anything? You'll find out. I laughed. We made it downstairs and I was about to say bye to him, when he stopped me. He let out a breath and ran a hand through his white blonde hair. Destiny, I don't know if you've ever been skating before, but I was wondering if you'd got to go with me sometime. Looking down at his Timberland shoes, I smiled even more. Skating sounded amazing, especially with Fox, but did he mean as a date? I highly doubted it. I blinked. You don't have to come through. I was asking. He quickly added in when he noticed that I hadn't said anything. Fox skating sounds wonderful. But, I began, my heartbeat beginning to speed up. Do you mean as a no? I couldn't just say it. Why would someone like Fox want to go on a date with me? A date? He filled in, and I swear his blue eyes had gotten brighter if that was even possible. He laughed. Yes, sunshine. A date. Holy shit. The freaking gamma of the pack was asking me out on a date. How could I possibly say no? Oh, of course. I gushed. I mean, sure yeah. Why was I so goddamned awkward? He laughed again. I'm glad to hear that. Destiny. I was hoping to take you on Christmas Eve. After dinner, he suggested. I nodded. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. See you later, sunshine. And he was off. I couldn't believe it though. Someone actually liked me. And skating for a first date was so cute. But I couldn't skate though. What would he think of my clumsiness? What if I embarrassed him and he stopped liking me? I knew that, if I tried, I'd look like a donkey with a pair of skates on. Stop overthinking and get out of the way. A voice called out behind me. I yelped and moved to the side, remembering I was still in front of the stairs. Alex roared with laughter, but I was way too happy to even care. Why the hell are you so happy this early in the morning? He questioned, with his uniform in his hand. I got asked out on a date by Fox, I whispered excitedly. As we walked into the kitchen, Alex smiled and patted my head. That's great. Guessed? I always knew he was into you. Slipping into one of the stools beside me in front of the massive table. What? You're kidding, I exclaimed. Was I that oblivious? Shaking his head. Clueless little Destiny. I whacked his arm. Shut up. You act like you're 10 years older than me. I'm not little. You dumbass, I retorted. He turned to face me, his green eyes dancing with amusement. You're only 17. Still a kid. Dest. Besides, I'm an adult. Emphasizing the word adult, I rolled my eyes. By only 3 years. He stuck his tongue out at me, and then proceeded to talk to one of the breakfast chefs. What an idiot. I'll have a black coffee and a croissant. Please and thanks. I furrowed my brows. Is that all you're eating for breakfast? Geez, Alex. You really need to eat more. No wonder your brain doesn't even work half of the time. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He ignored my comment and proceeded to take a sip of his steaming hot coffee as if he didn't hear me. The chef waddled up to me. Hello. Destiny. What you like today? Sweet pea, she chirped in her Australian accent. Chef Alice was a plum woman who was always playfully teasing the younger children, and me. I liked her. I'll have a cheese omelette with mushrooms, tomatoes, cilantro, onion, and mint, along with some orange juice and a side of pancakes, please. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alex set down his coffee and stared at me wide-eyed. Holy mother of fuck, you eat a lot for your size, he remarked, running a hand through his golden brown hair. For my size, it's called a fast metabolism. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I snorted, digging into the fresh omelette in front of me minutes later. He continued to stare at me as if I was an alien and then got up. He popped the last piece of his croissant into his mouth. I gotta go now. I'll catch you later. Dest. Giving me a dimpled smile and then ruffling my hair. As I moved on to my pancakes. Bye, I replied, with my mouth full. He rolled his eyes and then strolled off, hands in his pockets. As I gulped down my orange juice, I heard laughter behind me and smiled when I saw Rosalind and Rory. Rosalind was looking graceful as ever with her brown hair tied up in a neat bun and a light peach lipstick on her lips. Rory, on the other hand, had effortlessly swiped her hair into a ponytail, had some killer-sharp eyeliner across her eyes, and sported an Adidas jacket. The twins always looked good everywhere at any time. Destiny, Rory yelled, throwing an arm around my shoulder. Ready to go. Yeah. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I replied, grinning at them both. Come on, you two. The mall's closing at 5, and we have a lot of shopping to do, Rosalind announced, dangling a pair of keys in her manicured hand. We all had split up and agreed to meet at the food court for lunch. So far, I'd found the perfect gift for Rosalind. It was a thick lavender notebook filled with intricate cream-colored pages. Its cover was embellished with a beautiful gold design. I knew she loved writing poetry, and this notebook screamed Rosalind. Aside from that, I spotted a really beautiful wine-colored lipstick for her at Sephora, even though it was quite pricey. The moment I saw it, I knew it was meant for her. I found a killer leather jacket that would look amazing on her. I also found a really nice hockey stick for her, as I'd heard her complaining about a worn-out one. I got one for Fox too, as I'd watched him play hockey on many occasions. When I stopped at Bath and Body Works, I had to stop myself from buying a shitload of hand sanitizers and mealy lotions. I picked up a box filled with lotions, body scrubs, and soaps, in my favorite scent for the Luna, after finding a really nice necklace and pair of skates for Lucy, and a few goodies for Molly. Kevin. Of the others, I had one person left, Alex. Outside of Indigo, I inhaled the smell of new books and wandered aimlessly through the aisles. Even though there were people everywhere for Christmas shopping, it felt like I was the only person there, just me and the books. I trailed my fingers along the spines of the books and wished I could buy them all. I considered buying a book for Alex, but there were too many good ones to choose from. In the end, I bought him an Indigo gift card and a Ravenscore scarf. I didn't know if it was enough, though. He had done so much for me, and was my best friend. I wanted to get him something special. As I left Indigo with my bags in my hand ready to go to the food court, I stopped in front of a store suddenly. Through the window was a breathtaking decorative glass drain on display. It seemed to be the only one there, and it was calling my name. I strolled into the store, pushed past people thanks to my small size, and managed to grab a hold of it. It was delicate, fragile, but captivating. It reminded me of the first day I'd met Alex and how he went on the train to my new life. I cringed when I saw the length of the line. It would take at least 20 minutes to get to the cashier, but I just had to get it. Though as I stood in line, I couldn't help but grin excitedly. This glass rain would be a perfect memoir to the start of our strong friendship. After an endless 28 minutes of standing in line and dealing with rude customers, I finally paid for the train and speed walked out of the store. Clutching the bag carefully, I dashed to the food court through crowds and Christmas trees, hoping the twins weren't freaking out. But I sighed in relief when I saw them happily chatting at a table. I walked over and sat down. "There you are, girl," Rory exclaimed, pulling out a chair for me to put all of my bags down. I let out a long breath. Those got annoying to carry around after a while. "Wow, looks like you got your shopping done." Rosalind smiled. "Anyways, we didn't want to order without you. Sorry, guys. You should have just ordered. I'm starving. I could literally eat anything." I apologized, although I felt bad for making them wait. I knew Alex's gift was worth it. "Nah, it's okay. We were just arguing over whether we should get poutine or burritos," Rory explained. My stomach grumbled. Any form of food sounded delightful, but my heart was leaning towards poutine. Who could ever resist hot fries with melted cheese curds and gravy on it? "Poutine it is," I answered. Rory leapt up in victory. Rose," she yelped. Rosalind rolled her eyes, and then looked around at the people staring, clearly embarrassed by her twin. I just sat there, snickering. "Hurry up before I die," I groaned. Rory wiggled her eyebrows at Rosalind and then scampered away. Rosalind smoothed the edges of her neat and perfect bun. "She's such a pain in the ass." Rosalind sighed, but a smile appeared on her face. "But I guess that's why I love her. I swear, when she finds her mate, he better treat her right." My stomach churned, and not because of hunger this time. But who am I kidding? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Mates are here so we don't have to suffer through heartbreak. She laughed, and in that very moment, I wanted to high-five her face with a stapler. What the hell did she know about mates? Did she really think that having a mate was all sunshine and rainbows? That no one got heartbroken? I took a deep breath, remembering that she didn't know. Like most mateless wolves out there, they were always taught to believe that your mate was going to be perfect and you were going to have a great life and all that rat shit. Hell, even I believe that. Remembering me over 2 years ago, swooning over the idea of Dominic and Di, and then reality hit me like a truck. Abruptly, a hand fluttered over my face. "Hello, Earth to Destiny," called out Rory. I blushed. I had totally zoned out, but my eyes flitted over to the plates of fresh poutine that were right in front of us. Wordlessly, I grabbed my fork and dug in. Food was the best cure for anything. Chapter 14. My wife just looks like a fetus for her age. It was the 23rd of December, 11:58 p.m., and I was frantically wrapping the last couple of gifts. I still didn't understand to this day of why I was such a huge procrastinator. I didn't even flinch when the door creaked open and Alex strolled in, with a steaming cup of coffee in his slender hands. He perched himself on the edge of my bed and wordlessly watched me. He was clearly amused by the mess sprawled all around me, from the cut-up wrapping paper, to the random ribbons, to a hell lot of scotch tape. I glared at him. Was this idiot just going to sit here and watch me struggle? Pass me some. I reached my arm toward his coffee, yet he pulled it away. I don't think you'll like it, 'cause it doesn't have 18 spoons of sugar in it. Dest? Alex retorted. He slowly took another sip to irritate me even more. Hey idiot. I don't put that much sugar in my coffee. And right now, I don't care if it's your nasty-ass black coffee. Just please pass me some. I demanded. Alex rolled his eyes but eventually gave me the warm mug. I leaned my back against the bed and savored the hot yet bitter coffee against my throat. But the moment was gone all too fast when he took the cup back. Hey. I protested, getting up to reach back for it. Alex, though, placed a hand firmly on my head and began talking to me, as if I was a child. Go to sleep, nerd. It's way past your bedtime. I had to resist the urge to take the coffee and dump it all on his innocent face. I'm almost done wrapping this last present. Now shut the hell up and go away. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Hearts are saints who are unsailing patience, enthusiasm. He ignored my comment and proceeded to lean back comfortably on the headboard of the bed and sip his coffee. Once the last present was finally wrapped after what seemed like an eternity, I stuck it in my closet with the rest of the other presents. I didn't have the effort to clean up my mess, though. I was exhausted. You know, you could have just taken a day off from deliveries today, and I would have gone by myself, Alex said, watching me yawn. Now that I thought about it, I really did regret waking up at 6 a.m. to do deliveries with this dumbass in the morning. Alex got off the bed and then proceeded to put things away. Go away, I mumbled sleepily, taking off my glasses and placing them on the nightstand. I didn't think he heard, though, as he finished cleaning up and then left. Did this guy ever sleep? No, his veins were probably full of black coffee. As I nestled in my bed, I remembered that I had a date with Fox tomorrow. With that thought in mind, I fell asleep instantly despite the one sip of coffee. The pack house was full and bustling on the busy Christmas Eve day. People in the kitchen were quickly making last-minute adjustments to the assortment of meals and desserts, while others were sending off mail and gifts to their loved ones. The older chefs were preparing tonight's special dinner, in which the whole pack would attend. There was a special reserved dinner hall in the mansion with a long table that could easily fit all of us. I was shocked when I'd first seen it. After breakfast and helping Alex clean his car, the twins asked me to help them pick outfits for tonight. They were going to some family get-together and needed the perfect outfit. Even though they both looked stunning in every dress, it took a while to find the best one. But when I was done, I finally had some time to myself. I ran up to the 3rd floor, downright exhausted. I managed to wave a quick hello to Lucy on the way to my room and then collapsed in the bed. I checked the time and almost yelped when it read 4:38. Damn it. Time flew by. As I shoved past items in my closet looking for my new dress, I thought of how nice it would have been to spend Christmas with your mate. It would have been sweet snuggling near the fireplace, watching lame Christmas movies on TV, or just kissing under the mistletoe. Sometimes I hated myself for being such a hopeless romantic. When my hand came across the soft fabric, I pulled out the dress, along with some knit tights and leather flats. I finally found the pair of earrings that Arizona had given me when I turned 13 years old. After taking a quick shower and drying my hair, I slipped on the dress but struggled to zip up the back. After a painful and long 6 minutes, I managed to zip it up and then pull up my tights and place my flats on my feet. I swept my hair up into a graceful but low messy bun, and as much as I wanted to take my glasses off, I was going skating and I needed them more than ever. I was already clumsy enough with them. Quickly putting on some makeup, I looked at my reflection in the standing mirror and smiled. I looked simple yet elegant, not amazingly beautiful like the twins or Lucy, but better than my plain self. I liked it. When I left the room and closed the door, I ran into Fox once again. He looked really good in button-down shirt with his hair styled nicely. He looked at me up and down and I tried not to blush. "Whoa, you look great, Destiny," he exclaimed. Lord, I was smiling like crazy. "Thanks. You look really handsome as well." And with that, he slipped his hand into mine and we went downstairs. I smiled the whole way through as Fox chatted with me. We made it to the long dinner table where most of the pack was already seated, looking festive and attractive. I still couldn't believe I was actually a part of this huge family. Fox sat down in the chair next to me, and on my left sat Rosalind and then Rory, looking gorgeous. Alex finally came in wearing a hideous knitted sweater, probably from his grandmother just to make her happy. As he sat down, his eyes flitted over to Fox's hand on mine, and he winked at me. I rolled my eyes but smiled cheekily at him. The chair next to him was empty, but Lucy strolled over, looking amazing. Her blue hair was resting at her shoulders in loose and graceful curls. She didn't look happy though. I smiled at her and I couldn't help but notice the way she plastered on a fake smile so quickly. She murmured a quick hello to Alex and then turned to talk to Rory. Alex lowered his eyes down to his plate, and a wave of sadness swept over me for both of them. I could tell that they'd been fighting again. I bet the fact that Alex sharing a room with her because of me wasn't making it any easier. They had both done so much for me. I really had to find a way to get my own room. It would be hard though since there was a shortage of rooms and too many pack members. We all suddenly sat up a bit straighter when the powerful aura engulfed us as the Alpha and Luna entered, with their daughter Kate. The young girl shared her father's strong golden eyes and her mother's fiery red hair. Alpha Jace was smiling more than usual as he took a seat at the end of the table beside his wife. Kate smiled shy at the many pack members as her thick eyelashes swept across her toddler face. We all stayed silent and waited for Alpha Jace to speak. As we all know, it's an annual Arctic Lights tradition to announce special news every year. He began. I knitted my eyebrows. Fox leaned in to whisper to me. Last year the news was that they'd be renovating and extending the mansion. It's different each year. I nodded. I glanced down and noticed that his hand was still cupped over mine and silently cheered. This year, we are beyond delighted to announce that, Alpha Jace said, grinning at Luna Arcadia and then expectantly at Kate. Kate jumped up and yelled, "Mommy's having another baby." There was a loud array of gasps and cheering. We all clapped and congratulated the couple. I sighed in happiness. Alpha Jace and Luna Arcadia were a great couple, and the thought of them extending their family put a smile on my face. "Oh, I love babies," Rosalind declared, and I nodded in agreement. Baby pups were the cutest things ever. "Now let the dinner begin," Alpha Jace announced. We all dug in at the hot plates of food before us. We were all happy from the news and just in the spirit of the holidays. Even Alex and Lucy's mood seemed much better than before. After filling ourselves up with delicious dinner and then somehow fitting in dessert as well, Fox leaned over and suggested that we leave for our date. I nodded as my heart did somersaults. We got up and said goodbye to our friends. The twins excitedly wished me good luck. Before we left, I personally congratulated the Alpha and Luna and pecked Kate on the cheek. "Finally, some time with you," Fox grinned, as we shrugged our coats on. I still couldn't fathom the idea that this boy wanted to take me out. I shivered as we made it to the outdoor skating rink. The frigid air was bad, but luckily it wasn't snowing tonight. I laced up a pair of skates next to Fox on a frosty bench. They felt weird, but Fox promised that I'd get used to them. He was already on the ice, eagerly waiting for me to join him. "Fox, I can't skate." Holding his warm hand and standing up, shaking, he laughed. "You've told me that for the 100th time tonight, and I'm not giving up. Come on, it's an order from the Gamma." I rolled my eyes but gripped his hand and he smiled at me, which gave me a boost of confidence. He held my other hand and glided me along the ice. It was fun, but I was no professional. Nevertheless, we had a great time, laughing, sharing hilarious stories, and watching me fall. This went on for a good hour or so. The moon was out tonight surrounded by a canvas of bright stars, and I couldn't think of a more ideal place for a first date. The moonlight made Fox's light blonde tresses shimmer and his deep blue eyes shine. I tried not to embarrass myself in front of him and acted as normal as I could, making sure not to make any lame jokes. It was hard, but I really didn't want to weird him out. "Destiny, I'll go get us something to drink," he said to me. He skated off fast to a hot chocolate stand as I sat down on a bench, not quite ready to skate without his help yet. For a few minutes, I people watched. I noticed that there were a lot of people from my pack there, skating and enjoying themselves. After a couple minutes, I squinted at the stand. What was taking him so long? There didn't seem to be a line. And then I saw her. A tall girl, with long legs, an athletic build, and shining black hair that brought out slove eyelid eyes. She looked like she was designed to walk next to Fox, the Gamma's girl, powerful and extraordinary. My eyes trailed over to Fox, who looked somewhat dazed, mesmerized, yet also sad. I watched them embrace each other in a hug as if they hadn't seen each other in a long time. I watched the way she fit perfectly into his muscular arms and the way he held on to her. But when their lips met, my own began to quiver. My head began to spin as they drank each other in. They retracted from their embrace, and after the girl squeezed Fox's hand, she skated away. He stood there, quiet for a minute, and then hesitantly skated all the way back to my bench. I tried so hard to keep the hurt away from my face. Destiny. I don't know what to say. She just... Fox stuttered. The Gamma was at a loss for words. I grabbed his hand and sat him down on the bench next to me and looked into his eyes. Understandably. Hey, it's okay. She's your mate. Right. He nodded wordlessly. I really wanted to make this a perfect night for us. But after seeing Vivian after years, I just fell in love with her all over again. I filled in, knowing the feeling all too well. I saw the way his eyes changed when he spoke her name. Destiny, how are you so calm about this? Fox said quietly, breaking eye contact and looking down, obviously ashamed. Because honestly, if it were my mate, then I would have done the same thing. I softly admitted, wishing Dominic would magically appear and kiss me too. My wolf yearned for that as much as I secretly did. I yearned to kiss his traitorous lips in this winter wonderland. It was hard to let go feelings no matter how hard I tried. Go after her. Fox, I whispered. He dove in for a hug and I held on to him for a few seconds, pretending that he was mine. I was so pathetically alone. He stood up and I could tell how badly he wanted to go back to Vivian. But he looked back at me. I shook my head and gave him a smile, and he glided off. Where I couldn't see them anymore. I let the tears fall. Looks like the universe was still against me. I would always be the backup person, never good enough to be someone's first choice. Well, that was the most amazing thing I saw tonight. A voice said behind me. I ignored it. Thug. Dest. Don't cry. You were so brave. Alex reassured me, filling up the empty spot on the bench. Why are you even here? To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. In harsh tone, I really wanted to wither away in my loneliness and never talk to anyone again. Because I wanted to skate, he replied sickly. I didn't reply. I was so angry but sad and baffled at the same time, if that was even possible. Alex's mature green eye softened. I should have taken you skating with me and Lucy the other night. I saw how much fun you were having with Fox, and damn it, you should have just came with us. Alex sighed. Stop trying to make everyone happy. Dest, you forget about yourself sometimes. As much as I didn't want to admit it. Alex was right. I wiped away my tears with the back of my sleeve and took a shaky breath of the cold, crisp air. And honestly, you suck at skating. So come, let me teach you. Alex said, standing up. I was about to object but thought, fuck it. Why not? Led the way. Nerd. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Entwining my hand into his slender fingers, he led me onto the ice. You're already really clumsy, but just be confident and follow me. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And I listened to his steady, composed voice. I nodded. Instead of taking both of my hands, Alex placed one around my waist and gracefully glided across the ice as I held onto him. "Use your legs more," he commanded. I skated a bit on my own. He let go one of his hands, and surprisingly I didn't fall. He kept his other hand on my waist and we danced across the ice. He eventually let go of me and I skated around. Laughing, he buzzed past me effortlessly and then chuckled when I finally fell. He helped me up and we skated even longer, like we had all of the time in the whole world. We later undid our skates and returned them to the lady at the stand, who eyed Alex and I, probably questioning what this tall guy was doing with a short loser like me. "Honey, this better not be your boyfriend. You're way too young," she sneered, turning toward Alex. "Young man, you're not forcing her to do anything." To my étude extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "We're married." I jumped in. Alex looked like he was holding in a laugh. "Yeah, we got married 4 years ago. My wife just looks like a fetus for her age. Isn't that right, honey?" Alex added, placing a hand around my shoulder. I smiled sweetly at him, but I stomped on his foot hard, and grinned when he winced. The lady pursed her lips. "I'm sorry." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "Thought you two were kids," she clucked. We walked off, and once we were out of earshot we burst out in uncontrollable laughter. God damn it, people need to mind their own business. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "Young man, you better not be forcing her to do anything." Alex mimicked the lady. I left. I spotted his yellow pickup truck and ran over. Sitting in shotgun, Alex started the truck. I glanced at the time, which read 11:55 p.m. Shit. We should get going before Alpha J Spot says out, I suggested. "No, he doesn't care about curfews on Christmas night," Alex explained. He started backing out of the parking lot, but he wasn't heading home. "Nice sweater. Gunny." Remembering the knitted hat he gave me from his dead grandmother when we first met. "Okay, it wasn't from my grandmother this time." Alex snorted. "It was from my great-aunt." I laughed. As we drove silently for a few minutes, I thought about Fox and how happy he must have been that he found his mate on Christmas Eve. What an exhilarating Christmas present. I pulled out the O-cord and his iPhone from his coat pocket and shuffled through his music. I found the song Lost in Translation by Headley and yelled along to the lyrics. Alex began singing too, showing off his perfect voice. We continued to sing along to more songs until he parked his car in front of a 24-hour hub. We made our way inside. The only customers there. Alex ordered his black coffee and a stack of strawberry pancakes while I feasted on a stack of chocolate chip pancakes. It was literal heaven. I stole some sips from Alex's coffee, and he complained about how I'd always drink it. "I thought you hated black coffee," Alex muttered, shaking his head, watching me gulp down the last few drops. "Well, I need to stay awake somehow, and it's a bit more enjoyable knowing that I'm annoying you." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alex elbowed me and raised his eyebrows as he checked his watch. "Spent," he whispered in my ear. I nudged him. "What do you want?" "Merry Christmas." Guessed. It was midnight and I wasn't exchanging presents with Dominic under a fuzzy blanket. No, I was in an IHOP, drinking black coffee next to a 20-year-old who was my husband. I was already enjoying the first few moments of my first Christmas away from home. Chapter 15, Alex. What the flying fuck are you doing? We came home that night, buzzing with energy from the sugary pancakes and coffee. I was about to take Alex upstairs to give him his present, but then I remembered he wasn't Dominic, and I knew that it made me an awful person to compare everyone and everything back to Dom. The inner wolf inside of me just couldn't seem to let him go. It just felt wrong to share our tradition with someone else, aside from the fact that it would never really be the same. It would just make me feel guilty and that I was already replacing him. Technically, though, he was the one who rejected me. Yet he still had this unthinkable control over me, even hundreds of miles away. I hated myself for being so weak. Hell, he had probably already replaced me with some other girl by now. He wasn't that innocent angel anymore. The thought sent an unwelcome pang of pain through me, and I felt stupid. Yet instead of gathering the courage to invite Alex upstairs to share the first few minutes of Christmas with me, I thanked him for the night and then we parted ways. It's not too late to run back, a voice in my head whispered. It was easy, actually, to run back down the stairs and find Alex. But I think he'd had enough of me for a while. Was I too clingy? God, he had to babysit me all the time anyways. He could have been out celebrating with his friends. But no, he stopped a 17-year-old girl from crying and bought her pancakes. I should just leave him alone. I sighed and opened the turquoise door, allowing myself to be engulfed by his comforting scent. After stripping off my dress, scrubbing the makeup off my face, and undoing my hair, I was nestled in the bed. I was in a pair of horrendous pajama pants with gingerbread men all over them, paired with a grey shirt. I was exhausted, but my thoughts reached me before sleep did. I begun to think about Amber, celebrating Christmas with her mate, and waking him up tomorrow at 6 a.m. instead of me. I thought about Arizona giving a thoughtful handmade gift to someone else instead of me this year. I thought of Dawn, locking lips with a girl under the mistletoe. But worst of all, I thought about my parents, to people I hadn't thought about in a long time. Did my mom ever come back to the pack house only to discover I wasn't there? I doubted it. I somehow managed to smile though, remembering how one lucky man found his mate tonight. At least Fox would be genuinely happy. I wondered if Fox's gorgeously intimidating mate would move in with our pack, since Fox was a gamer. I turned out to be right that morning, when I came downstairs trudging down in my ugly pajamas with all of my gifts in my hands. I spotted Vivian nuzzled up on the couch next to Fox, who had his arm lazily draped around her. Oh no, I was already an awkward third wheel between the twins, Alex and Lucy, and I didn't want to be another one this morning. I was about to inch away slowly when Sheffield spotted me. Oi, Destiny, I made you some gingerbread pancakes to match your pants. Love, she hollered out. I smiled sheepishly and set my presents down, taking a seat on the tall stool by the large table. Unfortunately, Fox saw me as well and sat up from his cozy position with Vivian, who glared at me with icy violet eyes. If she saw me as a threat to her man, she was wrong. I didn't think she realized the loving way he looked at her. Besides, I wasn't a tall and beautiful girl with curves in the right places. I was just an average height head nerd who was a little too flat. Destiny, Fox yelped, crushing me in a massive hug unexpectedly. Merry Christmas. I laughed uneasily, trying to ignore Vivian, who was staring daggers at me. I sighed in relief when I saw the twins approaching. Merry Christmas, Lucy, Rory yelled, giving me a change to hug her instead. Rosalind pulled in for a hug too, but stopped when she saw Vivian. She furrowed her brows. Oh, Vivian, I didn't know you were back. Merry Christmas, Rosalind chirped, obviously confused and baffled on him. It's quite nice to be back, Vivian replied coolly, strolling up next to Fox and leaning against him. Her eyes momentarily flitted to me. But it seems like I've been replaced. It's not much though. She smirked. My eyes widened. An uncomfortable silence crept into the room, and although Fox was taken aback by what she just said, but one look from her was all it took for the gamma to hold her close. Rosalind blinked, her mouth slightly parted open, and Rory looked appalled. The way I felt reminded me of how I used to feel at my old pack and unwanted outcast. I couldn't believe she actually said that though. I didn't even do anything to her. I could have kissed Fox yesterday and broke her non-existent heart. But I was at least a decent person and backed off. What was her problem? I blinked a few times and then cleared my throat through the thick tension. I haven't seen Alex yet. I'll go find him. I stuttered. I awkwardly backed out of the room, and then ran up the stairs when out of sight. Once I was in the middle of the massive stairwell. I let myself breathe. I shouldn't let a bitch like her get to me. I scurried to the second floor, up to Lucy's room and knocked on her door. She opened the door and she grinned. "Merry Christmas. Destiny. Come on in." "You too, Lucy. But actually, we were exchanging presents downstairs and were just waiting for you and Alex to join us," I explained. To my surprise, she rolled her eyes. "Okay, Alex and I oughtn't be together all the damn time," she huffed. I stood there, startled, but her blue eyes softened. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "He's working a shift at the coffee shop," she answered. I nodded, thanked her, and then left, pulling out my phone as fast as possible, dialing his number. "Hi, welcome to the Arctic. Oh shit, this is my cell phone," Alex muttered when he answered. I tried my best to stifle my laugh. "Sir, I'll have an extra large black coffee and a stack of strawberry pancakes to go." "Please," I exclaimed. "You're lucky I'm on my break." "Dest?" Alex sighed. I then remembered why I'd called him in the first place. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "What the flying fuck are you doing at the goddamned coffee shop on Christmas?" I demanded. "What is with you and the words flying fuck?" He chuckled. Why did he never take anything I said seriously? "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I yelped. "Okay, well, since many people don't want to work on Christmas, it's only Jake, Ahmed, and I at the shop. Plus, I'll be getting a hell lot of extra money, and I kinda need it," Alex explained. "I've been here since 6. I'll be back in an hour. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." And with that, he ended the call. He was working there voluntarily because there was a shortage of employees. And he said I'm the one who needed to stop trying to make everyone happy. What an idiot. As I went back downstairs, Vivian was absent to my relief, after we all exchanged our presents, and I left Alex's on the table. Rosalind and Rory pulled me aside. "Okay, we didn't know what exactly to get you," Rosalind admitted, tucking a long strand of hair behind her ear. "We know you're a huge book one, but you own so many books and we didn't know what book to get you. Anyways, we hope you like the present we're about to give you, 'cause it took a lot of convincing to the Alpha, and we know how tedious it is to run from your third-floor bedroom all the way downstairs 24/7. Rory piped up, "And this is half of our present to Alex too. But we finally got you your own real room. It gets better though. It's right next to ours on the first floor." Rosalind squealed. "It may not be as big as Alex's room, but..." I didn't let her finish her sentence and gave them both a huge hug. I was beyond elated. "I can't believe you too. Thank you so much," I gushed. "My room is so freaking close to the kitchen. Now I can have as many midnight snacks as I want." They laughed simultaneously. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." We thought it was a lame gift, but we knew how hard it was for you and Alex. Rory breathed in relief. I didn't know what to say. The twins' endless kindness made up for the sour start to my morning. Rory ruffled my hair and Rosalind smiled earnestly. "Okay, now we really gotta go catch the train," Rory said. "Our mom's side of the family celebrates Kwanzaa, so we'll be staying at her place for a week or so. Have a happy new year, Destiny," Rosalind explained out. "Happy Kwanzaa to you guys," I replied, with a smile. "Thanks, girl. But wish me luck. These family reunions can get crazy." Rory laughed. I waved goodbye to them and they left. After a few moments, an idea struck my head. I had 47 minutes but not a lot of possessions. I could probably squeeze an extra Christmas gift for Alex. something he'd reappreciate when he would come back. The room looked exactly like it did when I first came here. A feeling of nostalgia washed over me. I was about to close the empty closet when I caught sight of a shimmering deep purple fabric in the back that I hadn't seen before. I pulled it out and gaped at it. It was a magnificent short strapless dress that had loose ruffles from the waist and ended by the thighs. The dress was a purple to black OMBR, and as I shifted the dress slightly, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was the most beautiful dress I had ever seen. Destined. I jumped in, quickly stuffed the dress back in the closet. I turned around to see Alex, giving me a dimpled smile with his hands in his pockets. I hadn't even realized that he'd walked in because I was too busy admiring the dress. Wait, I questioned. But what's this? He quickly asked, motioning his room, lacking any of my things. Now it was my turn to smile. Well, since you've already done enough for me this past year, Rosalind and Rory thought that you'd like your room back, so I saved you the work and already moved my stuff back into my room on the first floor. I explained, whilst clutching the dress delicately in my hands. But your real Christmas presents are downstairs. All thanks, Dest. Pulling me into an awkward side hug, as my hands were full. His tall lean frame against mine felt nice, and I had to resist inhaling his shirt for that familiar vanilla scent. I didn't know what kind of feeling this was, and even though I liked it, my wolf sure as hell didn't. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Well, I'm going to go redecorate my room now. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alex let go and winked at me. See ya later. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I elbowed him on my way out. I flopped onto my smaller bed, exhausted after moving everything around but mainly singing my heart out to lame Christmas songs. I was sure the whole first floor had heard me. But whatever. Although my new room didn't have the gorgeous and huge window displaying the forest like Alex's did, it was dangerously close to the kitchen, and I would happily choose food over a nice view any day. I closed the door and I finally stripped out of my ugly pajamas and tried the dress on. It was still as beautiful as ever. But not only. My legs were awkwardly short. Definitely not made for this dress. The strapless part kept slipping since I was as flat as those pancakes from this morning. And my glasses weren't making me look any more decent. I was disappointed, because I'd been so excited to try it on the moment I'd laid my eyes on it, only to find out I looked like an 8-year-old wearing a fairy dress. After stripping it off and carefully hanging it in the back of my closet, I'd put on a pair of sweatpants and a crop top. I perched on the edge of my bed, not knowing what to do. I couldn't hang out with Fox because he was busy with Vivian. The twins were gone. Lucy was yet again out of the pack house. And Alex, well, the cool guy needed his beauty sleep, so I sat out there, feeling alone as ever. I hated it. I hated the fact that even though I had amazing friends here, I'd still be that an interesting person at the end of the day. An eerie silence crept into the room as my mind fought to keep the memories away. But just like the silence, they came. I remembered my mom telling me that she'd come back for me the next day, with that same trusting smile. I remembered my dad staring at me, horrified, when I first transformed into a wolf. I remembered Don promising the 8-year-old me that I'd always be wanted by him, no matter what. I remembered 13-year-old Don coming in the middle of the night to wake me from my nightmares, and talk to me quietly until dawn. I remembered 16-year-old Don breaking his promise to me, and breaking me as a person again after all of the years of healing he'd given me. Was I that unwanted? I was so weak. Moments later, heavy sobs ate up the silence, wiping my tears away. I told myself that I couldn't cry and be selfish. Other people had it much worse than me, and I needed to suck it up. I quickly rinsed my face with cold water and practiced a composed smile in the mirror. I left my room, Half Fox and Vivian, who seemed more focused on each other than the tacky movie playing on the TV. I grabbed a cookie from the kitchen and dashed for the front door. I needed to clear my mind. I stepped outside, drinking in the fresh and cool air, and letting the crisp wind stroke my hair carelessly. I spotted a thick tree and quickly transformed, smiling at the satisfying feeling. As soon as my thick coat of dark rust-colored fur was on, I was on all fours and I just ran. The wind whipped against my face and my paws leapt onto fresh snow, leaving tracks behind. Forgetting everything for a while, I continued to run in the large, green forest. Chapter 16. I get you a pineapple right now. The moment I had woken up and the sharp pain rose in my abdomen, I knew that Mother Nature had came for a visit. Early. There was no way I was going for deliveries today. I was still sprawled across my bed, but I curled into a fetal position, contemplating whether I should get my ass shower water first, or stay in my bed forever, although the latter sounded much more appealing. A few minutes later I somehow managed to make it in the bathroom that connected to Rosalind and Rory's room. I lazily strolled into the shower, and as soon as the rays of steaming water caressed my body, I stood there breathing slowly, wishing I could just live in the shower for the rest of the week. My muscles relaxed a while later as I embraced the hot water. "Destiny," yelled a voice on the other side of the bathroom door. I became stiff. "Oh shit. The water is going to freeze. You've been in there forever," Rory yelled. I grimaced suddenly, noticing how the water was indeed inching away from its precious warmth. I quickly turned it off and patted myself dry. After shrugging on my sweatpants and a soft shirt, and then folding my wet auburn hair into a messy bun, I unlocked the bathroom doors and then made a run for it. Whilst praying for my life, I stealthily slipped out of my room before Rory could kill me. As I entered the kitchen, my nose was greeted by the sugary and waft-wide smell of pancakes, and I knew they were made by Molly and Kevin just by their delectable smell. I saw Molly whisking the batter in a large lime green bowl, while Kevin was expertly flipping pancakes on the griddle. I was the first one in the kitchen so far and mentally cheered. "I'll take 4 vanilla pancakes and 3 cinnamon ones with a glass of milk, please," I declared. Kevin's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, probably wondering how I was going to eat 7 pancakes. I was about to offer to help them, but decided against it when the cramps came back. I groaned and flopped onto a nearby sofa. Soon, a hot plate of delicious-looking pancakes rested in front of me, which I responsibly topped off with a dollop of whipped cream. I grabbed the shiny fork and was about to dig in when I heard shuffling behind me. It was Alex, looking at me expectantly, dangling a pair of keys between his lean fingers in front of my face. I gave him a what? "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "You're not coming today?" he questioned, sweeping down beside me on the sofa. He eyed the stack of pancakes and then my grey sweats. He poked my stomach. "Come that time of the month." I elbowed him. "Shut up. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I snorted, but I knocked him off the sofa when I noticed my fork and a huge piece of my pancakes were gone. The fork was resting in Alex's hands. "Don't touch my pancakes," I snarled, snatching my fork back. "Today, Cache, later dest. Try not to kill anyone." He ruffled my hair and then strolled out of the kitchen chuckling. I could finally eat my breakfast in peace. The next week, as we were driving back from the final pack stop, I saw a small grocery store with its logo as a pineapple and I instantly smiled. "Why are you smiling?" Alex asked, furrowing his brows. I could feel his eyes on me, as the car was stopped at the red light. Okay, aside from the fact that I love pineapples, they just remind me of, I was about to say home. But lately, I was confused on what that word meant to me. My old pack. Pineapple just reminds me of the summers where we'd sit on the wooden porch and devour them fresh, while it was hot as hell. I smiled even more. Although I was in love with this winter wonderland, Those blistering hot summer days would come back to me sometimes. Alex smiled, his dimples deepening as he spoke. I can just imagine you, Dest, with pineapple juice dribbling down your chin, and you not even noticing. I was about to argue and then realized it was true. Alex was way too observant of a person. I then remembered when Dominic would wipe it off my face for me. And one time, being the immature loser he was, he licked my cheek while he was still in wolf form. A kind of pain ran through me. Who was he going to eat pineapple with this summer? I couldn't imagine another girl in my place. It was just impossible and made me want to sink to the ground just thinking about it. Alex noticed that my smile had faltered and he quickly began talking again. What do you even like about pineapples? Don't kill me, Dest. But I never really liked them. I whacked him even though he was in the midst of driving. I mean, he was the most controlled driver I had ever known. Well, to be honest, I don't know. I think it's because when my mom was pregnant with me, she had a craving for pineapple like all the time. I chuckled, and then stopped, realizing that that was the first time I had ever mentioned my mom to Alex, or to anyone here for that matter. What if he got curious and wanted to know more? I couldn't just shut up. He was my best friend after all. Or what if he got mad at me because this was the first time I'd ever talked about her? I wasn't ready to tell anyone about my family yet. Even Amber or Arizona hadn't known about them. Well, in that case, I get you a pineapple right now. But 1, we live here and they would taste like shit. And 2, we have to get home before Alpha murders me. I almost hugged him right then and there. He was such a pure, good person. It didn't even bother him that I said anything about my mom for the first time ever. As we drove home in comfortable silence, I watched the sun set through the window as snowflakes began to drift lightly. I saw the grey marble mansion come into view, and Alex pulled up the truck to the back. He parked it, and before I got out, he placed a hand on my arm. Hey, I just wanted to say thanks for trusting me with something about your family. I'm assuming it's something you rarely talk about. And even though it's a small thing, I'm glad you've opened up a bit more. He smiled such a radiant smile that matched his green eyes, and it was so contagious. I flicked my finger against his cheek. Shut up. I mean, I've known you for what? Like more than a year already. I should have said something earlier, but my sentence trailed off as my brain tried to search for the right words. But he filled in the silence softly, his faint smile and green eyes meeting my plain ones. It's okay, and I knew he meant it. Months passed. More books were read. Supplies were delivered. And then it was October 19th. My birthday. The twins said it would be no use surprising me, since everyone knew what was coming. So we agreed on having dinner at this fancy restaurant in downtown. With Fox, Vivian, who actually became a good friend over time, Lucy, and other wolves from the pack who became my friends. But since the twins told me I'd meet them there, I couldn't ask them what to wear. It had been 2 hours and I couldn't find something pretty enough for a decent 18th birthday look. Alex and I were going to drive over in an hour, since he was my only method of transportation, yet I wasn't fully ready. My hair was out in soft waves of dark auburn, brown curls, and my makeup was done, and I'd switched out my glasses for contacts, but I was still standing in front of my closet for the 100th time. I was about to just wear some ugly sweater and say fuck it, but my eyes caught sight of a shimmery fabric. I pulled out the dress and gasped. It was the dress Alex had given me all those months ago as a Christmas present, and it looked prettier than ever. Would I fit into it? Remembering the last time I tried it on, it had barely fit me, due to the lack of my feminine curves, though it was my last resort of looking remotely decent tonight. I quickly shuffled around in my closet for a strapless bra, and with all the hope in my heart, I pulled on the dress. I groaned at the zipper that wouldn't move up because I couldn't reach. I almost jumped in my black heels when there was a shrill knock at the door. Dest, are you ready? Oh, it was Alex. Wait, can you come in for a sec? I need help. I called out. I unlocked the door with one hand, while my other hand was still working at a fussy zipper. Alex walked in and closed the door behind him. He began laughing at my failed attempts to zip up the goddamn dress. I couldn't help but notice that he actually looked quite handsome. His golden brown hair was neatly brushed, and he had on a white buttoned-up shirt with the sleeves rolled up, paired with a black bow tie. Even though I wanted to stare a bit more at him, my arm was getting tired. Help me out. You fucked it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He was still laughing softly but came over to where I stood in front of the mirror. He put one hand on my waist and then began zipping up the back of the dress with his other hand, his fingers gently brushing my bearskin as he pulled the zip up. We both looked at our reflections in the mirror, and I stared back at the girl who actually looked beautiful. The dress actually fit well, this time the strapless part not slipping off. It was slightly tight at my waist, then flared out by my thighs. My legs were thankfully a bit longer and made me look less awkward. I gazed back at my light brown eyes. Alex was staring too, and I noticed that his hand still lingered at my waist and that his slender-fingered still touched the arch of my back from where he zipped up the dress. I looked at his mature green eyes through the mirror, and they looked so serious, gaping at me an unfamiliar look. It wasn't the way he normally looked at me, with his playful grin and bright eyes, but it was something more. They were dark, and for once he was looking at me as if I was a woman, and maybe not an your best friend. It was scary but addicting. I didn't know what this was, but part of me liked it. He suddenly shuddered, as if he broke out of his thoughts, and let go of me while his green eyes lightened. Whoa, sorry, Dest. You just look really beautiful tonight, he commented softly, and I felt my cheeks burning. I replied, smiling. For the first time since we'd met, we stood there awkwardly, but then we burst out laughing at the uncomfortable silence as we headed out the door. Who was I kidding? Alex and I were never awkward. I never thought a simple birthday dinner would turn my life upside down. Chapter 17, Where does she hide those legs? Since the restaurant was in downtown, it only took around 10 minutes to get there. While Alex sang his heart out to the open sky, my mind kept wandering back to him calling me beautiful. I couldn't help but smiling. I hadn't felt this blissful feeling in a long time. Although my inner wolf didn't like it all that another male aside from my mate made me blush, I didn't care. It was my birthday, and ultimately, it would be me who'd get to decide who would make me happy, not some stupid fate that I was burdened to. I didn't know what the restaurant would look like, but when Alex pulled up to a beautiful glass building with crystal chandeliers draped on high ceilings that made the snow look dull, and glistening marble floors that outshone the moon, I couldn't help but stare in awe. Alex had to drag me out of the car as I kept gaping at the fancy restaurant. This went way beyond my thoughts of what it would be like. Didn't expect this from downtown. Did you? Alex asked. I shook my head and clutched onto his hand as he helped me over the snow-covered curb. As much as I wished that he held onto my hand as a romantic gesture, it was more so that I wouldn't slip and die on the ice in my heels. Alex smirked as I gripped onto his arm for my dear life, and he was trying to keep his laugh in. Fortunately, he remembered his manners and helped me to the front entrance gracefully. As he held open the door, a gust of warm welcoming air hugged me, as I finally got to stare at the bright lighting and smell the fresh crisp air. I felt nothing less than a princess. Miss Evans, right this way please. A man with a breathy voice called out beside me. I turned around and saw a plump, stout man, with a shiny bald head and sleek whiskers above his lips. Alex stood beside him and motioned with his hand for me to come over. I followed them through the long halls and past the tables where elegant-looking people dined casually, as if these were the type of places they went to every day. I seemed to fit in. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. With my expensive dress and exquisite jewelry, the man led us to a long table where all of my friends sat. He left before I got a chance to thank him. So I approached the table, Alex trailing behind me. Whoa! His head was brighter than my future. I whispered to Alex, who laughed in response. He was about to say something back, but he stopped abruptly when his eyes trailed over to the table. I followed his gaze and noticed that everyone was staring at me. Vivian's violet eyes scanned me from head to toe and nodded, as if she approved. Fox's eyebrows were slightly raised, but he looked away quickly when Vivian sharply cleared her throat. Rosalind looked like an animated Disney character with the enlightening smile she gave me. Rory's eyes wide and then she raised her eyebrows up and down. I grinned and took a seat next to Lucy, who seemed lost in thought. She sat up straighter when she realized I had sat down next to her, and wished me a happy birthday. I tried not to wince and pretended not to notice when her jaw visibly clenched when Alex took the seat to my left. I tried not to get lost in their thick tension and glanced at some of the guys from the pack who still stared at me. Gabriel's blue eyes glimmered ravenously when he saw me, and I heard Hunter next to him whisper, "Damn, where does she hide those legs?" I quickly looked away, as if I hadn't just heard that, and then continued thanking people for the birthday wishes. It was still hard to fathom that I had gone from being a loner at my old pack to being surrounded by people that came to celebrate me. Honestly, I wouldn't have wanted anything else for a birthday. When the dinner arrived a short while later, I had to stop myself from drooling. It looked absolutely wonderful. It did indeed taste extravagant, and I even stole a bit from Alex's plate, hoping no one would notice. I laughed along with the others when they saw what I did though. As everyone began talking about dessert as the menus were passed around, I noticed that Lucy had barely eaten and that Alex's green eyes were full of concern. My heart clenched. Was I the rift between them? Was this my fault? The words on the menu before me became a blur as I found myself deep in my thoughts. I felt horrible that they weren't having a good time, so I needed to distract them. I began to pester Alex about what dessert I should order, even though I'd already had my mind set on the chocolate lava cake. Once he got into a conversation with Gabriel, I turned to face Lucy, who was fidgeting with her necklace. "Is everything okay, Lucy?" I whispered as quietly as possible. Her head instantly bobbed up and she plastered a fake smile on, yet her blue eyes were full of a mix of emotions. Her smile faltered when she realized what I just asked her. Well," she said hesitantly. Her eyes trailed away and she murmured a quick "never mind." It took all my strength to not sigh out loud. That really hurt. Did people not trust me yet? My heart sank. I had been through so much. It was hard at the beginning to fake a smile every day the way Lucy did. Although many people say I'm fine most of the time, they aren't. Most of the time. It doesn't get better. And I wasn't only talking about Don rejecting me. Because, hell, that was just a bump in my life. There were so many other things that had happened. If Lucy was faking a smile right in front of my face, I wasn't just going to sit there and do nothing. I knew exactly how she felt, and it wasn't a good feeling. But if she didn't want to trust me, then that was all right. "Why are you so quiet, Dest?" I jumped in surprise, which made him chuckle. "Overthinking. Again. What a surprise." Alex laughed. "Maybe you should take a map with you the next time you visit your thoughts, eh?" I actually laughed back and rolled my eyes. Alex's jokes were so lame that they were funny. I was probably one of the few people who laughed at his jokes on a regular basis. I then remembered that there were people like Alex in the world. People like him that would make you laugh. Notice the small things about you. People like him that genuinely cared about you. He had really helped me grow as a person and slowly heal myself, and I was thankful for him. Dessert arrived and I eyed the pristine chocolate cake, topped with a dollop of whipped cream. I dug right into it, ignoring everyone's remarks around me. Typical Destiny. Whoa, that's a big bite. In less than 5 minutes, the masterpiece was finished. After dessert, we shared hilarious birthday stories, and raucous laughter echoed in the building. We were about to get up, but Rosalind began singing out of the blue. "Happy birthday to you." Her voice sounded like honey, and many more people joined in, and I groaned, standing there awkwardly. I heard Fox's loud, jolly voice, Vivian's crisp and clear, Rory's voice which was hilariously off-key, and Alex's, soft and smooth. When they finished, everyone burst into cheers and laughter. I received an endless amount of hugs and thanked everyone for an amazing birthday. Little by little, people began shuffling out of the high-end restaurant, yelling the occasional happy 18th. Destiny. I beamed the whole time. Lucy was one of the few people to leave, so I quickly pulled her aside. I noted they might not have been one of your good days, but I just want to thank you for being such a good friend otherwise. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She finally smiled, and this time it was a real one. Do you want a ride home? Her eyes flitted to Alex, and I could see the flash of anger pass through them. She shook her head, then pulled me into a hug. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Destiny, thanks for brightening up my year as well. She hugged me tighter. I really didn't know what was going on in her life, but I thought that she'd needed a hug like that for a while now. She let go, and strolled off in her cream-colored dress that complemented her electric blue hair. With a heavy sigh, I walked over to Alex, who was saying goodbye to one of the guys, Hunter. He caught sight of me and said happy birthday, taking one more loom at me before dashing off. I wish that I didn't blush so easily. I slumped into the nearest chair and groaned at my feet. I'm 20 years old, and I still don't understand how you women wear those 6-inch heels. Alex retorted, with an empathetic look at my feet. I'm still shorter than you. I grumbled. Just take them off. They look uncomfortable as fuck. So without hesitation, I slipped them off and almost kissed the ground when my bare feet touched the ground. After a few moments, I picked them up in my hand and held onto Alex's elbow for support. I ignored the waiter's stares at my bare feet, probably wondering what an uncultured swine like me was doing in their restaurant. When we got to the entrance, I put the heels back on and winced. I held onto Alex's arm and reluctantly walked back to his truck. Somehow we made it through the snow, and I sighed in happy relief when we sat in his warm truck. I noticed that all of my gifts were already in the back, probably Alex. Hey Dest. What? Happy birthday. Chapter 18, The Cries of a Broken Wolf. Dominic ran a hand through his midnight black hair and laughed melodiously. He gripped my hand as we ran through the forest and into an empty open field. I laid down next to him, ignoring the tall strands of grass dangling at my bare feet, although the night sky was full of stars. I gazed at him, his sharp cheekbones, his muscular arms, his cool grey eyes that sent a chill through me on the hot summer night. He turned to face me, his face close to mine. I could feel his breath on my neck as he whispered, Dest, wake up, wait. He just called me Dest. I suddenly woke up from the dream and rubbed my eyes. From what I could tell through my blurry vision, it was still dark outside. I put on my glasses to see Alex in my room, hovering before my bed. I was wrapped in my soft blanket and was ready to sock him in the face so I could go back to sleep. But I noticed the urgency in his eyes. I sat up slowly, ignoring the fact that I was in some hideous graphic T-shirt. He'd seen me in worse. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We don't have work today, I murmured, through a long yawn. Alex shook his head frantically. He seemed as if he was at a loss for words. Wait, how the hell did you even get in my room? Remembering I hadn't given him a key. Never mind that. Dest, Lucy's missing. Closing his eyes as if it weren't real, his mouth wavered. What do you mean? She's probably out for a run or something. At 4 o'clock in the morning. I don't know. I'm worried as fuck. Did she say anything to you at your party last week when you pulled her aside? His voice was rushed yet strained, portraying that he'd gotten no sleep. He was acting very unlike himself. He was always calm, composed, and relaxed. But this, It made me uneasy. I grabbed his arm and set him down on the edge of my bed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just take a deep breath, I demanded. He simply put his head in his hands, whispering things to himself. Don't worry. I couldn't bring myself to finish my sentence. I couldn't promise him that she'd come back, the way my mom had done all of those years ago, placing a false and meaningless hope in my heart. I took a shuddered breath and focused on the situation right now. He was up again, pacing around my room, mumbling something like, "It was all my fault." I wanted to get up and scream at him, tell him that nothing was his fault. Yet the moment I parted my lips open, the door closed and he was out of my room. I couldn't breathe. What had just happened? I knew what he was feeling like. I knew it all. What it felt like to be abandoned, over and over again. To never be good enough for your mate. Although it was for Anne, and the sun was far from rising. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. After what had happened, echoes of his shaky voice rippled through my mind. It sickened me to see Axe in this state. The same Alex who sang his heart out. The one who smiled at everyone he saw. The one who was my best friend. I felt useless. I hadn't even helped him. My mom didn't want me to be a wolf and I only disappointed her. My mate never saw me as someone to share his life with, and I ran away from him. My best friend needed me more than ever, yet I sat there silently. I was such a fucking coward. I couldn't stand up to my mom. I couldn't stay in my pack and be strong, but I could help the guy who turned my life around. So I got up and ran out of my room, hoping it wasn't too late. I ran swiftly through the dark hallways with high ceilings, my feet tapping on the cold marble floor. But when I finally made it to the back entrance, a still fear crept into my heart when I saw the yellow truck was gone and the absence of unbrushed light brown hair. If only I'd gone with him. I stood there motionless for a while, ignoring the frigid drafts of air that clawed at my bare skin. I waited for one of them to come back, the dynamic girl with the bright blue hair, or the fierce boy with the green eyes. I slowly sunk down by the door, leaning against it and closing my eyes. I hated this feeling. It was too familiar. All I could think of was my 7-year-old self waiting at a window for her to come back. I shook my head. Alex and Lucy were both fighters. One of them would come back, and although my selfish heart tugged towards one more than the other, I desperately hoped they would both be okay. 2 hours had passed and none of them showed up. I had returned to my room red-eyed at 6 a.m. Quiet and swift, past the morning people who began breakfast in the kitchen. I closed the door behind me, knowing damn well that I wouldn't get any sleep now. Every time I closed my eyes, Lucy's despairing eyes would appear or Alex's frantic face. It broke my heart to even imagine what they were going through. I didn't know what to do though, and it was stressing me out. I needed to clear my mind. Those 2 hours of waiting hadn't done me any good, just revived memories that I'd thought were long gone somewhere in the folds of my mind. I tied up my hair into a messy ponytail and changed into a pair of leggings, a large dark red sweater. I crept out of my room and back to the back entrance. I wasn't going to wait this time though. I needed to get out of the pack house and momentarily forget about everything. Stepping through the fresh snow in my worn-out boots, I quickly shifted behind a thick pine tree and ruffled out my dark auburn fur and stretched out my limbs. I breathed in the scent of the forest a strong husky would smell. I felt my sensitive wolf ears perk up at each small sound, whether it was the snap of a twig or the soft rustle of branches. Taking a deep breath which came out like a growl, I opened my eyes wide and just ran. It was turbulent elegance, paws wildly trudging through the glistening snow, big eyes catching every falling leaf. But most of all, a sense of relief and calm coursing through my veins. I ran for minutes that felt like hours, and damn, it felt good to just escape. Even when I felt my muscles were tightening in exhaustion and my ragged breath was growing more shallow by the second. The wind whipped swiftly through my fur, caressing my body. I held as I ran, as loud as I could to release every thought, every feeling, every ounce of pain that I'd been keeping in for the longest time. Let the goddamned world hear the cries of a broken wolf. When I felt my bones aching to their core, I began to trail home. I took my time. As I returned to the mansion, another wave of relief washed through me when I saw the bright yellow truck parked in the back. I trotted into my room with so much more calmness than I had this morning. Making sure my door was shut behind me, I shifted back and then went to take a long hot shower. As I dried my hair and changed into some comfortable clothes, I didn't realize it was almost 10. I had been in the snow-filled woods for more than 3 hours, and it was worth it. If only I could stay there forever. I mumbled to myself out of the blue. But then that reminded me of when I had isolated myself from everyone at my old pack 2 years ago. I'd stayed in the tranquil forest temporarily yet had totally abandoned my best friends and problems. I combed out the final tangle from my hair and swept it into a messy side braid. I decided that it was time to stop running away from my problems and face the world. I would need to suck it up and accept the fact that life wasn't going to be sunshine and rainbows 24/7. A grumble from my stomach put a halt to my plans though. If I wanted to accomplish things, I'd have to do it with a full stomach. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I strolled into the kitchen, shivering slightly at the white marble against my feet. I suddenly stopped when I saw a tall, lean figure in a beige coat, hunched over a steaming cup of black coffee. My appetite disappeared as the images of a terrified and vulnerable Alex flashed into my mind. I would give him space, not only for his sake, but mine as well. After this morning, when he came to me for help and I failed to reassure him because I was too caught in my own trauma, I didn't think I'd have the guts to face him today. An idea sprang into my mind. And no, it wouldn't solve either of our problems, but it would definitely make his life easier. As I dashed up to his room on the 3rd floor and opened his door, the familiar smell of vanilla and mint enveloped me. I groaned when I saw his queen bed, perfectly made, with the soft grey blanket and light ocean blue pillows that rested against the massive headboard. It was such a typical thing to see in Alex's room, but what wasn't typical was the clothes. As I walked over to pull them apart and let the light stream in, I noticed that there was a thin film of dust on them, meaning he hadn't taken them in a while. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I made my way to his organized desk and easily found the truck's keys and found the clipboard with the long list. There were more deliveries than usual, but I was determined to get as many as I could done today. Before I left the room though, my eyes caught sight of the picture frame that held the photo of him and Lucy in it. But this time, it was face down. After driving around for a couple of hours, more than half of the pack supplies were delivered. I knew I wouldn't be able to get any more done as my stomach began hurting due to the lack of food. I think this was the first time that I'd gone without breakfast for a long time. I parked the truck in front of the coffee shop and stilled. Alex would probably be in there, but my stomach growled and the smell of coffee and cinnamon was enough to lure me out of the truck and into the cozy CAF. A few moments later, I stood in line, observing the architectural design of the shop. It had high wooden beams on the tall ceilings, in a modern way with old charm. "Hi, how may I take your order?" I was about to recite my long list, but another voice interrupted. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Reg. Motherfucking shit. Meeting his green eyes. Oh hey, what a coincidence seeing you here. I chuckled half-throatedly, but Alex's face showed no hint of amusement. Back table, to the left. Come on, he demanded, stepping out behind the counter. I followed him, ignoring the confused glances from the other customers in line. As I shuffled into the booth and sat across from him, I faced him and almost winced. He looked like he hadn't slept. "So, care to tell me where you stole my truck?" he inquired. "Look, I was just getting some work done," I replied, not wanting to make eye contact. How could properly explain what I was doing without bringing up this morning's events? It's Monday. Guest, we don't have work. Now really, what were you doing? I wasn't surprised at the soft tone of his voice. As I met his eyes that were equally as gentle, it totally threw me off. I felt bad that I couldn't help you this morning, so I thought I could get this week's back duties done so you could. I don't know. Relax, I confessed, resting my head in my hand. Who says I need to relax? I don't know. Ask your hair that. I shot back, frustrated with the stubborn man. My hair? What does that have to do with anything? Furrowing his eyebrows, looking at me as if I was crazy. It has to do with everything. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It looks like you haven't brushed it in decades. When was the last time you even got proper sleep? His sharp jaw clenched. We shouldn't be having this conversation right now. Especially here. I don't care. I'm only scolding you because you're my best friend. And unfortunately, I care a lot about you. What happened to the cheerful idiot who wears horrifying sweaters from his grandmother? I retorted. And honestly, Alex, I'm not only talking about this morning, but the last few weeks as well. You haven't been yourself. So please, let me take care of work this week. You go relax. I won't even get one single scratch on the truck. I sat there waiting for his reply, but he just stood up. I wasn't letting him go until he agreed to this, though. I stood up after him but froze when he pulled me into a hug. Thanks, Dest. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I hugged him back, smiling. He let go and stalked to the counter, coming back with a brown paper bag and cup of coffee. Before I took them, I stood up on my tiptoes and smoothed out his light brown tulle lace. He winked at me as I left the coffee shop, sitting in the truck once again. I felt like things were good between us again. I took a long-needed sip of the coffee and then grimaced when I realized it was black coffee, just the way Alex drank it. On the cup it read fetus and sprawled handwriting. It took all of my strength to pull out of the parking lot instead of going back in the coffee shop and punching the guy across his pretty face. Chapter 19. I'm on a prank show. The week continued and I woke up extra early every morning to finish the deliveries. On some of the days Alex tagged along too, so I could drop him off for his shifts at the coffee shop. Although I didn't tell him, it made me glad to see that he looked much more well-rested and refreshed than he had in a while now. I still wondered why the alpha was so harsh towards him sometimes. On Saturday morning I woke up and immediately checked the clipboard only to see that I'd finished all of the deliveries. Finally, I'd get to sleep in today. I snuggled back into my covers and closed my eyes in satisfaction. Sleep was such a beautiful thing. Honestly, the moon goddess should have just mated me to my bed. I'm sure that would have turned out to be the perfect relationship. Just as I was about to doze off back to sleep, there was abrupt knocking at my door. I groaned and pulled my blanket over my head. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And the deliveries. Go away, I called out, but I stilled when I heard the Luna's voice. Actually, Destiny. Luna, Arcadia. I dashed out of my bed, almost tripping to get to the door. I opened it to see Arcadia with Kate clutching onto her hand, with her brown Bambi, like eyes looking up at me. "I'm so sorry, Luna," I gushed, trying to compose myself. She smiled warmly. "No, it's okay, Destiny. Frankly, I'm the one who should be apologizing that I've woken you up. I have an appointment to get to and I needed someone to take care of Kate for the morning." I eyed the Luna's round stomach, fascinated by the fact that there was a small human growing in there. I nodded enthusiastically at the Luna. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It would be my pleasure, I responded. Luna Arcadia thanked me and then kissed Kate goodbye. I held on to her hand and then closed the door. "Come on, let's go get some breakfast," I said to her. "Can I have waffles?" With an angelic smile. "You can have 100, I replied with a wink. It was hard not to smile when her face lit up. then contorted into confusion. Dest why? I don't think I can eat that many. Oh God. I needed a freezer for my melting heart. She just called me dest why, and that was precious. I was about to leave my room with her, but then my bladder decided it needed to explode. In other words, I had to pee. Wait, who's going to watch Kate? I could only think of one person, so I grabbed my phone and dialed Alex's number. Come to my room, quick, I whispered, prancing around. Kate giggled. What the fuck, why? His voice was husky and deeper than usual. Oh shit. I'd woken him up. Hurry, was all I said before ending the call. I was hoping that idiot would hurry the hell up before I wet myself in front of a 3-year-old. A couple seconds later, a sleepy Alexander appeared, looking concerned. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Watch her, I said, pointing at Kate. I need to pee. I closed the bathroom door and calmed the hell down. After washing my hands, I brushed my teeth and straightened my large T-shirt atop my black tights. I stepped back into my room to find Alex sitting against the headboard with Kate in his lap. Thanks so much, I breathed, scooping Kate into my arms. No problem. Just call me any time to run down 3 flights of stairs while I'm half asleep just so you can pee, he replied sarcastically. Hell, I'm not just going to leave this poor child alone. You never know what could happen. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Okay, well, I have no clue what you're doing with the Alpha's child, but I'm going back to sleep. He yawned. He sprawled across my bed, which looked noticeably smaller. He shrugged my blanket on and then closed his eyes. Are we gonna eat waffles now? Kate piped up. I nodded. What about Owl's Ander? Peering her head over my shoulder, I closed the door behind me, walking to the kitchen. Owl's Ander is an ugly troll who drinks black poison, I replied, setting her down on the kitchen sofa. Chef Alice was there, and after I asked her to make waffles, I sat down beside Kate, admiring her bouncy red curls. We took our time enjoying the fresh blueberry waffles, and then had a lengthy discussion on which My Little Pony character was the best. It was quite scary how this little girl could binge-watch a whole show faster than me. In the middle of the 3rd consecutive episode, Kate let out a loud and high-pitched scream. In an instant, I was up and ready. My claws were itching to come out and beat the crap out of someone. Kate's pudgy finger trembled as she pointed at the door, and I got ready to lunge. I sighed, though, when I just saw Alex at the entrance of the large kitchen area. Jeez, what's your problem? Alex asked, furrowing his brows at me. I don't know. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, I replied, feeling my cheeks heat up. I sighed and sat back down beside Kate and brushed the curls out of eyes. Owl's Ander is gonna turn into a troll, she whimpered, clutching onto my arm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, who sat at one of the stools, almost spat out his coffee. Go away, Kate shrieked. Dest, what did you even tell her? Alex leaned in his chair, crossing his arms. I stifled a laugh and watched as Kate shuffled out beside me and glanced at Alex. Owl's Ander, why are you drinking black poison? Kate asked, eyeing his blue mug. Alex suddenly stood up with his coffee and then plopped down next to me on the sofa. His towering frame made Kate seem even smaller than she already was. You told the Alpha's daughter that I'm a troll who drinks poison, Alex sputtered. I nodded. Real mature. Destiny. The way he rolled out my name slow and sarcastic made me laugh. Go brush your hair, I replied, fiddling a strand of his soft brown hair between my fingers. Ugh, not this again, he mumbled, proceeding to take a sip of his hot coffee. I eyed Kate, who was intently watching her 5th episode of My Little Pony. It was funny how quickly she'd forgotten the whole owl's ender as a troll thing. I stretched out my legs and yawned. I had been so excited to sleep in today, but I guess life wouldn't let me. Alex wordlessly handed me his mug and I took a long sip of the coffee. I cringed at the bitterness but took another sip until it was almost gone. I told you black coffee's head good, Alex muttered. He rolled his eyes as I finished the last drop. It's actually quite disgusting. I only drink it so I can finish it and piss you off. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Wow, this is why I hate you, was all he said, before leaning his head against mine. Around an hour later, I got a text from Rosalind telling me to meet her in her room. Luckily though, a few minutes later Alpha Jace and Luna Arcadia arrived. I hope she wasn't too much trouble. Destiny, Luna Arcadia exclaimed. No, Kate is such a sweetheart. I smiled at the child, nestled in her mother's arms once again, sleeping soundly. I heard Alexander helped as well. She raised her eyebrows in a way that I didn't quite understand. Yeah. Kate mentioned that he was sleeping in your bed. She inquired. Wait, no. It's not like that. I swear. Kate just meant that. I fumbled. Oh my God. Why is my life so awkward? I understand. Sorry if I misunderstood Kate's story. Anyways, I have a meeting to get to. Once again, thank you so much, Destiny. And so she left me there near the staircase, blushing a shade of red darker than her lipstick. What exactly had Kate told her? I made my way around the hallway to Rosalind's room, which was connected to mine. After knocking, I entered it to see her perched on the edge of her bed, patiently looking perfect as usual. She blinked when she saw me, then cleared her throat and began to speak. Hey Destiny, I wanted to talk to you about Alexander. I tried not to look surprised, but failed, noticing that she studied my face intently. I sat on the bed beside her, daring not to break the silence with my unspoken words. Well, today, I was working for the Alpha, but the thing is, about Lucy. Thumbing the edge of her lavender-colored dress, she disappeared sometime last week and the Alpha was wondering if she was going to come back. A cold and easy feeling swept through me, despite the heater in room. So I contacted a lot of the close-by packs and one of them found her. Her brown eyes were dark. Destiny. She's not even in the country and she's not coming back. My mouth hung open. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I always knew that Lucy was an adventurous and reckless person. But this was crazy, but that wasn't the most important thing that struck me. Did anyone tell Alex yet? I asked quickly, the cold within me spreading softly. Rosalind slowly shook her head. That's why I needed to tell you. I'm not trying to dump this all on you, and leaving you to tell him, because Alpha Jace will. Yet I figured that since you're the closest person to him than all of us, then you could make sure he's okay. I know how much she meant to him and I heard he didn't handle it well when she disappeared in the first place. I honestly don't know what's going to happen when he finds this out now. Rosal inside. Even though I was freaking out on the inside, I gave her a warm, reassuring smile and thanked her. After I left, I knew that I needed to find Alex right away. I stalked out of the room and was about to run to the 3rd floor to his room, but stopped instantly when I heard his voice. I quickly hid behind the giant staircase next to my room. Please fucking tell me this is a joke. Bring out the goddamn cameras and tell me I'm on a prank show. The bitter and satirical voice style was normally calm, sent an easy chills through my spine. Alex was really mad. Then, the aura of power drenched the air. Alexander, you're being irrational. Alpha Jace sneered. Although I couldn't exactly see the two behind the stairwell, I could tell that the Alpha was trying not to yell. Give me a brick. Alex exhaled. We're giving away her room because new and future members will need it. Every single day I'm getting requests from other wolves to join our pack, but I have to decline because of the shortage of rooms. I can't continue saying no because Lucy's not coming back. Her room could easily fit into mated wolves. Alpha Jace roared. But clearly, that was the wrong thing to say. You build a huge fucking mansion and have a shortage of rooms. What the hell do you do with all your money? Waste it on useless shit like new cars. My eyes widened at the way Alex spoke. I'd never heard him that angry, nor would I have imagined him talking that way to such an authoritative figure. You listen up. Someone with your rank shouldn't be talking to me like that. You're lucky I'd let you stay all these years. But Lucy's room should be emptied by next week. Or else her room won't be the only vacant one. Alexander. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Alex snarled. I ducked, seeing Alex's brown hair fly past me and up the stairs. I couldn't believe he had it in him to talk that way. It amazed me. Everything that I'd just heard was absolutely exhilarating. As much as I wanted to run after Alex and comfort him, I didn't think he'd want to see me now, considering how angry he was. Once the alpha left, muttering words under his breath, I crept back into my room, not knowing what to do. So I shifted and went outside for a run in the cool, harsh weather. I ran until the sky became dark and trotted back to the mansion, thankful for my coat of warm fur. While I ran, I had sorted out my thoughts and decided that I'd talk to Alex. I didn't feel like shifting, so I ran effortlessly up the 3 flights of stairs and into Alex's room. But when I couldn't sniff out his scent, I realized he wasn't there. My heart began beating nervously at the thought of Alex driving away to look for Lucy, and him not coming back either. Yet I breathed out a sigh of relief when I saw his parked yellow truck through the window. Eyeing the rumpled clothes on the ground, I realized that he had shifted and went out. Not to the forest, though, as I'd just been there. I lingered around for a few more minutes and then went back to my room to get some sleep. I shifted back and threw on an oversized sweatshirt. I nestled into my bed and let sleep take over me. In the middle of the night, with the mansion's loud silence creeping through the halls, my phone rang. I squinted at my clock, which read 12:56 am. Who the hell was calling now? After the 3rd ring, I finally picked up. Hello, I answered, midway through a yawn. Dest? I need you, the raspy voice whispered. I sat up fast in my bed and clutched onto the phone. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What's going on? Chapter 20, You Can't Sleep in Here. FUC Knuckle. His voice was deep, tired, but downright miserable. He had texted me the address and now I was driving there as fast as I could. I was freaking out, wondering if he was okay. No, of course he isn't. Shuddering at the sound of his voice when he'd called me. When I stopped at the address, I let out a deep breath. I sat there in confusion though. What the hell was Alex doing at a bar on the other side of town well past midnight? It must have been because he had found out about Lucy. I unlocked the truck's door instantly when my tired eyes caught sight of a tall frame, stumbling a familiar long brown coat. Alex staggered to the passenger seat and somehow managed to get in. He blinked at me a few times and then flashed me a pearly white smile. With a cheesy wink. He reeked of alcohol. Shit. Holy motherfucking shit. Alex is drunk. It was hard to believe that the mature, cool, and sweet Alex was intoxicated so heavily. But then again, he was 21 years old. Not some 18-year-old like me. Yet it still felt weird while I started the truck's engine as he hummed a tune to himself. Swaying in the seat, he started to twirl a strand of my hair in his slender fingers. What the hell would I possibly say to a drunk Alex? Your hair is really soft. Dest. Have you been using my shampoo? I peered over at him and he genuinely looked confused as he inspected that strand of hair. I held back a laugh and replied, No, I have not been using your shampoo. Are you sure? Yeah. The drunk Alex didn't know what silence meant. Contrary to his typical self, he was chatty and clearly acting like an idiot, which I thought was downright hilarious. I then decided to take the longer way home to get the most out of this once-in-a-lifetime situation. So where are we going? Alex piped up, running a hand through his silky locks. Don't be an idiot. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I chuckled. We stopped at a red light and I cocked my head to look at him. He was smiling for no apparent reason, which brought out his dimples. His forest green eyes were alive. He turned to look at me too and seemed to be studying me. Luckily, the green light flashed and I concentrated my stare back on the road again. He was still staring though. I could see from the corner of my eye that he was doing nothing to hide it. Hey Destin, if I told you a secret, would you tell the whole world? He murmured softly. I furrowed my eyebrows. I guess it depends on what it is. I'm losing my mind. 'Cause I think that I just fell in love with you. Girl, I almost didn't stop the car at the next red light. Out of nowhere, my heart started hammering wildly. Did he really just say that? He's drunk. I reminded myself. He's drunk. Wait a second. I muttered. Were you singing the lyrics to I Will? I realized. My heart stopped beating like crazy, but another part of me was slightly disappointed. What the hell? You know, when I found out Lucy ditched me and was never gonna come back, I was upset. Alex drawled on, but then I remembered there was still another girl I love. I wanted to know who this girl was. I was scared yet intrigued and I had no clue why. What's her name? Keeping my eyes trained on the empty snow-filled road ahead of us. He began to chuckle. Shouldn't you know your own name by now? A chill ran through my spine. My grasp on the steering wheel tightened, and it took every ounce of strength in me to not look at Alex, to see whether he was serious or not. But by the way he spoke, I knew that he was. Once again, my abnormal heartbeat sped up, and I couldn't remember the last time someone had that affect on me. You're like, really pretty. You know that. Well, you're hella clumsy, but it's really cute. Alex rambled. Every word he said made my heart beat louder. I needed to get home right now before I crashed the vehicle. You really light up my whole day, especially when you lean your head on my shoulder. It's a nice feeling. Dest. It was hard to stay concentrated when he was saying all these things to me. Alexander, my best friend who is 3 years older than me, was saying these things to me. I hated to admit it, but a part of me enjoyed those rare words. Although it took 14 minutes to get home, it felt like 15 years. When I finally parked the car at the back entrance of the marble mansion, I unbuckled my seatbelt and bolted out of the yellow truck as fast as I could. My ferocious heartbeat was loud enough to awake the whole pack. Dest, help me, Alex groaned, leaning against the truck. I was scared to approach him, but went anyways. He gripped my elbow and stumbled. I didn't dare say anything. I forcefully opened the back door of the mansion and whispered for Alex to shut the hell up. Fortunately, I dragged him in and then stopped at the staircase next to my room to head up to the 3rd floor. I see Kent. Alex sighed, leaning on my shoulder. I ignored how close he was. Come on, you idiot. You need to get to your own goddamn room, I furiously whispered, urging him to get on the stairs. Instead, though, he leered toward my room and opened the door, dragging me along with him. The door behind us shut. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I yelled. This is my room. You refusee knuckle. I don't care. He whimpered, sprawling across my bed, closing his eyes. You can't sleep in here. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You let me sleep in here yesterday morning, he exclaimed, sitting upright, looking at me. But you're leaning against the wall hopelessly. What was I going to do? But I'm what? He inquired. Not a moment too soon. He was standing upright in front of me, his green eyes dark and his smile dangerous. Inches away from my face, he whispered in my ear, but I'm drunk. Dest, are you afraid? Afraid of kissing you? I mentally yelled. But why was he so close? My throat was dry. I couldn't even speak. It's go to sleep, I muttered quietly. I swallowed as he brought his lips to my ear, ignoring what I'd said. His breath tickled my neck as my breathing became unnaturally shallow. Remember that night on your birthday? Dest. You looked hot as hell in that dress. And fuck. It was hard to keep my hands off you. My eyes widened. I couldn't believe what he was saying. He slipped a hand around my waist, trapping me. I didn't even try to do anything to even escape. There would be no point. He brought me closer to him. You're drunk. You don't know what you're saying. I managed to choke out. I didn't want him to leave. I wanted him to pull me in even closer. But this wasn't right. I couldn't let him make a careless choice whilst he was drunk. That wasn't fair for him. He craned his face right into mine and stared intensely into my eyes. I couldn't think straight when his lips were just centimeters away from mine. Alex had never been this close, nevertheless said anything like this. So why the hell did I want more? He doesn't mean any of this, I told myself. He's drunk. He would never see me this way. He ran a hand through my hair and then brought his lips to my neck. He'd exploded through me. You want more? He crooned softly at the hollow of my neck. Yes, I replied. But then all of a sudden, guilt washed through me. What if half of this shit was only happening because he was full of alcohol? He probably didn't even see me this way. I tore him off of me. Go to sleep, I whispered, breaking the eye contact for what after seemed like an eternity. This time, he nodded, then stumbled over to my bed and laid down. I still stood at the wall, not quite processing everything that happened. As soon as I heard his faint and shallow breaths, enthusiasm, indicating that he was well asleep, I crumpled to the ground and stifled a sob, clutching my head in my hands. Along with the guilt, hurt flooded through me, and the maple yanked painfully inside of me, reminding me that Alex was never mine to begin with, reminding me that Alex and I would never be together. I thought back to all of our memories, the day we drove the train together, the afternoon we skated on Christmas, to the night he'd zipped up my dress, and at that point tears were streaming down my face. What had I done? I would never be able to wake up next to his sleepy face or kiss him sensually in his truck or simply just hold his hand at the coffee shop. I would never get to lovingly stroke his brown hair or go up my tiptoes to kiss his cheek. And as much as I wished it weren't true, I was in love with Alex. The tears fell harder. I was fucking in love with Alexander North. And he would never be mine. We were both mated to other people. Our hearts already chained to theirs. I'd heard many stories of the moon goddess not letting these forbidden relationships work out, from erasing the mating marks to giving heavy doses of pain. There was initially nothing I could do, but wear my brave mask and hold it all in. My mind kept wandering back to this night's events, puzzling my emotions even more. Was Alex confessing his true feelings for me, or was he just a drunk to say anything normal? My head began to hurt. Goosebumps trailed along my skin. Just the thought of him being that close to me. I tried not to think about what it would be like to be Alex's mate. I didn't even know when I'd fallen in love with him. The fact that I was destined to be with someone else hid these feelings this whole time. I remembered the last time I got my hopes up about Dom. It ended up crushing me. What if Lucy came back? What if I was overthinking everything? I closed my eyes and let the darkness wash away the thoughts. I lifted my head up and gazed at Alex sleeping soundly on my bed, looking so innocent and vulnerable. There was no way in hell I was going to fall asleep tonight with him being right there. There was no way I could ever make eye contact with him without falling in love with him over and over again. I crawled over to my bedside table and rummaged around in my drawer. I washed down a sleeping pill with water and hoped that it would not only let me sleep for the night, but erase everything from my mind forever. Chapter 21. Hungry, tired, and utterly hopeless. When my eyes fluttered open, I caught a blurry glimpse of Alex hovering over me with a concerned look on his sleepy face. His bedhead hair was sticking up all over the place and I tried not to smile. Suddenly, he perched to the edge of the bed. Groaning, I sat up instantly, reaching for my glasses while last night's events came crashing down on me. Fuck. I don't think I can remember the last time that I was this hungover. Alex sighed. His eyes closed. I didn't say anything as I found a Tylenol pill and a half-drunken water bottle in my bedside drawer. I tossed it to him, and he let out a sound that probably meant thank you. I watched him drain the water bottle in a matter of seconds, and I especially watched the drop of water that trickled down his defined jawline. I caught myself before he saw me and turned my head away. I was beginning to notice the small things. It was just like Dominic all over again, except this time I wouldn't let myself get hurt. I was smarter than that. I realized I was on my bed and then almost died right there. That meant that somewhere in the night, Alex had lifted me onto it. Even while hungover, the guy was responsible. A few seconds of silence hung around in the air before he spoke. How drunk was I last night? He asked the question as if he were dreading the answer. Wasted, I murmured, trying to keep my voice as steady and normal as possible. Sorry you had to pick me up in the middle of the night, he mumbled. It struck me that he was embarrassed, but THA meant that he remembered what happened last night. Right. Did I do anything stupid last night? He piped up. I blinked, my heart rate accelerating. Wait, so you don't remember? Sorry, Dest. My head is killing me and everything is kind of a blur. Except for the fact that you practically made me want to kiss you. Nothing happened. Nothing at all. Alexander North. I thought bitterly. I was contemplating if I should tell him the truth. If he really didn't remember last night's events, that meant he was too drunk to say anything he actually meant. But what if I told him? That would make things awkward. I didn't even understand what I was to him, and I didn't want to ruin this valuable friendship just by saying one sentence about yesterday. Stop overthinking whatever you're thinking. Dest. Tell me the truth. Did I actually do some dumb shit last night? He repeated. He was right. I was overthinking, just like I had with Dawn, and I'd ended up screwing everything up. Now you were kind of loopy. I just fell asleep on my bed when we got home. I lied, clutching my blanket in my hand so hard. He let out a sigh of relief which felt like a knife puncturing through my heart. So why were you on the ground when this morning? He furrowed his brows at me, and I sheepishly stared back at the oblivious emerald eyes that had been so dangerous last night. Oh, this is kind of embarrassing, but I was on my period and the cramps were really bad. So I just sprawled on the floor because that was the only comfortable position. I explained, feeling like an idiot. Dest, you should have told me. Do you want me to go out and get some pads or tam, Alex? Just shut up. I quickly hissed. I'm fine. Just go and eat something. I'm going back to sleep. He chuckled and then walked over and ruffled my hair, and goosebumps trailed over my arms at his touch. Before he left, thanks as usual, Dest, with a soft smile. It took everything inside of me to not run after him. He wasn't mine, and I was okay, was what I told myself. And so it took all of my willpower to not break down in front of Alex or in front of anyone in that case. It was hard not to stare at him while he drove, or smile at the thought of him. Although I was acting like a total creep, my mind was just all over the place right now. Every time I was alone with Alex, whether it was in the kitchen in the early hours or in his truck, breezing past packs, I struggled to act normal. On some days I was so close to saying fuck this and kiss his tempting lips, while other days I wanted to run away as far as possible as I could from him. Obviously, I couldn't really do any of those things. The worst days though were when my mind decided to think back to Dominic. As much as I scolded myself that I was done thinking about him, I still wandered off back to that crevice full of our memories together in my head. I often found myself wondering if he had a mate or a new best friend by now, even though I didn't care that he never saw me as a love interest. I hated to let go of such a big part of my life. It was hard to let go of a childhood friend who was literally one of the only people who didn't choose to abandon me. But nothing gold can stay. I silently thanked him though. As if it weren't for him rejecting me, there would be a slim chance that I'd ever get to meet Alex. I thought what it would have been like if Dom decided to accept me and we became more than friends. What would have happened if I bumped into Alex then? Probably nothing. I never would have befriended that whole bookish, handsome dork nevertheless fallen in love with him. Thus, in a way, I was grateful for Dom. My heart still lurched at his name, but not as much as before. Shivers still went down my spine with thoughts of him as my mate, but those thoughts were drowned out with Alex's presence. I loved Dom, and hell, I still did. But I wasn't in love with him. I was just designed to feel that way. I had found out what it really meant to fall in love with someone without knowing you would. It was cliché to say that what Alex and I had was true love, but it was realistic to say that we'd never end up together simply because we weren't bonded together by a mate link. Even if he tried to mark me, the chances that the mark and bond would actually last would be zero. So I didn't talk to Alex as much as we used to, and I avoided him whenever I could. I told myself repeatedly that in the end, it wouldn't hurt us. But in this moment, it fucking hurt like a bitch. "Hello, Destiny," Alice yelled in my ear. I jumped and then blushed a deep red. "Chocha, like me to make for you? A coffee and toast, please." "Thanks," I replied, sinking back into the stool. Alice furrowed her brows. Her bright blue eyes were full of confusion. "Sweet pea, you've really lowered your appetite," she mumbled. I didn't know what to say. Everything tasted so bland now. A few minutes later, she handed me the toast and black coffee. I gave her a side smile and then went for the coffee. "That boy's got ya hooked onto that coffee to now," as she laughed heartily. "Hooked onto his heart too." After finishing my so-called breakfast and then chatting with Vivian for a bit, I went down to the office as usual to begin working. Nothing like a good 8 hours of staring into a cold monitor and replying to emails. In all honesty though, the extra work that I'd been loading and had kept my mind off of things for the past few weeks. Sometimes Alex would hang around downstairs to talk to the others and he would notice that I'd be too caught up in my work to say hi. So naturally he didn't bother me. I felt like shit for doing this to him, for seeing the slight hurt in his eyes every time I avoided him. It was killing me softly, but I just wanted him to think about another girl. I told myself that he'd eventually find a smart and mature girl he'd fall in love with. Anyone but a broken girl with issues. By 8 p.m., my stomach was grumbling and I had to take off my glasses and close my eye. I was hungry, tired, and utterly hopeless. I yawned and stuck my glasses back on and tried my best to concentrate on the screen. But a few minutes later, the delicious smell of fresh pasta flounced into my nose. I closed my eyes again. Was I so tired that I was beginning to imagine things? Wait, no. You couldn't imagine smells. Could you? Was there such a thing as your nose having hallucinations? Yes, it's real. Now eat up before it gets cold. Startled, I turned my spin in my chair and smiled. I didn't know what it was exactly that made me smile, the plate of pasta on my desk, or Alex's dimpled, cooked smile. It was probably both. I didn't even say anything as I dug into the pasta right away, enjoying the saltiness contrasting with the sweet garlic Alfredo sauce which melted perfectly in my mouth. Who needed a man when this existed? Alex pulled up another spin and Y chair next to mine and rested his chin on his elbow, which was threateningly close to me. "It's been weeks since you last ate like that." And then gestured a hand at the smear of Alfredo sauce by my mouth. I quickly grabbed a napkin out of my desk and wiped off my face. "I can't believe you noticed," I admitted, pushing the empty plate to the side. "Noticed what? The abundance of sauce on your face or your abnormal lack of eating nowadays?" He chortled. "Both, I guess," I replied, resting my head in my hands. I didn't want to look at his face after not properly talking for a while. "Guessed? Seriously?" His voice was suddenly soft and quiet, but I couldn't help but look at him. "What's going on?" He looked so sincere and worried as he studied my face in concern. I wanted to pour my heart out to him, tell him how my wolf inside the comfort of Dom, yet how my heart wanted him, how I felt homesick but still dreaded the thought of returning, how I felt like I'd lost everything I'd ever had. But here I was, sitting in a marble mansion. Nothing's wrong. It's just that. I struggled to come up with a remotely real excuse. I felt so embarrassed. "It's nothing." His green eyes flashed in disappointment and I saw his jaw clench ever so slightly. He let out a noticeable sigh. He and I both knew it wasn't just nothing I had let him down. Again, after weeks of him trying to talk to me, I had blocked our connection. So what brought you here to my office? Just wanting to forget about the last 5 minutes. I needed to make it up to you because you helped me out that night I was drunk as hell. And I felt like I owed you something. So I thought you'd want some pasta I made today. He explained. You can cook. I nearly fell off of my chair. Don't expect me to speak Italian or have some hot Spanish accent. He laughed, which sounded like pure music to my ears. My brother was the one who taught me how to cook. I cocked my head to the side. Holder, Alexander North has a brother. I questioned. And here I thought Alex was a lone wolf. He'd never mentioned his family or even having one. I guess it was fair, considering the fact that I'd barely spoken about my own family as well. He's dead, Alex replied, playing with the hem of his red flannel. I tried to keep my mouth shut. I'm sorry. I sputtered. What happened? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His green eyes were full of grief and vulnerability, but they became hard. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's nothing, he replied curtly. I sat there, agape. That really stung, but I deserved it. I mean, I had just done the same thing to him about 10 minutes ago when he'd asked me what was wrong. He wordlessly stood up and grabbed the plate. He looked away from my eyes and then walked away. I wanted to chase after him and apologize, but he probably had enough of my bullshit to last him an entire lifetime. Besides, there were so many things I wanted to do, but they were just out of reach. I was once an abandoned member of the pack, but now I stand shoulder to shoulder with him, ready to return to my hometown. This return is not only for myself, but for our shared future. Chapter 22, Destined. Get in the goddamned bed, now. The road was completely covered in thick blankets of glistening white snow, and the rapid snowflakes that fell around the truck endlessly indicated that we would be here for a while. I told the Alpha we shouldn't have gone to deliver today, Alex murmured, his breath fogging out. I shivered involuntarily, wishing I'd worn a much thicker sweater. I honestly didn't even know how I'd ended up in this situation. It had been weeks of the silent treatment between Alex and I, weeks of driving individually to deliver resources. Long, dreadful weeks of pretending like neither of us existed, and we somehow ended up here in the dead of the night, stuck in an empty snow-filled road thanks to an unexpected blizzard. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alex said softly, I really don't mind spending this time with you. Destined. My breathing hitched slightly and I tried so hard to not turn around and gaze into his mossy eyes. The more he told me these sweet things, the harder it was for me to resist him. So I continued to stare out the window of the yellow pickup truck, admiring the beautiful winter wonderland. I shivered again, but not a moment too soon. A familiar scent of mint and vanilla engulfed me as a warm jacket was planted around my shoulders. I gratefully snuggled into it, embracing the warmth and the scent. Thanks, I whispered. Another long few minutes of silence trickled by. I had to break the ice somehow. This silence was driving me insane. It wasn't like how we normally would have been a few months ago, happily conversing about Sunbook or blasting Headley in this very truck. Yet there was a thick, heavy tension in the air, an unpleasant result of no proper conversation for weeks. I could only manage to choke out one thing. Other than Alex on my mind, these snowflakes are so captivating. I began. They're just drifting from the sky and clinging to whatever they land on. I just really want to go out and step on the untouched fresh snow. My words trailed off as I continued to stare at the mesmerizing depths of the natural work of art. Frigid snow had never looked so intriguing. His deep voice shattered my thoughts. Destiny. The way he spoke my name brought a shiver to me. Despite his warm coat, I'd really like to do that too. But right now, I really want to something else instead. I didn't know why he was whispering, but I was entranced. And what would that be? I whispered back, finally letting my brown eyes meet his green ones. He slowly began to lean in. I blinked. His fingers trailed across the seat, and then he laced them through mine. I held them tighter. He closed the distance between us. So close that our noses were touching. So close that his forehead rested gently against mine. There was only one thing missing. Dest, I just really want to kiss you right now. Go for it. Our lips touched. And in that moment, Earth spinning. Time slowed down just for us as seconds lazily danced by. It was finally happening. The kiss was like magic. Incomparable. And so much more than I ever could have dreamed of. His lips felt like the inside of a flower. So sweet. I couldn't get enough. He moved one of his hands that was cupped around my face down to my waist, deepening the kiss. I held onto to us less of his brown hair. I had waited so long for this moment. I never wanted to let go. Suddenly, the wolf inside of me whined. Mate. It killed me to let go and break the kiss. I can't do this. To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I stuttered, tears already pooling in my eyes. I've been wanting to do this forever. Why are you pushing me away like this? You've been avoiding me out of nowhere for so long. Something wrong with me or something. There was so much pain in his voice. So raw and true. More sobs escaped my throat. Everything was my fault. To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No, I said fiercely. I've wanted you for the longest time now. Hell, I needed you. But I can't do this knowing I'd seen you and your mate. I can't just do this to Lucy. I don't want to be that girl that comes in between two people. And, Dest, it's just killing me on the inside. Every time I think about it, Destiny, shut up. I stopped talking. I don't have a mate. I sat there, flabbergasted. I didn't know whether I should have been laughing or crying or screaming. I was in total shock. I never found my mate. I always assumed she was already mated or dead by now. And Lucy, she's old news. Dest, I did love her once and we had our ups and downs, but it never worked out. Besides, I'm turning 21 soon, and there's no point in looking for her or my mate now, when all I've ever wanted is sitting right beside me. No words at all could come out of my mouth. Dest, I've fallen in love with you. To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was speechless. My heart was hammering and even my wolf decided to shut her trap. Oh, okay. I choked out. I couldn't believe any of this. Someone actually loved me. Alex wasn't even mated. But most of all, someone fell in love with me. To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm so sorry, I exclaimed. Leaning into him, he wrapped his arms around me, and in that moment everything was okay. There's so much I need to tell you. Resting his head against mine. We can talk later. This is too much shock for one day. To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We can do something else. You know, he whispered. He began to trail kisses from my neck to my lips and I couldn't help but give in to him. I had been craving this. What was one kiss soon turned into a long-awaited make-out session. Wow, I breathed. I heard him chuckle. Hey, Destin, does this mean you'll move back into my room again? He asked as he outlined the lines on my palm. Yeah, I'll move my stuff whenever now. I mean like tonight. Just sleep next to me. So we can finish what we started earlier. I punched him in the shoulder. To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We're stranded here in a pickup truck in the middle of the night. That's all you can think about. I snorted, with his arm around my waist. He pulled me in closer and shook his head. You're so cute. Now be quiet so I can call someone to fucking save us. Around half an hour later, some guy with a huge snowplow eventually made it to us and helped us get home. Luckily, he was a wolf from a neighboring pack and he knew how to get to our own pack's hidden mansion. Once we got inside, I stopped by my room to change, not into anything sexy because it's not like I owned anything remotely close to sexy. It was only Alex. He'd seen me in everything. And I was just going to sleep, not anything else you'll pass. The mansion was silent. Everyone probably asleep. I quietly crept to the third floor and into Alex's room. His bathroom light was on, so I leapt onto his massive bed in my cropped up and embraced the calm finesse. My eyes were closed when I heard the bathroom door swing open. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I think I missed your bed more than you, I mumbled into the pillows. Wow, that really hurts, he replied. I opened one of my eyes open and then instantly opened the other, admiring the very pleasant view. A colorless Alex stood by his closet, with clearly defined back muscles and chiseled ABS that made me want to drool. He caught me staring and winked at me. Stare all you want. Dest, you'll get used to this view sooner or later. I didn't say anything as I continued to marvel at his muscles. He walked over and then lied down behind me, and Des without clothes, his arms around my waist, pulling me into him. But personally, I'd prefer sooner, he crooned in my ear, before nibbling on it lightly. His voice sent shivers down my spine and I turned around to kiss him when a shrill knock came on the door. We both leapt out of the bed and stood up fast. I could see Alex's eyes instantly widen. Quick, get in the bed, he whispered furiously, while I stood there, frozen as a rock. Dest, get in the goddamn bed now. I stealthily slipped into the covers, throwing his blanket over my shoulders, inhaling his scent. I stopped breathing when I heard Delpha Jace's voice. I heard some ruckus. Why were you out of the mansion after curfew? Alpha Jace demanded in his authoritative voice. I tried my best not to snicker. Who the hell even said, ruckus? Alpha Jace. Alex began apologetically. We got stuck in the blizzard during deliveries. And Mike got us home with his snowplow only around 20 minutes ago. The Alpha was quiet for a moment. Oh, right. But Alexander, may I ask, who is that in your bed? He inquired. I quickly made sure that my breathing resembles that to a sleeping person's. It's just Dest, Alex answered naturally. I believe Destiny is supposed to be in her own room, downstairs. Alpha Jace's voice was challenging and cold. I was terrified. I had no clue how casually Alex was talking to him right now. She fell asleep in my truck. She was exhausted as hell, Alex explained. Also, she's kind of my new roommate. Even said we had a shortage of rooms. Now her and Lucy's rooms are free. Alexander, shouldn't you know the rules by now? You can't share a room with someone unless they're family or they're your mate. Destiny is not your mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That stung. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just because Destiny is not my fated mate, that means she's not my mate at all. Alex's anger was seeping through his voice. She's my fucking mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Because I chose her. I didn't even realize that Alex had used the Alpha's first name because his last sentence kept repeating in my head over again. He was serious about me. Serious about us. Of all of the unmated females in the world he could have chosen, he chose me. Damn. I felt like a rare Aspo came in. The second that Alpha Jace left, I crushed Alex into a hug. To my pleasure, he responded by pulling his lips against mine. I had a mate. I was finally wanted by someone. And his name was Alexander North. Chapter 23, Shut the hell up. You curve. When I woke up in the bed the next morning, I had to remind myself that last night wasn't a dream and that it really was Alex sleeping next to me, with an arm draped around my waist. I studied his face, taking in his breathtaking features, his defined jaw, his beautifully structured cheekbones, his soft lips, his messy brown hair. I loved everything about him, from his qualities to his laugh to his singing voice to his flaws. I was so in love with the guy who'd picked up my broken pieces and placed them back together. I watched him take slow, steady breaths. I trailed my fingertips gently, tracing the outline of his lips. I didn't want to ever leave this place. Blinking sleepily, I fell asleep again, my fingertips at his jaw. The next time I woke up, it was because of a shrill knock at the door. I groaned and slowly pulled myself out of the bed, praying that it wasn't the alpha again. I quickly snagged one of Alex's large shirts from his closet, pulling it over my head as the person continued to knock on the door. Oh well, it covered enough. I walked over and finally opened the door and was surprised to see Vivian and Rory. Hey Alexander, do you know where Destiny is? Rory piped up. Vivian elbowed her faster than the speed of light. Rory's eyes widened in realization. I could feel both of their gazes trailing me up and down, observing the fact that I was in nothing but Alex's shirt. I watched as Vivian's sharp violet eyes trailed to Alex behind me, sleeping in the large bed. Never mind, Rory whispered awkwardly. Vivian gave me a cunning smile, and then softly shut the door, leaving me standing in the room, my face a deeper shade of red than a tomato. Maybe telling people about Alex and I wouldn't be as easy as I thought it was going to be. So you and Alex? Vivian retorted. Over breakfast that morning, I looked down at my waffles and picked around at them, trying not to smile. I failed, though, huh? That smile gives it all away. She laughed, elbowing me. Well, it's about time. I guess we all saw it coming. Was it indebted? We were just waiting until everything finally fell into place. Yeah, there was so much tension between you guys over the past few weeks. We started wondering if we were wrong. Rory explained, with a mouthful of pancakes and syrup dribbling down her chin. She grabbed an napkin and dabbed away it, continuing to speak. But I guess all that tension's gone now. Am I right? She winked. I furrowed my brows. What do you mean? Rory raised her eyebrows a few times and then leaned in. You know, sexual tension. We all burst out in a series composed of gasps and snorting laughter. She was just too much sometimes. All right, let's move on from that topic before Rory makes it any more awkward, I exclaimed. Well, yeah. It's hard to believe that she's going to turn 20 tomorrow when you're already more mature than her. Rosie giggled. Rory gave her a glare. It's hard to believe that you're not 30 yet. She shot back. All right, girls. Tone it down here. Vivian rolled her eyes, with a smile. But speaking of your birthdays, what exactly are we doing? Well, I don't know if you and Destiny know this, but Rose and I have this thing where every year one of us gets to decide what we'll be doing. Rory began. Last year was my turn to choose, and we had this snowboarding party and then hit up this hell-lit nightclub at the city. It was funny to watch Rory reenact a story to us. She mentioned and acted out hilarious memories that creep at the club, snowboarding fails, and even Rosalind getting drunk for the first time. Yeah, it was wild, and how about we never mention that story ever again? Rosal inside. Anyways, so I thought we'd go with something more chill this year. I booked the skating rink for the pack and a few close friends tomorrow, and then we'd go to that dessert place afterwards. You're lucky I have a massive sweet tooth. Or else I would have asked for another idea. Rory said, Sounds great. So do you guys know what you're wearing? Actually no, but we're going to the mall later today. Rosie answered. Well, in that case, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, reaching into my pocket and pulling out my wallet. I handed the twins each a $1. Unfortunately, I didn't know what to get you guys, so go buy yourself some really nice dresses as an early birthday present from me. Rory didn't hesitate to grab one of the bills and give me an animated smile that matched her bright golden eyes. Rosalind, though, looked unsure. Wow, Destiny. This is I can't. Hey, Rose, if you don't want it, I'll take yours too. Rory chortled. Rosalind mumbled something under her breath and then slowly took the bill from me. Thank you so much. Destiny, she gushed. I waved them off. They were my friends and they deserved to look amazing on their birthdays. Well, they could literally wear trash bags and they would still look hot. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I gotta get to work now. I'll see you guys later, Vivian said, gathering our plates and putting them in the sink. Me too. Rory, we'll go to the mall at 3, Rosalind announced, strolling away from the kitchen table with Vivian after waving goodbye to us. Hey Rory, if you aren't doing anything right now, can you actually help me move some of my things to the 3rd floor? Getting off of my stool. Oh, it was so fun having your room right next to ours. She pouted. But yeah, of course I'll help. Thanks. Girl, you do realize that now you won't be able to get midnight snacks anymore like you always do. Rory snickered. Shut up. Let's go. I rolled my eyes. This is going to be fun. I've been in this pack house my whole life, and I've never been in Alex's room, she deviously said. Oh boy. After lugging my possessions from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor multiple times, and then organizing them in the room for a good hour or so, Rory and I were exhausted. Thank the Lord. We're finally done, she sighed, flopping onto the huge bed next to me. But damn, I never knew how much of a neat freak your man was. I involuntarily blushed. I would have to get used to the fact that Alex really was my man now. I liked it, and I never knew how freaking comfy this bed was, she exclaimed, into the pillows. We closed our eyes for a few seconds, before Rory glanced at the pristine white clock on the wall. Shit, it's 2:58. I better go. Leaping out of the bed, she shrugged on her coat and boots, then yelled by after dashing out of the room. I left, listening to her rushed footsteps down the marble stairwell. The next day, I excitedly got ready for the twins' party. Destiny, Alex yelled through the bathroom door. Hurry up, we gotta go soon. My makeup was finished, but the short maroon dress that I bought last week had yet another zipper at the back. What was it with these things? Come and unzip this thing. Fucked it. I yelled back, equally as loud. Alex rolled his eyes as he entered the bathroom, but his eyes lit up when he saw me. You look stunning, Dest, he muttered. I smiled shyly. Just zip up the back. The feeling of déjà vu swept through me when Alex placed his hand on my waist and zipped up the dress. You remember when you were drunk? You confessed that on my birthday, that you couldn't keep your hands off me, I smirked, watching his expression from the mirror. That's true. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I can do this, he murmured, before trailing soft kisses up my neck. He began to kiss my jaw and I unconsciously let out a small moan, which made his grip on my waist tighten. How about we just skip the party? He whispered in my ear. As tempting as that sounded, I wouldn't miss the twins' party for the world. Shut the hell up. You perv. Let's get going, I replied, wiggling free from his grasp. He looked disappointed, so I leaned on my tiptoes to give him a gentle kiss on his cheek. That's all I get, he groaned, unless you want lipstick all over your mouth. Then yeah. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Picking up my skates in my hand. Fine. You elf. Let's go. He chuckled. Geez. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Not this again. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What do you mean? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Fuck you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I called out, leaving the room. Love you too. After skating around the rink with the others from the pack and they'd got me fun for falling by Alex multiple times, Rory mischievously decided to start a snowball fight. She looked absolutely gorgeous, with her long brown locks curled which complemented her chrome golden dress. Ugh, I just wanted to skate with you for the rest of the night. Alex groaned against my forehead. I laughed, and we skated back to the side benches and began unlacing our skates. How are my favorite lovebirds doing? Rory said, popping up from behind us. Alex didn't even flinch while I almost fell off the bench, while pulling on my knee-high leather boots. Without another thought, I scooped up some snow in my hand and chucked it at her. With her fast reflexes, she ducked and then stuck out her tongue at me. Happy birthday, bitch ass. I yelled out. Wow, Dest, do you really not want to be my lovebird? Alex snickered. No, I really don't. I joked. I leaned in to peck him on the lips when a snowball landed right in our fascia. Rory yelled out, from behind a mound of snow. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I think we need to join that snowball fight. Right now. I grinned. You don't have to ask me twice. He beamed, helping me up, for the rest of the night. We plummeted each other with snowballs. Even Rosalind joined too. Eventually, I made sure to hit Vivian, and the way her fiery violet eyes lit up in competition was hilarious. She could have killed everyone with those hits if it weren't for Fox throwing her off. When we all stumbled into the dessert cafe all covered in snow, the employees working didn't look too thrilled. With Rosalind's smart thinking and sense of responsibility, she'd already booked out the place for our large group of 30. It was funny how this wasn't even a third of the whole pack. After everyone sang happy birthday over a large cheesecake, drinks were passed around and music was blasted through a retro pastel jukebox. Since I was only 18, I made sure to skip the alcohol. I was content live feasting on strawberry cheesecake though. Hey man, you want some? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. One of the older Wolves strolled over to the booth we were sitting at with a red solo cup in his hand. For a 25-year-old, he had this once-offness in his face that allowed people to easily mistake him for a teenager. Lemon, I'm good. Alex politely shook his head. I'm cutting down on the drinks. When Aaron left, I whispered over in his ear. Theft says the guy who calls me at 3 a.m. because he was too drunk to drive his own dumbass home. Okay, that was the first time I had drank in a long time. Alex said, I know. I'm joking. I replied, offering him some cheesecake. Oh my god. Is Destiny actually sharing her food? What a rare sight. Vivian smirked, sliding into the seat across from us with Fox. The fetus is only sharing because she drinks my coffee all the time. Alex winked. Will both of you shut up before I change my mind and devour it myself? I grumbled, but it didn't matter, because a few moments later, Alex had dug in his fork. As Alex and Fox got into a conversation about some other pack, Vivian slanted toward me and lowered her voice. Hey, look at Rosalind for a sec, she whispered. I craned my head and looked past people dancing to see Rosalind in a short red dress, perching on a stool, but her eyes were brighter than usual and she had this brilliant glow to her face. Wow, she's so pretty. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Vivian cleared her throat. No, you idiot. Look who she's talking to. My eyes trailed over to the guy sitting across from her and my ironed, to see Gabriel talking to her as if she were the only girl in the room. It was such a weird sight to see the PAX player look at a girl that way. He was always the one who flirted with everyone and charmed the unmated ladies, though he was never known to be loyal. He'd have a new girlfriend almost every other week, even ones from other PAX. It amazed me to see him look at Rosalind as if she were a goddess, but it also made me frown. "I think they're mates," Vivian said, observing them intently. I nodded, watching their body language, the way Rosalind was faced closely toward him, and how her head tilted in a dangerously beautiful way, and how Gabriel was sitting up tall and staring into her eyes. It was bittersweet, but a churning feeling in my stomach washed over me. "He's no good for her." "Vivian," I whispered. She whipped her head toward me, looking at me as if my hair had just turned purple. "Are you crazy? Destiny. He's her freaking mate," she retorted. "He's nothing but trouble. Rosalind could do so much better. She's so mature, sweet, and no, he's going to break her," I muttered, shaking my head. "What the hell? They're mates. Destiny. Get that across your thick skull. Why would he ever hurt her?" Vivian sneered, as I watched Gabriel's ravenous dark eyes trail over Rosalind. I closed my eyes. It was all too familiar. My head was spinning. "Like you're the one who got fucking rejected by someone exactly like him." Trying to fight back the tears. Rosalind didn't deserve that. Hell, no one did. Vivian looked shocked as she stared at me in a whole other way. "No one at this PAC knew my story, where I came from, or what I'd been through. But I thought you and Alex were," she said quietly. "No, we're not." And a burst of pain shot through me. It hurt to remember that Alex and I indeed weren't really mates. I wished so bad that he was. My life would have been so much better. "Dest? What's wrong?" Alex faced toward me, concern flooding his green eyes. I didn't say anything. I was so angry yet so sad at the same time. I had to remind myself that not everyone would go through what I did, and not everyone knew that the mating bond wouldn't be flawless. Alex's warm, slender hand slipped through mine. "We're going home. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Tracing circles on my hand. Vivian was still speechless. As Alex and I got out of the booth, I kept my head down and we wordlessly slipped out of the loud party. As soon as we got in the truck and the scent of vanilla and mint engulfed me, I broke down in tears. Alex," was all I could choke out. Before another sob erupted, he held on to me tight and stroked the top of my hair. "Dest, I'm here. Don't think about him or anything from the past," he murmured in my hair. "I know it's hard and you can't keep it in all the time, but I'm here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "You're my mate." I nodded, taking shallow breaths. After a few minutes, he let go of me and started the engine, pulling away from the cafe. The drive home was comfortably quiet. We reached the mansion and parked at the massive back entrance. Snow was falling as Alex helped me out of the car and into the pack house. He didn't let go of my hand until we reached the third floor and into our room. He softly shut the turquoise door behind us. "Thanks. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," I said quietly. I walked over to the mirror and tried to unpin my hair from the low and loose bun, but my hands trembled. Alex caught sight of my eyes in the mirror and strolled over. Standing behind me, he gently put my hands down and began unpinning my hair, letting my dark auburn-brown waves of hair tumble down my back. "Dest, don't ever let anyone tell you that we're not mates." He entwined his fingers in mine and spun me around to face him. With one hand, he tilted my chin up to meet his green eyes. "That idiot didn't deserve you," he whispered husky, his lips hovering merely inches away from mine. "I would never dream of hurting you because you mean way too much to me. I slid my hand up to his neck and pulled on his hair, tilting his head closer to mine as I mashed my lips against his. He continued to kiss me as he pushed me toward the wall, pressing his body towards mine. He slid one of his hands from my hips to my waist to my back. His touch was like magic. I love you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I whispered as I took a breath. His green eyes darkened as he brought his lips to the hollow of my neck, nicking at it lightly. I want to mark you so fucking bad. He groaned. My breathing hitched as he sucked on it, and then began to kiss my lips again. He began railing his hand on my back higher and higher until it reached the zipper. He tugged on it as permission. I nodded through our kiss. He pulled it lower and lower, and I shivered at his touch at my bare back. He slipped off one side from my shoulder, and I tugged harder at his hair. I pulled him even closer by his tie, and then began unfastening the knot. He kissed me even harder, pulling the other side of my dress off. As I was about to slip off his tie and begin to unfasten his shirt buttons, my cell-phone rang. Ignore it, he hoarsely murmured against my lips, so we let the phone ring until it stopped. I unfastened his buttons slowly and traced my hand over his muscles. Then all of a sudden, there was a knock on the door. Why the fuck do we always get interrupted? Alex breathed heavily, hesitantly letting go of me, and he quickly began refastening his buttons. The knocking continued. I'm coming, Alex called out, trying to keep his voice composed. He opened the door. Someone handed him something, and then Alex shut the door. It's a call for you. He rolled his eyes. I slowly sat down against the wall and grabbed the phone high. I'm kind of busy right now, so if you could call later. Hello, is this Judy? I almost dropped the phone as goosebumps erupted all over my arms. I could feel my face going pale. I began shaking. I ended the call and let the phone slide from my hands. Destined. What happened? Alex crouched down, furrowing his brows, any hint of mischief gone from his face. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I whispered. It was him. Chapter 24. I don't want to sound cheesy. Snow was falling hard and it looked like it wasn't going to stop. Rooftops of houses and buildings were coated in thick layers of it, and the tall evergreen trees were swaying gently in the frigid wind. As Alex drove through the quiet streets back to the pack house, quietly humming to himself. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This afternoon reminded me of that night Alex and I had first kissed. That night when everything felt right. When I felt as if nothing could go wrong. Boy, was I wrong. But just being enveloped in that feeling made me speak up out of the blue. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Can we not go home yet? My voice rasping. He shifted lanes and then flitted his green eyes toward me. Sure, but what's bothering you? Destined, he replied softly. I could tell he was genuinely concerned, and that was the moment I knew that I had to tell him everything before I lost him too. This whole phone call wasn't only filling me with anxiety, but it was affecting him too. And that was one thing that I didn't want. This was my fight and I didn't want to drag him into it. I want to just talk about something. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I reached over and squeezed his right hand to assure him that it wasn't about our relationship. To my surprise, he laced his lean fingers through mine and held onto them tight. He continued to drive and we sat there hand in hand, in a comfortable silence. These were the small moments I didn't want to let go of, just us in this truck with snow drifting all around us. As I stared out the window, I realized that we were driving through a forest. It wasn't the one that led to our pack house, though. The trees were much older and the ground felt more inclined. We eventually stopped at a clearing with the trees behind us, and as I looked beyond the window, I realized we were on a cliff overlooking the town beneath us. The truck was a safe distance from the edge, but we were close enough to see the lights in houses beginning to flicker on and streetlighted glimmering through the snow. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Whoa. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This is beautiful, I marveled, holding his hand tighter. I think we both needed to just get away. He responded. He let go of my hand and undid his seatbelt to turn away and grab something from the back seats. He revealed a lovely dark teal quilt and urged me to come closer to him. I shifted over next to him and he wrapped the warm quilt around our shoulders and then slipped an arm around my waist. I rested my head against the crook of his neck and closed my eyes for a few seconds before opening them again. I came to want to stay here forever, but there are also some things I need to get off my chest. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Go ahead. No one's stopping you. Alex remarked. It's been 4 days since he called. And honestly, I'm as confused as you are as to why. I haven't said a lot about him ever since you brought me to this pact 2 years ago. I don't think I'd ever told you that I got rejected by my best friend. I let out a breath and shivered. It felt weird to finally tell someone just straight out like that. Dest. I don't know what he was thinking, and even though I want to rip his insides out for putting you through so much pain, just know that I will never abandon you. Alex murmured. I leaned into him and then stopped. Wait, how do you know that I went through so much pain? Am I that easy to read? I inquired, meeting his eyes in confusion. I had wanted to become a stronger person, not someone filled with pain. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You're surprisingly really good at hiding it. You're always helping others, and damn it, you have this brilliant smile on your face and it gets me every time. But you know, no one else probably notices this. Sometimes you stare off into space and your eyes cloud over and you're just so lost in thought. And even though it's only momentarily, those few seconds of you just getting lost in your mind is so full of emotion, and I can tell something scarring had happened to you. Those days when you had to stay in my room before you had your own, during early morning shifts when I would come to pick up the lists. Sometimes you'd murmur this one name or some sad strange things in your sleep. It's amazing though how you've kept it inside of you this whole time. Alex explained. I just sat there in complete surprise though. I couldn't believe he actually cared that much to even remember those things. What had I done to deserve someone like him? Just before you start protesting your sadness, just hear me out. We're both full of these scars and we need to let it all out sometimes. Just say his name and stop holding all of this inside of you. I'm here to listen to you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I've seen you from your absolute worst to best. Go on. I won't judge you, Alex added. So without any hesitation, I let his name roll off of my tongue as light as a feather. His name is Dominic F.A.L.Brook, and there was a point where I loved him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It all just came rushing out of me. I met him when my mom left me at the Dawn Lightbreakers pack. You see, my mom had been a wolf, but my dad, he'd been a human. Hence why I have such a human last name and small wolf size. The thing is, I always thought that I'd been a normal girl up until I turned 8, and I had transformed painfully on the living room floor. My dad was downright terrified and had an abrupt heart attack from the shock. So when he was in the hospital, my mom packed up all of my things and told me she was going to take me to a place where I'd better fit in. I was bewildered and upset and definitely confused. Everything was happening too fast. On the long drive to the pack, my mom told me not to ask questions and said that this was the best thing for my dad's health. When we made it there, she didn't even bother to lead me inside, but left me outside the door and promised me she'd come back for me To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That was just an empty promise to a scared 8-year-old. I muttered. A lump in my throat formed and I clenched my fists tight, telling myself I wouldn't waste any more tears on her. Dominic was one of the first people to show me around the pack house and teach me everything about being a wolf since he was the beta's son and all. At the time, we were one of the few kids there, and he was only a year older than me, so naturally we became good friends over time. I was still a kid though, and I waited at the window sometimes looking for my mom's car. On many nights, I'd have this recurring nightmare where I would transform and my dad would shriek and then just die. Dominic was the one who would come in the night to wake me up and distract me by telling me stories until dawn. I recalled, my voice becoming quieter. Over time, I forgot how my mom's car looked like and those nightmares rarely came. As I grew up in that pack house, I made more friends and two of my closest girlfriends, Amber and Arizona. That place became my home to me, and I was thankful for having Dominic as my best friend. I trailed off, taking a deep breath, preparing myself for bringing back the memories of when I was 16. Destined, Alex utterly cut in. I realized his arm around me was tightened, that the sky outside was dark. The snowflakes still drifting. You can skip the whole rejection. No. I want to tell you everything. I just want everything to be clear between us. I told him, caressing his cheek. He held on to that hand. Anyways, on my birthday was when I discovered we were mates. That night I had filled myself with these hopeful possibilities of us only to get him to reject me the next day. Because he couldn't see himself with S, someone like me. A few tears helplessly rolled down my cheek and I wiped them away with the edge of my sleeve. It hurt to not be good enough for someone you cared about so much. And that year was hell. All but two of my friends abandoned me. Not only was there so much physical pain, but I had become this loser because I got rejected by this popular beta. It's scary to think about how I'd lost nearly everyone overnight. And that 1 year of feeling so alone can really change a person. No one stopped by to ask me how I might be feeling because it would, I don't know, damage their reputations. And that hurt. So a year of putting up with all of that bullshit. I got sick of seeing Dominic out there living his life while I was trapped. After the alpha died, he became stronger as a beta and became a whole other person while I was still that one loser, damaged by what he'd done to me. I mean, the one person who promised he would never leave me like my mom just became a jerk. I spoke up to him and slapped him across the face. And the one time I finally let it all go, I got kicked out of my fucking pack by the Luna. And then I met you and you turned my life around. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Aside from the previous tears, I felt uplifted, like a weight had been removed from my shoulders. Thanks for telling me all of that. Dest, I know that was really hard for you. Alex whispered. He turned to face me and pulled his head toward mine, so that our foreheads were touching. Just remember that isn't ever going to happen again. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'll always be here. I nodded. Now that we're being open to each other, it's about time you learn about my shitty childhood too. Alex began, resting his head back on the seat. He stared ahead at the falling snow and quiet town before speaking. My parents were the alpha and Luna of a pack, making me and my older brother, Hunter, the next alpha and beta. Later, when I was around 11, they died in a war with some of the other wolves in that pack. That left Hunter, who was only 16 at the time, an alpha with barely a pack. He became strong and expanded it though. He constantly fought with me and became obsessive about the pack. When he was 18, he legally kicked me out of the pack, leaving me stranded. Alex's voice became breathy and he chuckled cynically. At the time he was somewhere up north, looking for more members, and that was where he'd left me. Luckily I found the Arctic lights back and Alpha Jace hesitantly let me stay, only because I was so young. I became the Omega of course, because I was the first ever rogue to join the pack. That's why I have a room on the most inconvenient floor, and it's also why Alpha Jace can be such a dick sometimes. So later on, I think I was around 14 or 15, Hunter somehow found out I joined the Arctic Lights and made a deal with me. He'd let me come back as a beta to his pack if I smuggled in this large quantity of the Arctic Lights, fresh water supply to make his wolf stronger. I declined the offer because I would never go back to a brother who'd forgotten about me. So Hunter became angry and threatened this pack. And when Alpha Jace found out, he wasn't mad at me since I kept our trust. But ever since then our packs have been enemies. Alex finished. I'm sorry to hear that. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Shaking my head, wondering how the world could be so cruel. I don't mean to pry, but why were you at my old Alpha's funeral? How the hell could I forget? Alex muttered. Dest, my brother was the Alpha of your old pack, the Dawnlight Breakers. My head whipped up. Wait, does that mean Hunter is dead? And hypothetically, if you were to go back, you'd be the Alpha of my old pack? I sputtered in surprise. I couldn't fathom the fact that Alex and I were so connected yet so far away this whole time. Alex answered, his eyes widening slightly, as if he just realized it. Well, now what? To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We called Amanik back later and see what the hell he wants. Actually, no. I'm going to call him. Alex declared. Then we'll see what unfolds after that, and I guess see what we'll do about this whole situation. Hey, Alex, I whispered. I don't want to sound cheesy, but no matter what happens, I just want to remind you that I love you. And I still don't know what I've done to deserve you, but it amazes me that you've been correlated with my old pack this whole time, and meeting you has been what's ever happened to me. I exclaimed. Me to Dest. He smiled back and took my chin in his hand and brought my lips to his. And while the snow continued to fall all around us and the quilt slid off my shoulders, I was filled with warmth and endless love. No words were needed as Alex and I kissed. We were full of light-hearted sadness and desolate happiness. A chill ran through my spine when he ran one of his hands through my hair and I pulled him closer to me. Whatever was going to happen next would happen. I knew that Alex wouldn't leave my side. Chapter 25. Your head is on my boobs. My heart was beating uncontrollably fast. I couldn't breathe properly. I was shaking involuntarily. I was about to hear his voice again for the first time in 2 years. And despite the fact that I was in love with someone else, a small incoherent part of my heart still held room for him. Luckily, I wouldn't be the one who would talk to him because I couldn't think straight. I didn't even trust myself enough to have a proper conversation with him. Even if we were hundreds of miles away, I could only hope that I had this same unthinkable control over him too. I hoped that my name made him tremble. I hoped memories of us together made him scream in pain. Alex's finger hovered over the call, symbol on his phone, and he met my eyes in a question, as if asking me for the 100th time if I really wanted to do this. Even though we had this conversation many times since last night, whether it was in bed or over breakfast, I still hesitated before I nodded at him. I needed to know what his problem was. The phone was on speaker and the ring seemed to go on for eternity, as if it were mocking my fear, and I could swear that with every second that passed by, regret filled me slowly. My eyes flew open and I clutched Alex's hand when the ring stopped and a voice finally answered. Hello. It was unmistakably Dominic's voice. It was much more refined and deeper than I remembered. The wolf inside of me went hysteric and I felt the need to scream. Alex's green eyes flitted over to mine and he held my hand tighter as if to warn me to stay quiet. He ran his thumb over my hand and I calmed down a little, remembering to breathe. I am calling back on behalf of Destiny Adams as the official spokesperson of the Arctic Lights Pact. Alex replied as clear as possible. I noticed he used the same voice as he did when he was in the coffee shop, serving customers. Apparently Dom bought the whole official spokesperson thing as he spoke a few seconds later. Or Destiny there. I involuntarily gripped onto his hand even tighter when Dominic said my name. My real name. My heart rate sped up again. Sorry, she's unavailable at the moment. Is there a message you'd like to leave? Sir Alex responded. He stroked my hair in comfort as we waited in anticipation. Her old pack. The Dawn Lightbreakers have invited her back as respect for the Luna's funeral. Sorry for the late notice as it's in 5 days from now. Alex furrowed his brows and then turned towards me, mouthing the words, the Luna's funeral. In utter confusion, even though I was as perplexed as him, I motioned for him to continue speaking. May I please ask, who exactly is Colin? Alex suddenly asked. This is Dominic Falbrook, the Alpha. Sounding impatient, I almost fell off the bed. Dom was an Alpha. He was the Alpha. Well fucking shit. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'll pass on the message to Destiny as soon as possible. Thank you for calling. Goodbye. When Alex ended the call, I held onto both of his hands. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What the hell? What the actual hell? Dominic is an Alpha now. And the Luna's dead. Shit. I don't know what to think. This is Alex placed a gentle hand over my mouth, muffling my words. Dest. Breathe. It's done. Calm down, Alex instructed. I closed my eyes and tried to relax. Alex slowly pried his hand off my mouth, then I moved over on the bed so I was sitting down next to him. He placed a hand on my back to steady me. It's your choice if you want to go back. No one's forcing you to go. Honestly, if you never want to hear from him again, we just block his number and move on. No, I think I'm going, I muttered, thumbing the edge of the bed sheet between my fingers. I might get the chance to see Amber and Arizona again, though I also want closure with Dominic. That's really brave of you. Dest, you're 18 and can make your own choices, and I know you're trying to be the bigger person here, but it would kill me to see you get hurt by him over again. Alex sighed, squeezing my shoulder. The dim light of the lamp outlined his features, illuminating his defined jaw and soft lips. His long eyelashes swept over his cheekbones every time he blinked, and I wanted to capture this very second. I swiftly turned around to make sure our room door was closed before leaning in to whisper. That's why you need to mark me. His forest green eyes darkened a few shades and they flitted to my neck. Dest, I want to but. His voice sounded strained and he struggled to form the right words as I leaned in closer. He didn't finish his sentence as he met my lips and kissed me until my head began to spin. I held onto his shirt and ran my hand across his jaw. He turned me over and pinned me against the bed, his lips dangerously close to my collarbone. We were both breathing hard. I could mark you right here and right now. He paired against my skin, and it's hard to control myself around you. He slowly lifted his head up, but still had my wrists pinned on each side of the bed. We've come this far, Dest, and I don't want to lose you. If we wait a few more days until I turn 21, then the mating bond will definitely last. If I try to mark you right now, the chances that the mark will last until tomorrow morning are slim, and I don't want to risk a messed up bond when we can still wait. He trailed a few kisses up from my neck to the corner of my lips. I want everything we have together to last, and I want a strong mating link to. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I nodded. Alex really cared about our relationship, and he was right. It was hard for both of us to hold back. He was also right about being careful about the mating bond. The fact that we weren't predestined made it almost impossible for a proper mark to last unless one of us were 21 or older. Too many things in our lives had gone wrong, and we had to make sure that this was not going to be one of them. A few moments later, Alex lowered his head down onto my chest and nuzzled his face into my neck. He closed his eyes and exhaled softly when I combed my fingers through his silky brown hair. I would wait an eternity for him. I'm going to sleep. Pulling the blanket over us with one hand. Then get off of me. Fucker. I groaned, trying to push his head away. He didn't budge yet, encircled me with his arm. You're kind of comfortable. He yawned, shifting his head slightly. I kind of don't care, I muttered, rolling my eyes. I can feel your heartbeat. He chuckled. Can you please turn off the lamp? Well, no shit. Your head is on my boobs, I proclaimed. You have nice boobs, he mumbled sleepily. I could feel my face heat up. Of all the idiots I could have chosen as my mate, it was this one. And now your heart race just sped up. I flicked the side of his head and then turned off the lamp. Shut up, dumbass. I didn't ask you. Nevertheless, I fell asleep with a smile on my face, thankful for the idiot. The next morning, Alex and I were sitting in the kitchen lounge, lazily draped on the sofas, sipping steaming hot mugs of black coffee. I stared at the tendrils of steam that danced out of my dark red mug as Alex went over the details of our upcoming trip. So we catch a train in around 2 days, leaving us a night and day before the Luna's funeral. I tried to find a ticket for the day directly before, but since it's on such short notice, all of the seats were booked. Alex clarified. That's fine, because I'd have a day to show you around my hometown. I told him. I then sat up straighter from my slouched position next to him and smiled. I have to take you to this one diner that serves the best iced tea ever. You forget about this black coffee in a second. J'aimais agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing clichés enthusiasm. Theft. Please. I've been drinking black coffee since I was 15. Your crusty iced tea won't do a thing to my addiction. Alex snorted, then proceeded to take a long sip from his mug. Don't you dare call Donna's iced tea crusty. It's legendary. I'm telling you. Also, it'll be like taking a drink from a fountain of heaven since it'll be blisteringly hot there. Will a northerner like you be able to handle it? Elbowing Alex, he rolled his eyes. Might I remind you that you've been living up north for almost 2 years now? Besides, if you can get used to someone like me, you'll be able to handle the heat in your hometown. Alex snickered. I almost spat out the coffee. Did you just? Before I could finish my sentence, a high-pitched voice squealed from the kitchen entrance. Guessed why? I sat up straighter when I saw young Kate, dashing toward me with her chubby legs and a bright smile on her face. I quickly shoved my mug of coffee in Alex's hand around my shoulder and scooped up Kate in my arms, giving her a hug. The Luna came in behind her, beaming. Hi, Kate. I laughed. Good morning, Luna Arcadia. The Luna waved with one hand as she held her newborn son, Dylan, in her other arm. He was nuzzled up sleepily against his mother's shoulder. Lovely to see you, Kate, Alex said. Kate was about to say something to him when suddenly her round golden eyes flitted to the mugs in Alex's hands. She peered into the one closest to me and then scrunched up her nose. Mummy, I think Al's Anders drinking black poison again. She whimpered, swiveling her head around to the Luna. Hey, just why? He was drinking it too. Alex chuckled, indicating to Kate that his arm was around my shoulder and did indeed hold a coffee as well. Kate furrowed her brows. Is Owls and sleeping in your room again? Trolls are not good. Just why? She murmured. Damn right I am. Alex winked, whispering in my ear, but loud enough for the Luna to hear. If I had been drinking the coffee in that second, I definitely would have spat it out again. I elbowed him even harder than before inside, while Alex failed to keep in his laughter. I looked up at Luna Arcadia to apologize, yet she was laughing too and gave me a knowing glance. Kate, on the other hand, looked absolutely confused. I stroked her red curls and closed my eyes, hoping that Alex would one day shut the hell up for his own sake. Anyways, sorry about that, Luna. Really? Alex chuckled. But Destiny and I were wondering if it's okay if we could take this week off for some personal matters to sort out back at Destiny's hometown. To my relief, Luna Arcadia smiled warmly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing clichés enthusiasm. You two have been working so hard on the deliveries and paperwork. and deserve a break. I'll tell Jace tonight, she replied, taking Kate's hand. Thank you so much. Alex grinned. No problem. As Kate waved goodbye to us, Alex squeezed my shoulder comfortingly. It's time to get packing. Dest, he exclaimed, draining my mug of coffee. You know what? I'm going to leave you here if you finish my coffee again. I groaned, grabbing the empty mug out of his hand and disappointingly looked into it. You shouldn't be talking, considering you've been doing that to me for 2 years now, Alex retorted, taking the mug back and standing up to put them in the sink. I stretched out my legs on the now unoccupied sofa. I'm going to miss these sweatpants when we leave. Admiring the soft grey material. No one's stopping you from wearing them on the train, Alex called out, rinsing some of the dishes. I beamed, glad that Alex was not only my mate, but my best friend as well. Chapter 26, The World Works in Strange Ways. This time when I listened to the familiar soft rhythmic hum of the moving train, my head wasn't against the hard window. It instead nestled in the crook of Alex's shoulder. Neither of us were sleeping, yet our eyes were closed and we were simply sitting next to each other, basking in one another's presence. As I breathed slowly, I couldn't help but smile slightly at Alex's comforting scent of vanilla, with a hint of fresh soap and mint. It had been like this for over an hour now, nothing but calmness. Even though we were heading back to my hometown and it was an actual possibility that I would see Dominic again, none of it mattered when it was just the two of us. Hey Dest, Alex softly muttered. I could tell his eyes were still closed to him. Look at me. I lifted my eyes open and smiled at him, fighting the urge to poke his dimples. Alex was grinning with this wondrous glint in his forest green eyes. Isn't it just amazing how 2 years ago on this very train we were merely strangers next to each other? Shaking his head in disbelief, I placed my hand over his and laced my fingers through his, and to my delight he held onto them tightly. I still think it's one of the best things that's ever happened to me. Just imagine, if I left 5 minutes earlier to become a rogue or anything else that day, and you didn't find me, none of this would have ever happened. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Well, we're lucky that this isn't your imagination, and that I really did take you on the train where you stole my book. Alex laughed. Hey, did you really expect me of all people to sit still on a train for 8 hours without any sort of entertainment? I argued, nudging him gently. I could feel his chest rumble in silent laughter. I didn't expect you'd be the person I'd be waking up next to in bed, he replied. I knitted my eyebrows as if to ask him, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Okay, Dest, first of all. You were 16 and I was 19, he exclaimed. Well, thank God for past tense, I muttered under my breath. Hush, let me continue. He flicked my cheekbone. Anyways, aside from our noticeable age gap back then, whoever thought that we of all people would become best friends? Nevertheless, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What I'm trying to say is that the world works in strange ways, and sometimes they bring miracles. At the sound of those words my heart warmed and the butterflies that arrived in my stomach made me feel as if I was falling in love with him again. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You know, I'm not about that coy life, but I just want to remind you that every little thing you do or say makes me fall in love with you all over again. Every goddamn time, I admitted, pulling thoughtlessly at a loose string of my sweater. Alex leaned over and wordlessly lifted my chin up with his two slender fingers and tender yet heartfelt kiss to my lips. There are a million things I want to do to you right now, Destiny Evans, but we want a train, Alex whispered with his crooked smile, his face inches away from mine. I snickered and nodded in agreement. Even though we were in our own small compartment, it still had windows that were clear as day. Alex spread out a soft blanket between us and then rested his head against mine. And this time when we closed our eyes, we fell asleep. After 6 hours of naps, long conversations, and lame jokes, the train finally halted to a stop. I instantly sprang out of my seat and my heart began beating fast as I looked out the window momentarily. The sky was a bright turquoise. The bright green oak trees danced lightly in the breeze, and the clouds drifted carelessly. No one could ever forget such a sky. I just never thought I'd ever see it again. Finally, I can stretch my legs, groaned Alex behind me. He stood up and stretched. Not all of us are giants. I snorted, picking up my bag and quickly pulling off my sweater to reveal one of Alex's baggy shirts underneath. You stole one of my shirts. Again? He questioned, observing his oversized faded red collar shirt on me. I gave him a cheeky smile as I knotted it up to my stomach and adjusted my high-waisted jeans. You might want to take off that denim jacket, bud. This is my town. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Meaning it's my turn to show you around, I exclaimed. He rolled his eyes but folded his denim jacket into his bag. He sported a fitted grey shirt which outlined his lean muscle. Are you going to keep checking me out, or are we going to get off this train? On the way out, I made sure to step on his foot accidentally. It was exhilarating walking through the small town, hand in hand with Alex, breathing through the heavy heat. It felt like I had never left. All the small shops and benches and crusty sidewalks were still there as if a day hadn't passed. I felt like a new person though, like a bad art somehow, even though I was just a short, skinny 18-year-old walking next to a ridiculously tall but good-looking guy, gaping at the store windows. I felt good. Halfway through our walk in downtown, I squealed. It's still there. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I squeezed his hand and then pulled him into the diner. It was nice, showing Alex around for once instead of the other way around. As soon as I opened the door and entered, the blast of refreshingly cool air swept through us along with the sweet smell of fresh pancakes. As we slid into a booth, I smiled and gazed around the diner, reliving my childhood. Is this the place with the supposedly famous iced tea you were talking about? Alex chuckled, watching me admire the retro interior. I nodded animatedly. Yeah. And trust me, after we eat Donna's pancakes too, you'll never want to go back to our hub again. These are the realest pancakes you'll ever have. Now wait here. I know exactly what to get. I slipped out of the booth and made my way over to the counter. No one was at the front, so I had a moment to notice that the diner was emptier than usual. I then remembered it was still Friday, and how most of the kids and teenagers were out. Sweet Jesus, cried out an extremely loud and chirpy voice which instantly shattered my thoughts. I looked up to see a middle-aged woman with bright red curls bouncing around her shoulders, merely held back by a band and a headband. Her oval-shaped hazel eyes were wider than usual and her vivid pink lips were shaped into an O. Donna, I yelled back. Donna came running around the counter in her sunny yellow heels and crushed me in a hug. Dee, I cannot believe it is you. She muffled through my hair. When she let go of me for what seemed like an eternity, she trailed her eyes from my head to toes. Golly, Dee, you are a woman now. I laughed. And you look as you haven't aged in a day. Donna. Oh, stop it, you my. Who is that fine hunk of a pineapple over there? She yelped, pointing one of her yellow acrylic nails behind me. I swiveled around to see that she was pointing at an amused Alex, who was strolling up next to me. This hunk of a pineapple, here is my boyfriend. I snickered. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Was as charming as usual. I'm Alexander Northstar. It's a pleasure to meet you. Destiny's told me a lot about your iced tea. He grinned. If it was possible. Donna's eyes lit up even more. Oh, you are a sweetheart. 1 second. She chirped, running back around the counter. Please, take a seat. Kids, she added. Alex and I took seats on the tall stools in front of the counter and gave each other looks. Dawn is full of personality. I winked. Well, that's one way to put it. Alex replied. Donna returned with 2 tall glasses of iced tea with her famous striped straws floating joyfully in them, along with a large stack of pancakes drizzled with syrup, chocolate, and whipped cream. It's on the house. She beamed. Before either one of us could protest, Donna was already blabbering away. Now wherever did disappear off to? Bunny Bun, you're not as colored as before. And where did you get those legs from? Alex almost choked on his pancake. That's a long story. But I met Alexander around 2 years ago, and we moved up north together. I explained. The sun's not as harsh up there on my skin as it here. Oh, I see. You didn't even say goodbye. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Donna sighed, giving me puppy dog eyes. Kind of rushed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And totally unplanned. Anyways, Alex interrupted. I smiled at him gratefully. This iced tea is delicious, and these are genuinely the best pancakes I've ever had. Donna smiled bashfully. I'm so glad to hear that. Sugar plum. Dee's awfully lucky to have such a gem like you. Alexander. Oh, I remember my 9th ex-husband. She momentarily blinked off into space. Alex quickly tapped his foot against mine, and then pointed to his watch. It was almost 7 p.m. already, and we needed to get to the pack house. I cleared my throat. Donna, thank you so much for the wonderful food. I really missed it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was great talking to you again, but we have to get going. She came to hug me once again. And Alex too. Feel free to come back anytime. Honeybugs, she gushed as we waved goodbye. As soon as we made it outside, Alex let out a deep breath. She's a great person, but please tell me that everyone else in this town is a little more normal. I filled in. Oh man. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. How would you ever survive without me? Alex stopped me in the middle of the sidewalk to plant a sweet kiss on my lips that tasted like summer, and iced tea and everything good. I wouldn't. Against my forehead. And as the sun slowly set around us, painting the sky in a beautiful shade of burnt orange escalating into a dark blue, I was smiling like crazy. Now, are you ready to kick some ass? If you mean no for us, then definitely. I was once the one who was abandoned. Now I'm back, ready to take back everything that's mine. Chapter 27, Claw the Guy's Face Out Dominic's B. Oh, V. I hadn't slept a second last night. It had consisted of me wandering pointlessly throughout the empty dark halls. It had consisted of me taking gasps of air outside only to smell her scent, intoxicating my blood. It had consisted of me stepping into her room, careful not to touch anything but simply to observe it all. I had stepped out moments later, not able to handle the thoughts or memories that came crashing down on my mind with every little detail I'd taken in, from the one creaky floorboard to her favorite black pens all the way to the pillows on her bed. I hadn't let anyone occupy that room since she'd left. Nuna Roberta had asked me specifically to clean it out so someone else could stay there. But every time I entered the room, a wave of guilt and pain would wash over me. As the beta back then, I knew I couldn't let something like this have control over me. Hence, I had locked her room and the Luna was so caught up in her own depression she didn't even care. As I stood in front of her door once again at the crack of dawn, my hands shook slightly as I unlocked it. I didn't go in though, yet remained standing. Muted sunlight poured down on me through a nearby window, revealing soft tendrils of floating dust in the air. She's coming back. I thought for the 1,000th time that week. She could be sleeping in this room once again tonight. With all my might, I turned away from the door and took a deep breath, being careful to mask any of my emotions. As the alpha now, I had to keep everything together. No one could know how much I was really freaking out. I entered my large room and went straight to the bathroom, instantly grasping the faucet to release a stream of cold water. I splashed it over my face a few times and then glanced up in the mirror. Others would see a powerful alpha with harsh grey eyes, chiseled features, and a sweep of dangerous black hair. What I saw was completely different, though a vulnerable 19-year-old, with tired, lifeless eyes surrounded by an aura of despair. A knock at the door shattered my thoughts. I quickly dried my face and straightened my shoulders before opening the door. In front of me stood Dylan, looking absolutely impatient. "What?" I groaned, roughly dodging past him. "You know she'll be here soon." Dylan clucked, leaning against a wall. His blue eyes were filled to the brim with amusement, and I knew he wanted a reaction out of me. Luckily, though, I kept my posture cool and lazily met his eyes in annoyance. "You know, I ran out of fucks to give a long time ago," I replied sarcastically. He was unfaltered and continued to run his mouth. "I can't wait to see everyone's favorite nerdass to beat up the alpha. I bet she still has those glasses and embarrassing t-shirts." Dylan chortled. As I faced my closet, pretending to observe a row of shirts to choose from, I almost sighed when I thought of that day. That had been her breaking point. Her bottled-up emotions had came out when she'd struck me across the face. And as I thought about it, I still felt like I could feel the pain across my cheekbone. I knew that I could win her over today, but there was a small doubtful crevice somewhere inside of me that kept replaying her face during that moment. Her light brown eyes were full of so much hate, eyes that haunted me constantly, that it made me wonder if she'd ever want me again. She didn't beat me up. "To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." A flow of fake humor seeping through my voice. "I mean," she tried. I wanted to strangle Dylan as he laughed behind me. "All right, man. Get out. I need to change. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Growing incredibly tired of the gamma. PSH, as if the whole pack hasn't seen you walk out of a different girl's room every day without a shirt. He snorted. "Dylan, that was an order. Leave." I growled, barely able to cast a grip on my anger. I heard him murmur some things under his breath as he left wordlessly. It wasn't his fault, though. It was mine. It was entirely my fault that I painted myself as a player, someone without any genuine feelings. In that second, I missed her more than ever. She had never judged me. I remembered that time wasn't ever a concept when it was just the two of us. We would be able to effortlessly talk for hours about anything and everything. I hated the fact that I let someone like that go, simply because I was a careless 17-year-old wanting something better. I had realized all too late that I wouldn't ever find anyone better than her. When the Luna died last month, all that came crashing down on me, the responsibilities, the power, the weight of everyone's lives in my hands. I had realized that I couldn't do this alone, and no ordinary wolf would do as a mate. I needed her by my side, someone to confide in, someone who wouldn't define me as an alpha, but for me, someone who actually cared about me. And as the days passed by without her, I was growing weaker internally. I pulled on a plain black tee, shirt displaying my muscles and the few battle scars on my arms. Scars that came with the fights I fought for my pack as a beta, though now I'd be fighting many more. As I left my dark room, I strolled through the hall, thankful that I had it all to myself. The whole east wing of the pack house belonged solely to me, ensuring that no one else could disturb my privacy or piss me off in general. I leaned over the railing which displayed the main entrance of the pack house, allowing me to see anyone who entered and left without them seeing me. Whoever had designed this portion deserved a million blessings. My thoughts began to drift away again, and I stopped keeping track of people coming and going. I was so fixated on the idea of her that when her scent burst through the door, my knees almost gave away. Am I imagining it again? But by the way a surge of adrenaline burst through my veins in a way that woke me up, I knew I wasn't. The fact that I was an alpha only made her mate pull stronger. I swallowed and then opened my eyes to see her at the front door. It had been 2 years, 730 days, 17,520 hours, 10,512 seconds since I last saw her, and I could still see right through her. She was terrified yet stood up straight. There was a man next to her, who seemed to be in his early 20s. As he talked to Dylan, I recognized his voice. He was the spokesperson that I talked to the phone with. His voice drowned out those my eyes were fixated on Dee. She was taller, and her faded blue jeans clung onto the shape of her legs. She had lost all of her baby fat on her face, which was composed of high cheekbones, a slender nose, and soft lips that looked so tempting. Her light brown eyes were what captivated me the most. They weren't hidden behind her thick circular frames anymore. And as I drank in the image of her, actually standing there, I felt like I was discovering a whole new person. God damn it. She's beautiful. The voice inside my head croaked. Her enticing scent wafted into me, and I breathed it in. I stopped suddenly. Although it was mainly structured of the smell of lavenders and ink, there was a subtle mix of strong vanilla and mint that was definitely not there before. I stiffened, standing up rigidly, peeling my eyes away from her face and snapping out of my delirium. I took in the details all in one rush of realization. She was standing fairly close to the spokesperson, and her hand brushed slightly against his. No, I thought, an odd cold feeling sweeping through me. It's not what you think. It's not what. The guy's hand found her own, and he laced his fingers through hers and squeezed her hand. I saw the way she leaned into him. Completely infatuated, no. My wolf was threatening to come out and claw the guy's face out, threatening to end him. And as much as I wanted to leap down there and snatch my mate back, there was a slight force that prevented me from doing that. I furrowed my brows. Did this guy have more power than me? Impossible. I would have known if the alpha of the Arctic Lights would be coming. Besides, I had heard that he was married and had the children. So who exactly was this spokesperson then? He had called himself Alexander Northstar on the phone. As Dylan walked away to get something for them, I struggled to not growl when Alexander leaned down to whisper something in her ear and she laughed softly. I wanted to yell at him and warn him that he wasn't allowed to be that close to her. When she looked up at him to meet his face, her expression was full of something I couldn't describe. She looked happy and had this passion in her eyes when she looked at him. I fought to contain my anger and disappointment, for she had never once looked at me that way, even though I was her fucking mate. A dash of pain curled inside of me, and it wasn't only the mate pull, but it hurt to think about the fact that the guy, Alexander, next to her used to be me. I used to be the guy she would laugh with, the guy she relied on, the guy she had a crush on. I was the guy that used to be her best friend. I had never expected, never even thought about the idea of Dee ever finding a mate. Then again, I hadn't expected anything from her in the first place. Back when she was 16, I saw her as nothing but an awkward, clumsy, and bookish little sister. On her birthday, when we found out we were mates, that whole night I had thought about how I would be expected to love her romantically, to never be able to kiss another girl because of her. I had dreaded the idea of having my children with someone like her. I had cringed at the thought of a beta like me being mates with her of all people. And when I had rejected her and her face totally crumpled, it broke something inside of me too, because I had not only rejected her, but I had broken down all of our years of friendship and memories. I had given up not only my mate, but my one best friend as well. My throat was dry as I stared at her downstairs. She was indeed a woman now, a woman that was in love with another man. I wasn't paying attention to their conversation, yet heard one thing sharp and clear. He has this rasp to his voice which makes it so good. Destined. I didn't know the fresh hell had a rasp to their voice. And frankly, I didn't give two shits. The thing that struck me was when he called her Des the way he had said its own normally. It made me go feral, and I was about to rip open the hallway door and storm down the stairs, ready to show this spokesperson that the name Des didn't belong here. I stopped in my tracks though when I realized Dee was trotting up the stairs. She's not coming for you, idiot. The voice in my head snarled. She was headed in the direction of her room. I had to get there first. It was time to win my mate back. Once and for all. Back to Destiny's P. Oh, I walked into the room that I used to call home. But instead of finding warm hazel eyes, and my mother's blonde hair that I hadn't seen in 12 years, I saw the boy who held my hand in the night when I'd screamed for her. I saw his stormy grey eyes, mature and even more hauntingly beautiful than the last time I saw them. I saw his dark hair, effortlessly brushed. I saw the way his black shirt hugged his shoulders, biceps, and outlining his muscular frame. He had gotten older and bigger from 2 years ago, and frighteningly gorgeous. But the power that radiated from him consumed me and made me weaken the legs. I stood there, watching his grey eyes drink me in, staring at me from head to toe, and this time I knew that they didn't see me as the little girl from 2 years ago. I suddenly felt insecure, as his eyes hungrily flitted from my long lean legs, to my chest, up to my neck and then finally my lips. I almost didn't notice his soft whisper that punctured the heavy silence. Welcome back, Dee. I don't know why, but I took a small step forward to the window where he was standing. My throat was dry, though I managed to say something. It's destiny. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I muttered briskly, running my fingertips along the dusty windowsill that looked untouched for a while. I didn't make eye contact with him, and wouldn't let myself, or else I knew that I would give in to him. I stood taller when I noticed his presence behind me. The power that was drenched in his pine and cinnamon scent was all-too-consuming. I noticed you walked in with a guy, he said coolly. About to say something about Alex but breathed in sharply when I felt his familiar fingertips at the base of my collarbone, up to where his mark should have been. The subtle touch of his fingers sent a wave of electrifying sparks through me. There's nothing, he said quietly, and I could almost hear the instantaneous relief in his voice. I don't know why I let his fingers linger at my neck, and I especially didn't know why I didn't budge when his hands slid down to my waist and held me. It felt so right even though it was so wrong. I wanted to push him away, yet I wanted us to stay like this, and pretend that everything was okay and that we didn't leave each other for 2 years. Holy hell, I had missed him so much. He moved his face to my neck, right beside me, and I closed my eyes, a shiver running down my spine. I hated the fact that a small part of me was enjoying this. Because he's your mate, a voice spat in my mind. Tears welled up in my eyes, and I felt glad that I wasn't facing him. Only a couple years ago, I had dreamed about us, him holding me exactly like this in my room. Was this even real, or something stupid that a wolf was designed to feel? He made me feel weak. He made me feel like I needed him. He made me forget that he left me, broken and crushed. But he made me remember the boy who helped a broken, helpless girl and fell in love with her imperfections. My imperfections. The golden boy who made me smile no matter what. The boy who smelled like coffee and vanilla. The boy who kissed me in his truck. The boy who accepted a pathetic, worthless, rejected wolf that no one would look twice at. And that boy wasn't Dominic. Destiny. I need you, he admitted, and as much as I'd longed to hear those words, I felt nothing but slow, bubbling anger rising within me. I let him rest his head by my neck and continue pouring out words that meant absolutely nothing to me. After you left, I realized that I'm nothing. And then the whole alpha responsibility came crashing down on me faster than it should have. An alpha is nothing without his Luna, and you're the one for me. I never realized how beautiful you were, or how breathtaking you were, or how I took you for granted. I'm sorry. Dee, I really am. I can make it up to you though. And I promise this time I will always stay by your side and never leave it no matter what happens. Because Dee, I think I love you. He stuttered. I stayed quiet, almost fooled by him. At first I heard a helpless 19-year-old boy, who actually needed me, a boy whose words were just false poisonous hopes drenched in sugar. I turned around and placed a finger on his lips. He tensed up but held me tight. Are you sure that you're in love with me or my looks? Dom, I began, turning to face him. I almost smiled when his eyes widened. I continued. You never cared about me. It was always your reputation, and it still is. You realized you needed me when you became an alpha. Not because you needed someone to love, but someone who would give you full power as a leader. You knew that the other packs would make a fool out of you for not having a Luna. And that's when you realized you needed me for your fucking reputation. And you know what? I'm sorry too. I'm sorry that you will never learn how to love a girl properly. That, with me, is my mate now. Mark or not. Alex took me in. And, of all people, he decided to help a pathetic loser like me. By this time, tears were freely rolling down my face. But I had more to say, more words to spit out. He made me feel like I was the freaking moon goddess herself. He made me forget about my insecurities that you would always poke at. He loved me for who I was. I don't think you could ever man up and learn something. If you think I'm still that lame 16-year-old who would fall to her knees for you, you're wrong, because I'm not her anymore. I'm a stronger person now who knows how to reject cowardly jerks like you. You think you're some mighty big alpha. Newsflash, Dominic. You're a fucking loser with an ego bigger than your dick. And you're a waste of my time. After keeping that in for a long time now, and finally saying it to his face, I felt good and relieved. He stood there stunned, and I angrily pushed out of his grasp and left him standing there, dumbfounded. Oh, and by the way, good luck to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I snarled with a sickly sweet smile. I slammed the door as loud as possible and took a deep breath. I felt like a huge weight had been lifted off my shoulders. I could move on. I was finally free. In that moment, I knew what I needed to do right away. I couldn't wait any longer. I needed Alex to mark me. Now that I'd officially broken off everything between us and Alex was turning 21 next week, the mark would last for sure. Fuck the moon goddess. Screw what she wants for me. As I stormed downstairs and went over to the room where Alex and I had been sitting, I stopped in my tracks as my heart almost dropped to the floor. I couldn't believe my eyes. Arizona was sitting across from Alex. Though she had always been beautiful, the platinum blonde-haired 18-year-old had this wondrous light in her divine violet eyes and a side smile that was full of joy. I didn't know if I was cursed or something, because Alex was all I'd ever wanted. And here he was, sitting across from his real mate. Chapter 28, The Day You Grow Taller Than Me. I almost started laughing at the spite of the situation. Did you ever think a broken girl like you could be wanted? Sneered a voice in my head as I took in the scene before me, to a normal human. It may have looked like an extremely pretty young woman and a handsome young man were having a casual conversation over coffee, but to a werewolf, there was no denying the obvious atmosphere of electrifying sparks and attraction in the room. There were a million things I wanted to do in that very moment. I wanted to scream until my voice gave out. I wanted to cry until my tears ran out. I wanted my shattered heart to build itself back together. There were so many things I wanted that just seemed out of reach. I couldn't bring myself to do any of those things, though, when I saw Alex's eyes. Although they were full of surprise, they had a glassy dream, like aura in them that I had never seen before. And I knew he deserved it. It would be pure selfishness to chain Alex to me, when his only real chance at true happiness was sitting mere inches away from him. It wasn't fair to him that he would get stuck with a broken girl when he had the opportunity to claim someone designed for him. Hence, when Arizona's violet eyes met my own in pure confusion, I mustered up all of the courage I possibly had and smiled. That year I had spent when I was 16, I had to put on a fake smile almost every day, so why would it be so much harder now? Because you love him. Ignoring the thought, I took a tentative step towards the two. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Hi, how have you been? Dear's Alex your mate? She whispered, tilting her head ever so slightly. Her voice was calm and soothing, and her lavender-colored eyes were filled to the brim with genuine concern. She wasn't even angry or upset. She was perfect for Alex. But at the same time I said no Alex, said yes, his green eyes flitted to me in shock. I took a deep breath and faced her. No, Arizona. He's your mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Now that I'd said it, it was true and there was no turning back. Alex bleated. Destiny. Listen, we need to talk. Arizona nodded, obviously baffled. She stood up and smoothed out her white lace shirt without the slightest amount of trembling. I couldn't fathom her calmness. I couldn't handle it. It would have been better if she screamed or at least looked upset. For God's sake. I was stealing her fucking mate. As she strolled out of the room quietly, I remembered that since she was his mate, she would have been a Luna. Her personality suddenly made sense now. Guilt filled me to the brim as I sat in her spot. Alex reached across to grab my hand in his, but I pulled away quickly. He flinched. Don't. I choked out, not meeting his eyes. I had mentally promised myself that I wouldn't cry, because if I did then Alex would feel bad and wouldn't make the right decision. Yet I quivered as tears threatened to spill at any second. Please. I'm not going to pick her over you, Alex murmured softly. He got up and sat beside me, cupping my face in his hand and pulling it down to face his eyes. I loved him so much that it hurt. The way his emerald green eyes softened as he looked at me made me want to cry even harder. It's not fair, I stuttered, my head spinning. I know it's not but look how far we've made it. I know your life has been hard, though I will always know. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Interrupting him. It's not fucking fair for you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I mean, look at her. You can't deny that she's perfect for you. She's sweet and gorgeous and mature. You deserve your happiness, Alex. Seriously. After all you've been through, from losing your family to your brother and getting pushed around as an omega, you deserve to be with a legitimate mate. I'm not saying what we had wasn't special. Damn, it was the best thing that's ever happened. But all good things come to an end someday. Alex stayed silent for a few moments, shaking his head. Alex, just accept her. Please. Just because I didn't get to be with my own mate, I'm not preventing you from being with yours. Don't give it all up for me. And honestly, I'm not a baby and I'm not fragile. I'm not someone you have to be with just so you can take care of me and make sure I don't do anything stupid. I begged, with hot tears sliding down my face. You're being stupid right now. You are my legitimate mate. Do you really think that I'm going to leave you all of a sudden because of some random girl who'll give me false happiness? Arizona isn't the girl I fell in love with for her great personality. Arizona isn't the girl with the flaws that I fell in love with. Arizona isn't the girl that I got to have the best moments of my life with. For once in my life, I felt happy to wake up every morning just to see you smile or laugh. Even Trip, we made so many amazing memories together. From making fun of each other to having pancakes at midnight to kissing each other for the first time while stuck in a blizzard. Do you really think I'm going to give that all up in 1 second? He wiped one of my cheeks with his thumb and rested his head against mine. I could see his misty eyes. I'm not just saying this to make you feel better, but it's because I genuinely fucking love you. And mate bond or not, you are my whole entire world. Destiny Evans. I began shaking and sobbing uncontrollably, and this time when his comforting arms slipped around me, I didn't pull away. After a few moments of resting my head against his shoulder as I caught my unsteady breath. Are you sure? I whispered. He kissed my forehead and stared right into my eyes. The day I stop loving you is the day you grow taller than me. Despite my swollen eyes and hiccup-y breath, I laughed. I gripped onto the back of his shirt tighter and just held onto him. Alexander Northstar, I don't deserve you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Shut up. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As we pulled away, I noticed that Alex's shirt sleeve was wet. Sorry, I sniffled. Anytime. I turned my head when there was a light rapping on the door a few minutes later. Nonetheless, Arizona. Come in. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She walked in and perched herself on the seat across from us. I'm sorry about that. She whispered, a few strands of her platinum white blonde hair falling over her eyes. I couldn't help but be filled with guilt. I couldn't even imagine what it would be like to find your mate only to discover that he was in love with your best friend. Don't apologize. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's none of our faults, I responded, feeling that was the only thing I could say. No, really. This probably sucks. When you entered the pack house, I saw how much you guys really loved one another. How could I be with a mate only to break up a beautiful relationship? Aside from that, you've suffered enough. She spoke, her shoulders set impeccably straight. But it's not about me, I snapped. We all have shit that happens to us in our lives. But we can't let it define us. We move on from it and don't drag others down with us. Both of you be honest with me right now. If you want each other, say it to my face instead of keeping me tangled in lies. Alex continued to look at me with the same solemnly passionate expression from before, the same expression he had when we'd first kissed in his truck. He shook his head, though Arizona parted her lips to speak, staring at Alex with her dough-shaped eyes. My body filled with cold terror, and I tried to prepare myself. He's not yours. He's not yours. He's not yours. I, Arizona D. Silva, reject my mate, Alexander Northstar, she declared, her voice uncracking and her posture radiating pure confidence. My eyes instantly flitted over to Alex, who to my ultimate surprise didn't even flinch, yet sighed in relief. I sat there agape as Arizona nodded casually. I grabbed his hand and he slipped his fingers into mine, squeezing my hand. Arizona smiled. You know, I'm very happy for you, she admitted. I reached over to her and hugged her, embracing her familiar scent composed of roses and clove. I missed you, I said to her. I pulled away and sat back down next to Alex, who draped his arm around me. Her smile faltered and I swore I saw franticness in her eyes. Oh no, was the rejection pain kicking in, or my dad? She whispered all of a sudden. Alex and I looked at each other in confusion, though the door creaked open and the ambience of power drenched the air. A tall man with perfectly styled platinum blonde hair and stormy violet, grey eyes stood before the three of us. Arizona seemed to shrink. Well, if it isn't my daughter's mate, he announced. Dad, he's not my mate. We mutually agreed that we would reject each other, and we did. Arizona cleared her throat, sitting up a little bit straighter. I blinked reciprocally as Mr. D. Silva's eyes became cold, and he scanned the room. I shivered when they landed on me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Dear, you're telling me you rejected your alpha mate, he thundered. Alex's brows furrowed. How do you know I'm an alpha? So Mr. D. Silva laughed softly, though it was terrifying. I'm one of the most powerful wolves out there. Alexander, I know everything, he proclaimed. He cocked his head toward me. So my purebred royal daughter won't get to be a Luna because of a worthless bitch like you. My mouth hung open, I blinked. I didn't know what to say. Alex's grip around my shoulder violently tightened. Hey, don't talk about my mate like that. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He snarled, his posture stiffening. I quickly placed my hand on his leg. I don't see a mark on her neck, and I won't see one there because it belongs on my daughter, claimed Mr. De Silva. And if you don't get rid of that whore by tonight, then I will myself. Alex stood up as fast as lightning, his green eyes ablaze. Dead, stop. Don't do this, Arizona pleaded, standing up as well. Dee, take Alex and get out of here. Alex didn't need to be told twice as he grabbed my hand and pulled me out of the room. But I could hear Mr. De Silva's booming footsteps following us quickly as Arizona yelled in the background. As Alex made it to the front door, a confused and fiery Dominic came rushing down the stairs. What the fuck is going on? His grey eyes focused on Alex. I don't know, man. We need to get Destiny the hell out of this toxic place. Alex breathed, pulling the door open. As we stepped outside, so did Dominic. What way is he going? Dominic roared, taking a few more steps toward us as Alex backed away, his grip like steel on my arm. But we all froze when we heard the clicking of a gun by the front of the pack house. She's not going anywhere. Mr. De Silva smirked as he pointed a rifle in my direction. And as my blood rushed to my ears and my heart began beating fast, the sound of sudden and loud gunshots filled the dreadful silence. Chapter 29. Damn girl. You really are a Luna. It all happened so fast. Though in my eyes, it was as if everything was in slow motion. One moment Mr. De Silva had a gun pointed in my direction with a wicked adrenaline-filled gleam in his sharp violet eyes, and the next moment there was a large figure jumping in front of me. The sound of loud gunshots cracked deafening lie through the air. I couldn't fathom what was happening. My head was spinning. My eyes flitted over to Alex, who had transformed instantly. His light golden brown wolf was unnaturally massive and his scent was drenched in power. And in that moment, my heart had sped up rapidly, not for the fear of Alex's safety, but the realization of who had jumped in front of me, shielding me from the bullets. Alex pounced on Mr. De Silva, fiercely wresting the gun out of his hand and sinking his canines into his arm. The sound of his vicious growls were overpowered by my ear-splitting scream. A few meters away from me lay a trembling Dominic. To my horror, he was in a small pool of his own blood, and his black shirt seemed to be soaked. Someone call an ambulance, I cried out. Arizona whipped out her cell-phone and ferociously dialed 911, her eyes frantically taking in the commotion. For once, panic had overcome her typically serene eyes. I rushed over to Dominic with tears already cooling in my eyes. God damn it. Stay strong for him. As I crouched down beside him, not caring about the fresh blood on the dry grass, I noticed that Dominic's alluring grey eyes were full of raw pain. Never in my life had I seen him like this. And no matter what we had been through, it hurt me to see my childhood best friend and first love suffering horrendously right in front of my eyes. Dom, I'm here, I choked out, holding onto his hand, which was unnervingly cold. Dee, he rasped. I'm glad you found someone that makes you happy. He coughed up some blood and my heart pounded louder with every passing second. Shut up, Dom, we're getting you to the hospital. You're fine, I reassured him as steadily as I could. It was clear that neither of us believed it. His hand in mine was growing colder every second, and the pull inside of me was twisting agonizingly. Dominic was dying right in front of me, and there was nothing I could do about it. In that moment, I didn't care what he had put me through because no one deserved to die alone. He gripped my hand tighter and opened his mouth. Dee, I love you. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Please forgive me. I'm so sorry. The pull inside of me was getting worse every second, and my blood ran cold. The maple was dying along with him. No, this isn't real. tears sliding down my cheeks as Dominic stared at me in his frail state. It wasn't supposed to end like this. I may not love you as I did when I was 16. But I do love you. You were the best friend anyone could ever ask for. You're my fucking childhood, Dom. I can't lose you now. I whispered. I was pleading with him not to leave. Not just yet. He was only so young. Don't be afraid. Dee, what we had will never change. He replied in a hoarse voice. I could feel my heart tripping as Dominic smiled genuinely. The smile that made me fall in love with him in the first place. A smile I hadn't seen in years. I stroked his black hair gently as my warm tears slid from my cheeks to his exposed skin. The pull that yanked inside of me was by far the worst one yet, and I started shaking when Dom's grey eyes slowly became dull. I forgive you. Dom, I whispered. He coughed some more. That's all I needed, Dee. His hand went limp in mine and his grey eyes became glassy. I had just lost him, and it was all my fault. I choked out a few sobs as I clutched onto Dom's lifeless hand. I couldn't even take it in. I felt like someone had just carved a few pieces of me out and now I was hollow. Memories of Dom rippled through my mind, his contagious grin. The way his eyes lit up when he had another mischievous idea. A voice he'd used to tease me. The sound of his footsteps in the middle of the night. I was drowning in the awe of him and I couldn't breathe. I couldn't bring myself out. My tears slid down his arm and I numbly sat there, not caring that my knees were soaked in his blood. I was sinking. I was feeling lightheaded and dizzy, and the pain violently returned, causing my already unsteady breathing to hitch. I felt like I was underwater as voices around me yelled. I could only make out a few words. Destined. Can you hear me? I wanted to cry out but felt shivers run down my spine as my vision blacked from the edges. It was suddenly way too hot and stuffy and I was gasping for air. Everything around me spun even more. I glanced at Dom's dead body, and before I blacked out completely, I felt steady arms behind me as I opened my eyes. The first thing that came to mind was water. I was unbearably thirsty. My throat felt dry and my vision was blurry. I gently lifted up my arm, though it felt like it weighed 100 pounds. I blinked in confusion, staring at my arm. There was a needle and wires attached to it, along with a light blue wristband. With my other hand I struggled to find my glasses on the side table. I had no clue where I was and the lack of vision was making me nervous. My fingers gripped onto a thin frame wire, and as I tried to pick it up, it fell out of my hand and onto the floor. I was too weak. Suddenly, a figure jumped out from the corner of my vision and I flinched. It picked up my glasses and came closer. I tried to inch away. Destined. It's just me. Relief flooded through me at the familiar voice, though my heart sped up at the sound of it. He kneeled down and ever so gently placed the glasses over my eyes and adjusted them on the bridge of my nose. As my vision came back to me, I blinked a few more times to see a clear view of Alex right in front of me. His clothes were rumpled and he had bags under his eyes. His brown hair was sticking all over the place. The poor guy looked like he hadn't gotten any sleep. I took in the scene around me and noticed that there was an armchair with a blanket and book on it. Most likely where Alex was sleeping. Wait, an armchair? I craned my neck and cringed at the soreness of it. Remembering Dom's death and all of the blood that had been now washed off of me, I realized I was in a hospital room, noticing the pale walls and the dim light. I looked down to see I was in a light blue hospital gown, and was connected to an IV. My eyes flitted back to Alex, who sat there patiently, looking at me as if I was a goddess. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My throat insufferably dry. I pointed my finger to the glass of water on the table beside me. Instead he grabbed the remote and I was about to shake my head, yet stopped when he pressed a button, and the bed I was in slightly craned up, adjusting me into a sitting position. He grabbed the glass of water and perched on the edge of the bed. He gently brought it to my lips and tilted it so water entered my mouth. As I drained the glass and he set it aside, I felt like I could speak again. Thank you, I murmured. His green eyes were full of an emotion I couldn't put together as he leaned over to hug me softly. I tried my best to hug him back. And what I did, I couldn't seem to let go. Tingles spread through my body as I inhaled his vanilla, mint scent. As he slowly leaned back to let go, I grasped onto the back of his shirt. "Don't," I muttered. So we stayed like that for a few minutes, just holding onto each other, embracing each other's presence. When I let go, Alex had his hand in mine and his eyes were misty. "I missed you so much. Dest?" I furrowed my brows. Why was he so upset? He met my eyes and looked away. He took a deep breath and then faced me again. "You were out for 9 days. I thought you weren't going to wake up. I thought you were going to die." His voice broke and he put his head down. I noticed a single tear slid down his cheek. I held onto his other hand. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "I'm here." "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He lifted his head up and smiled half-threateningly at me. "Thank God for that," he replied. "But why would you think that I would die?" "Well," he began, "the fact that you witnessed Dominic die right in front of your eyes really affected everything. Technically you were still bonded to him through the mate link, and since you have some human blood in your wolf system because of your father, it made you rely so much on Dominic. So much that you could have died right there with him. And the only way to save you was to bond your life to someone else's. Hence, seconds before you passed out I marked you, hoping it would be enough." My mouth slightly opened. That explained why my neck had been so sore when I was observing the hospital room, and why Alex's scent had been so overpowering. "I'm sorry, Dest. I know marking you was supposed to be special, and I didn't even ask. I just reached for his arm and pulled him close to me, hugging him tight. You saved my life. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I exclaimed, resting my head in the crook of his shoulder. "I fucking love you." As he held onto me, I could feel his happiness and relief through the bond. "I love you too. Destiny. Always have. Always will. Now go back to sleep. I'll tell the doctor you woke up." He hesitantly let go and then walked out of the room for a few minutes. And those few minutes felt like an eternity. I didn't see when he walked in though. As I yawned and my eyes involuntarily closed once again. Every few hours I would wake up and drift in and out of sleep. And every time Alex's hand would be in mine. He had moved his armchair right in front of my hospital bed. Sometimes we'd both be awake and he would help me drink water. Other times Ellie in the armchair, though it looked uncomfortable. And when I only woke up for a few seconds, I'd see Alex engrossed in his novel. I felt bad that he had not only stayed in the hospital room this whole time for more than 9 days, but he had worried so much to the point where he didn't get any sleep. I couldn't imagine how I would feel if the same thing had happened to him. It didn't surprise me how helpful and patient he was. There was nothing more I wanted to do than just go back home and have his arms around me and just watch the snow fall. I wanted to be able to kiss him and run my hand through his soft brown hair. Yet here we were, stuck in this cramped and stuffy room in a small town where I could barely lift my own leg up. By the time it was the next morning and early rays of sunlight filtered through the clunky shutters covering the windows, I finally convinced Alex to go take a shower and then get some real sleep. He wouldn't budge at first but eventually came around when I pleaded him. Even though I wanted him to stay, I knew that he needed rest. As I sat there in my hospital bed with my cramped back, I almost dozed off when I heard the door creaking open. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "Why are you back?" I snapped. "Oh my God. I knew you and the creep would end up as mates," squealed a voice which made my eyes almost pop out of their sockets. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I sputtered. I took in the sight of her before me and couldn't believe my eyes. Not only was she taller and more beautiful than the lanky, athletic teen she'd been, but her hand was resting lightly on her stomach. "You're pregnant," I almost yelled. Amber's blue eyes wide and in surprise as she walked towards me. "Be quiet. The more important thing is that you're alive and we haven't seen one another in more than 2 years," she exclaimed, pulling me into a hug. "Who cares about my life when there's another one growing in your own stomach?" "How the hell did you know? I don't even look pregnant." Amber pouted. "PSH, the way your hand rested protectively on your stomach gave it all away. Besides, I've had my fair share of pregnant lunas," I explained. She shook her head, though she was smiling. "I missed you, Dee," she said. "It's been forever." I agreed. We stared at each other, not quite believing that when we'd meet again that it would be like this, me waking up from a coma and her being pregnant. Anyways, I know I'm only 18 and all, but as a Luna I'm expected to have children pretty early. And, oh Dee, I love Connor so much. Amber beamed, a slight blush creeping up on her cheeks, as she fiddled with the edge of her blouse. I couldn't help but smile as my eyes became glassy. "I'm so happy for you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Come here." "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I hugged her again. "Enough about my love life. How is your lover boy?" She grinned, wiggling her eyebrows at me like she had always done. Her eyes darted to the fresh mark in the hollow of my neck and she winked. "I don't want to sound cringeworthy, but I needed Alex and he's the best thing that has ever happened to me. I admit it. It's funny though," Amber said. "How around 3 years ago he was some random 19-year-old willing to take you across the country and now he's your freaking mate." "Yeah, I think about that all the time," I added. "The thing is, we were best friends for the longest time and were falling for each other throughout the 2 years without either of us knowing. Hell, I was 16 back then, and he was 19. No one expected us of all people to be where we are today. I'm proud of you." Dee Amber smiled. "So what's going to happen now?" "I think after I recover, Alex and I are going to head back home. I can't bear to stay here any longer," I revealed. Amber nodded. "I understand. But this time, you're giving me your number so we can keep in touch," she demanded, fluffing her blonde hair and looking me straight in the eye. "Damn girl, you really are a Luna." A second later, we both burst out laughing. It was true that I was wearing a hideous hospital gown and I was struggling to change the TV channel, but the people around me could make me feel happy anywhere, and that was what was important. Chapter 30, Tripping on a Flat Sidewalk. On the last day of staying in the cramped hospital room, I woken up to find a folded note on my desk. I attentively picked it up to see familiar cursive handwriting. It had read, "Hey Destiny, I'm so sorry for everything that happened. I hope you're okay and I wish I could have visited you. This isn't exactly how I wanted our reunion to be, but we will meet again. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I had clutched onto the note as her rosy scent lingered in the air. Now that I knew that Arizona had said her goodbyes, I knew it was time to go back home, the one place where I felt most like myself, yet little did I know that a huge part of me died with Dominic. The train ride home had been filled with a solemn silence. Though I was next to Alex the whole time, I couldn't help but feel defeated. I was so sure that the moon goddess wouldn't win, that I could defy her whole mating system. I had been wrong. I did end up with Alex as my mate, but I had lost a huge part of my life. I didn't even know what I was anymore. Before we had got on the train, Alex had suggested that we clear our minds and go for a run. I had agreed eagerly. The weather was beautiful and the forests were green and leafy. When Alex had shifted into his wolf with the gorgeous golden brown fur, I had grinned and tried to transform into my own wolf. When I had closed my eyes and waited for the familiar feeling of my bones lengthening and my rust-colored fur to sprout out, the sensation hadn't come. Minutes passed, and as I tried to shift, there was an odd pain in my bones. Cold dread had filled me. This had never happened to me, Shifting into my wolf had always been easy as waking up in the morning or putting on a shirt. So when I appeared in front of Alex, fully clothed as a human, there had been tears in my eyes. I could see that his head was tilted and his large green eyes filled with confusion. He had immediately transformed back into a human and hastily pulled his clothes back on. His steady arms had been around me as I sobbed into his shoulder. And as I cried in his arms, the only thought that kept echoing in the fragments of my mind was, life will never be fair. Vivian's point of view. Even though the Arctic lights back had hundreds of refined wolves, it had felt eerily empty without the quirky presence of Destiny and the dry humor of Allah. We'd been informed that they'd be leaving for about a week or so, and it wasn't a big deal. The huge pack constantly had wolves coming and going, from all over the place. But when that 1 week slowly turned into 2, and then 3, I even had to admit to myself that I was growing concerned. Apparently the Luna had been in contact with them, yet she was remotely quiet about the situation. None of us knew what was going on. For the past few days I'd been pestering Fox, knowing that the Gamma had to know the whereabouts of the couple. I even went as far as to making him sleep on the sofa in our large room for a night. It had been for nothing, as he didn't know either. I was growing restless. Of course I was worried about my friends, but what bothered me more was not knowing what the hell was happening. I mean, I was Vivian Thorne. I always found a way to find out anything I could. Many wolves never realized my earphones rarely played music and I could full on hear their conversations as I was lazily dozed off on the sofa. Another oblivious ones gave into my large blinking eyes and ever so slightly tilted head, painting an image of a trusting young girl. I had managed to find out why Rory never had a boyfriend. She was into girls. And I even found out that Luna Arcadia had had multiple miscarriages before giving birth to Kate. It was just the way I functioned. Secrets were the one thing that fed my confidence, allowing me to walk around the pack house with my head held high and narrowed. Cold eyes. No one really knew I had all this information. They just stayed away from my signature smirk and brooding personality, and I liked it that way. What I didn't like though was the confusion of Destiny. She certainly intrigued me. Of course I'd been angry seeing Fox with another girl. A plain one at that. When we'd reunited at the skating rink on Christmas and I discovered that my ex-boyfriend was my mate, I masked my shock and kept my face cool as I glared at Destiny across the rink. She'd gotten the message that Fox was mine. When I returned to the Arctic lights, I had irritably observed Destiny for a few weeks, thinking I could break her. She came across as a fragile and small 17-year-old. With her circular glasses perched on her slender nose and a book always clutched in her hand as if it could defend her. But I realized that she was hiding something so deep that even I couldn't figure it out. Sometimes from the corner of my eye I'd see her stare longingly at Fox and I nestled on the sofa together. And at first I'd assumed it was jealousy, when it was actually so much more. She had lost something and it had scarred her bad, to a point where she couldn't even talk about it. To a point where she kept it hidden, almost masking her emotions better than mine. What was clear as day though was her love for Alex, the way they fall into long conversations about a book, or laugh as if there was no tomorrow. I could feel their chemistry, but oddly not the normal sparks between mates. It had bothered me for the longest time, not knowing what was up with her. I knew that I shouldn't have been wasting my time on her. Yet I couldn't shake off the fact that out of nowhere a 16-year-old from a pack on the other side of the country came to join us for no legitimate reason. I slowly learned to just let it go. Whatever was wrong with her would be exhibited one day. All I could do was just get to know her. She surprisingly turned out to be a great friend. Someone you could talk for hours with about anything. Someone who would genuinely listen to what you'd have to say. Someone who was lovable in the most annoying ways. From her laughing so hard she'd snort, to her tripping on a flat sidewalk. And while we became friends, there was a small pull inside of me, nagging me every single day, ready to burst and make me ask her, "What are you hiding?" Of course I never did. I had enough self-control to not reveal my uncontrollable curiosity and seeping anger. As normal, I stayed cunning and resilient. So when I'd walked into Alex's room to find Destiny in his shirt and a sleeping Alex in rumpled covers with clothes strewn on the floor, I was more relieved than surprised, though I kept a taunting smile on my face when Destiny's grew embarrassingly red. In that moment I thought that Destiny would finally uncover or release that deep burden she carried. Even though she seemed a lot happier, it was still there. When I'd finally found out the cause behind it, my own cold heart almost broke. I couldn't shake her expression off of my mind when she'd furiously whispered to me that she'd been rejected. During the twins' birthday, her hickory brown eyes were finally vulnerable, and she had been trembling. It all had came crashing down on me. Why Alex hadn't marked her, the longing in her eyes every time she saw mates in love. How because of one asshole that didn't want her made her insecure. She gave me no chance to apologize. The poor girl had looked like she was about to burst into tears. Alex had pulled her out of the music-filled diner, all while I'd hung open in pure shock. Before she'd left with Alex, she'd looked at me as if I'd won, and guilt had coursed deep through my body. Since then she'd ignored me, making sure to swiftly dodge past me in the large halls and avoid sitting in the same rooms as me. And then she'd suddenly disappeared with Alex for 3 weeks to God knows where. I didn't think I had her that much. Hell, I didn't even know. I honestly thought that it made her a weaker person to just run away from me like that. It was pure stupidity. As I sat there thinking about how some people's minds worked, a tap on my shoulder instantly shattered my thoughts. I didn't flinch though. Viv. I turned around in the swiveled chair to face Fox, who ran a hand through his light blonde tresses as he bit his lower lip. Why are you nervous? I questioned, comfortingly sliding my hand up and down his arm. His midnight blue eyes met mine and glinted. I loved that I had this type of affect on the gamma. I just found out that there were some problems at Destiny's packet ritual, Fox explained. Huffing out air as thoughts raced through his mind. Whatever supposed problems they had are probably nothing to worry about. Babe, I crooned, getting up from the chair. Let's go see them right now. As Fox and I made our way to the back entrance, the scent of vanilla and lavender and mint all rushed at my nose like a truck. When I saw the two walk in, I immediately observed a few things. Alex and Destiny both had bags underneath their eyes, enthusiasm indicating their lack of sleep. They were both slightly tanned as their skin glowed in a sun-kissed way, but what almost made my nostrils flare was the horrendously fresh mark on Destiny's neck. Alex's arm was slid around her waist almost protectively. I tried to keep my face as emotional as possible and not think about the fact that these two morons had run away on vacation to have sex. I was disgusted, not by their copulation, but by the fact that I was actually worried. I almost snorted. Welcome back to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Allowing sarcasm to drip from my voice. Destiny clearly heard it, though her eyes were etched in confusion. As Fox and Alex got into a lengthy and hushed conversation, I strolled towards her, allowing my eyes to narrow, with no amusement or warmth at all. She seemed to shrink at every loud footstep my heels made. Hey Vivian, Destiny murmured, giving me a side smile, though her brown eyes reflected nothing but an don't have Vivian me. Did you seriously run away to get marked? I didn't have time to be nice. Destiny's fingers fluttered quickly to her neck as her mouth slightly hung open. What? Of course not. A lot happened, Vivian. There were so many issues to deal with. She sputtered, her eyes blinking rapidly and tears forming in her eyes. She almost looked convincing. Don't be so sensitive. You're 18. Get your shit together. You made the whole pack concerned for no reason at all. I sneered, anger seeping through my voice. Wait till they find out you and your precious Omega were just out there to fuck each other. I don't have time for this right now. Vivian, she sighed, her voice shaky. Alex looked at her midway through his own conversation and his brows furrowed. He said something to Fox before grabbing her hand and going upstairs. Who the hell does she think she is? I half yelled at Fox. He grabbed both of my hands and looked me in the eyes. Breathe. Viv, breathe. Don't be so hard on her. Give her some space. There's a reason why she's so shaken up. It's because she lost. An urgent voice interrupted his seriousness. Fox, the alpha needs you right now. I almost told the person to shut the hell up, but it was Luna Roberta. Fox looked at me apologetically. Please, just leave them alone for a while. I'll explain everything, he promised hastily before leaning down to kiss my cheek. He rushed off with the Luna down another hole, leaving me alone by the back entrance. Absolutely furious. There was no need for him to explain anything, because I was Vivian Thorne and I was perfectly capable of finding everything out by myself. That night in bed, I pried Fox's muscular arm off of me and stealthily slipped on a long cardigan atop my camisalo and silk shorts. I gently brushed a lock of his light hair away from his face and wished that I was asleep next to him, but he had fallen asleep before he could explain anything to me, and I couldn't bear to wait until the next morning. I squinted at the clock, which 11:36 p.m. perfect. Not I was a stalker or anything, but I knew Destiny and Alex well enough to know that they weren't asleep right now. I crept out of the room and closed the creaky door. The second-floor hallway was massive and dark, yet I had an impeccable memory and easily found my way to the cold marble stairwell. When my bare feet hit the chilling marble steps, I silently cursed myself for not wearing socks, or hell, even Fox's ugly slippers. I silently ran up the stairs into the narrow third floor where most of the storage rooms were, along with the Omega's room Alex. I didn't need night vision to know that I had arrived in front of their room. There was a faint glow of a soft lamp which spilled underneath the door, revealing the rustic turquoise door. To my relief, the door was very slightly opened, allowing me to see enough inside, though I didn't think I liked it. Alex's bare and defined back was faced towards the door, though I could see that Destiny was against him, looking comfortable in his arms. His lips were lightly brushed against her neck. I was about to just go back downstairs angrily, but I heard something that resembled crying. I squinted my eyes to see that Destiny had turned around and there were fresh tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Her breathing was short and hiccup. Why? Dest. I'm here. It was just a bad dream, Alex softly murmured, using his thumb to wipe at her cheeks. What even I? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What if I get kicked out again? I'm not even a full wolf anymore, she cried out, her voice full of raw pain. My heart hammered wildly. It hurt to see Destiny this sad, though the words "not a full wolf anymore" kept repeating in my head. She couldn't have lost her wolf. Could she have? The thought itself terrified me. You won't. I will make sure of it, Dest. You're still the same beautiful and strong girl to me, no matter what. Pulling her closer to him. I'm sorry. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I already put you through so much. It's just that I keep seeing his face and I can't process that he's actually dead, she whispered, her brown eyes swimming in open emotion, hoping that whoever had died wasn't her mate. The fact that she got rejected by him would make it worse. Don't apologize again. As your mate and best friend, I'm choosing to be with you and help you get through anything, because I love you. Alex spoke, in a voice so soft that I felt sort of guilty for invading such an intimate moment. I love you too, she said before pulling him into a deep kiss. I pulled away from the door and absently wandered the dark hallways. I eventually found myself sitting down, against a wall, with my knees hugged to my chest. I felt guilty. I had been such a bitch to Destiny, not even bothering to ask if she was at least okay or even have the decency to notice that something was wrong. No, I just had to be my obnoxious and judgmental self. This was definitely serious, though Destiny had lost her mate and then her wolf. Half her identity. She would be scarred for life. That wouldn't have been her last nightmare. She would be forced to carry this burden she didn't even ask for. She was lucky she had Alex. I recalled the way he held her and spoke to her with so much genuine ity and passion. I knew he'd take care of her. I sighed heavily, admitting to myself that Fox and I had never been like this with one another. Of course, every couple was different, but this was a matter of love and lust. What if our attraction to one another was solely because we were mates? In that moment at midnight, fear had consumed me, making me wonder if I would ever experience true love, the way Destiny and Alex did. They had made a countless amount of sacrifices for each other yet made it out alive. Would I ever get to experience something like that? Or would I live to fly life in the folds of a meaningless mating system? EPILOGUE, food over by. Any day. I was cuddled up next to him, lounged comfortably bly in a lacy black bralette paired with silky maroon shorts, displaying my long, lean, and tan legs. He sat next to me, shirtless, with his muscular arm curled around my bare shoulder. His fingertips stroked my arm in careless circles which made me shiver. Come join me in the shower. His hot breath tingling my ear and neck. I shook my head, blushing at the closeness of him and his strong scent. Not right now, baby, I whispered back, kissing him on the cheek. His green eyes darkened and a mischievous glint glassed over them. He suddenly shifted out of his sitting position and scooped me up in his arms, making me squeal. He kicked the bathroom door open, placing me in the clawfoot tub filled with water and rose petals. He began kissing me deeply and tugged at the edge of my shorts. You are irresistible, baby, he murmured huskily, rolling my eyes. I snatched the remote and turned off the cheesy movie. It was a Wednesday night and Alex and I were sprawled across the bed. I was wearing old sweatpants and one of Alex's large shirts where he wore a soft grey shirt which I leaned into. We'd been watching corny and stupid movies for the past few hours, laughing our heads off and cringing, passing the huge bowl of popcorn between us. Sometimes we'd dump M&Ms into each other's mouths or chew on Twizzlers even though we both hated them. We had gone sort of wild at the convenience store after packed deliveries, throwing any appealing candy into our overfilled basket. Hilariously, the abundance of candy and snacks we bought were almost finished in only one sitting. I think that movie was the worst one yet. I groaned. It was so annoying how she blushed every 5 seconds. And oh God, how they called each other baby. I think I heard their names like once in the whole damn thing. I know, right? Agreed Alex. Baby. I elbowed him. I swear if you call me that again, I will drive your truck into a lake. Snatching back the popcorn bowl only to find it empty, I set it aside. Geez. Okay. But did you notice the way he scooped her up in his arms and then just dumped her in a random bath? Alex snorted, leaning his head back on the massive pillow behind us. Honestly, if you did that to me, I would probably drown. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilban, hearts out saints her unsailing patience, enthusiasm. Well, even if I tried, I would probably trip on the way to the bathroom and end up killing us both. Alex chuckled. I stared at him. A second later, we both erupted in laughter. After being able to steady our breaths, I roamed my hands around the blanket. I bought some sour Skittles earlier. Where are they? I don't know. He replied a little too nonchalantly. He lazily ran a hand through my hair. I moved in to close up and leaned in to kiss his delicate lips. He leaned in, completely off guard, and I snatched the bag of Skittles behind him and tore them open in victory. Guessed. He laughed, reaching for the bag, but I lifted it up and poured the candy in my mouth. My hand slipped suddenly, sending the sour Skittles flying all over me in the bed. Alex laughed even harder and began picking them off of me. Shit, I muttered. I think some of them are in my fucking shirt. Alex rolled his eyes as I unshooked my bra underneath my shirt and held it out. I shook it and around a dozen of the colorful pieces of candy fell out. I placed the bra on the side of the headboard, and then I put my hand underneath my shirt to inspect for any more stray Skittles. I kept my hand underneath there and sat in confusion. May I care to ask what the hell you're doing? Guessed. Alex questioned, looking from my face to my hand underneath my shirt. Wait. I demanded. Come here. I moved directly beside him and he without clothes his arm around my stomach, pulling me closer, though his eyes were still etched in confusion. Taking my hands out, I grabbed his free hand and put it under my shirt, first on my left breast, then my right one, and back to my left one. So, tell me the truth. Is it just me, or is my left boob very slightly larger than the other one? I inquired, raising an eyebrow, hoping for an honest answer. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Still with his hand underneath my shirt, looked horrified. You know, Dest, when I was simply a small 12-year-old boy, I would always think about my future and what I would do as a grown-ass 22-year-old man. I didn't really think I'd be sitting here, feeling my girl's boobs to see which one was bigger, he said to me, all seriousness in his green eyes, mildly mixed with amusement. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I wanted an honest, abruptly. The bedroom door swung open and the alpha strolled in. Alexander, I need to. He stopped talking midway through his sentence as his golden eyes flitted to Alex's hand underneath my shirt, to my bra placed over the headboard, and finally the abundance of candy and torn packages everywhere. He looked so confused and even more horrified than Alex's previous expression, that I wouldn't be surprised if he wanted to cuss both out of his pack in that very moment. You can meet me in my office to discuss some news. You canna bring Destiny too. His eyes moved to the mark on my neck and Alex's arm around me, and I could have sworn I saw the slightest shudder. Alex beside me was downright shaking, though not in terror. As the alpha slowly backed away and shut the door, Alex burst into laughter. It was so contagious that we both spent a few minutes laughing. I even had tears down my cheeks. Why does this man never knock? We were clearly busy doing dumb shit. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Let's be real though. He's probably used to our stupidity by now. Oh man, Dest, I freaking love you. Alex chuckled, his dimpled smile never leaving his face. He grabbed my hand and tugged me out of the large bed. Let's go downstairs before anyone else wants to barge into our room and see me inspecting your totally normal boobs. As we headed out of our room, we were still snickering like idiots. As we sat in front of the alpha in chairs across from his desk, I had to force myself to not think about what had just happened. Surprisingly, Alex's face was serious and calm. Ahin. It has been more than a month now since the Dawn Lightbreakers pack lost their alpha. Alpha J said. I ignored the small wave of sadness that came over me. It had taken me weeks to get over Dom's death. There'd been a period of time where I'd lost my appetite and would wake up in tears. Alex had been there the whole time, pulling me close to him whenever I needed it, or just driving around with me for hours, singing softly. And as I had a few members dig into your history, Alex, it is confirmed that you would be their next alpha. Alex cocked his head to the side, as if in deep thought. I blinked. I had totally forgotten that Alex was technically an alpha. I'm not asking you to make a decision right this moment, but the pack needs a leader more than ever. Of course you would bring Destiny with you to guide them as a Luna, he mentioned, making eye contact with me. I nodded slightly, suddenly feeling embarrassed that he knew an idiot like me could potentially be a Luna. Alex let out a breath of air and looked over to me silently. I grabbed his hand and squeezed it, as if to tell him that it was his decision. He looked back at the alpha. I'd like to sleep on it before making a decision, if that's okay, he finally responded. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But I'd like to know by tomorrow morning, Alexander, he declared. Alex nodded and got out his seat along with me. As we walked out of the office and shut the door behind us, I squeezed Alex's hand again. Whatever decision you make. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I don't care. As long as you continue to buy me food and let me steal your tea, shirts, I'll be happy. I grinned. Alex spouted. What about me? Theft. Food over by any day. He yanked me into an empty and dimly lit hallway and softly pressed me against the wall. One arm braced by the side of my head and his other hand roaming my waist up and down. Are you sure about that? Leaning into my ear. I think those movies have gotten to your head. Though I had to admit, Alex was incredibly hot in this moment. And I think you're enjoying this more than food. And he crooned. I was about to answer but instead accidentally let out a soft whimper, but his lips made contact with the mark at my neck. It felt like every molecule inside of me exploded. Just kiss me, you idiot. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He cupped my face and brought his lips to mine. I deepened the kiss and felt something harden against my leg. Who's the one enjoying this now? Huh. Nudging at his waist. Shut up. Just I could feel his smile against my lips. Let's go to sleep now. Your sleep sounds wonderful actually. I breathed, pulling away from him. I'm talking about the sleep where you don't actually sleep. Winking. Lit the way. Mr. Obvious. The next morning I woke up from an abrupt dip in the bed. I turned around to see Alex getting back in the covers next to me. I squinted at the clock on the wall which read 647 am. What were you doing? I yawned, pulling the thick blanket over my crop top. I made my decision. Lacing his fingers through mine. My heart sped up, not only at his touch but the fact that this could be life-changing. I said no. I blinked in confusion. Not that I'm partially relieved, but why? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You've been an Omega all your life. This was a huge opportunity. I inquired, fiddling lightly with his messy brown hair. Honestly, after all we've been through, I think we need a break. A long break as in, I just want to lead a normal life with you. I generally didn't care that I was the Omega when I met you. Alpha Jace and I already discussed that Fox and Vivian would be the new Alpha and Luna of your old pack. Meaning I'm the Gamma now, he explained, a small smile creeping onto his face. I squealed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That's great. I stroked his jaw and kept my hand there. I furrowed my brows though as a sinking feeling approached my chest. Did you just give up your real title as an alpha for me? Guilt washed over me. Hey, he murmured softly, looking into my eyes. I didn't think that either of us were ready for this type of responsibility. Not only do you have such emotionally scarring memories from that pack, as a Luna you'd be expected to have children really early. You're only 19. Dest, you told me once that if you'd ever have kids you'd be at least 28 or something. I wouldn't do that to you. I was touched. The fact that he remembered that made my heart melt. Also, though, I want to wake up next to you on Sunday mornings and sleep in with you. I want to have pancakes at 2 p.m. and black coffee with you at 2 a.m. I still want to go on long drives and listen to your off-key singing for hours. I want to be able to roam around bookstores carelessly and fight over the last cookie. You know, we wouldn't be able to do those things as much. Or at all. If we were Alpha and Luna. I want to continue living life with you the way we do. I'd rather focus on you than let it pack. Because you're the most magnificent, wonderful, glorious part of my life. I started blinking rapidly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I whispered, speechless, not able to form any words in my mouth. I closed my eyes and felt a few tears drift down my face. When I opened my eyes, I pulled my head against Alex's forehead. You're making me cry. Fucker, I sputtered. The second reason is, I don't think I'd be able to handle miniature pup versions of you running around. One of you is enough to handle. He chuckled. There's the annoying Alex I love. I exclaimed. All right, go back to sleep. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Just keep holding me.